Hello, everybody. Um, 20-minute, 8-hour video. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another stream. I apologize for not streaming yesterday like I said I would. I decided to take the day off. So, to make it up to you, I've decided to do some work for once. Um, we're doing a different kind of stream today. And this is something I've actually done before. I just haven't streamed it, which is I will watch an Oblivion video with the community. Now, I want to be clear about why I do this and what the purpose of this is, because it does actually serve a purpose. Um, if you've seen the Morrowind video, it's a self-contained thing in that it's just me talking, it's just my arguments, and anytime I present any kind of counter argument, it's a straw man. What's going on? Black Mamba, Dylan, Liam, two Dylans actually. That's cool. Um, so the video is very self-contained, and that was something that was criticized. I mean, it's criticized regardless, because if you don't use anybody else's arguments, then it's straw manning, and if you do use somebody else's arguments, then it's taking it out of context. So what I was what I'm doing with the Oblivion video is including small segments of other people's videos to demonstrate consensus. And even that is drastically overemphasizing how much of the actual video is that. It's like less than 1%. But part of the process has been watching other people's Oblivion videos to understand the consensus and where the community's at. And initially, this started with me watching the 5-hour Oblivion video, and I live posted it in the Discord. And it was a pretty fun time, and I think that we might have a bit of fun here. So today we're watching Never Knows Best's Oblivion video. Came out just a couple days ago, actually, on the 18th. And I haven't seen the first one on Morrowind. I've been putting that off for some reason. I don't believe it might be necessary in the broader Elder Scrolls argument kind of context, but I'm not really looking for that. I'm more so looking just at Oblivion argument. So we are going to be watching it together. And I want to be clear here, and I'll have to be very clear about what the goal of this is in the Oblivion video itself. The goal is not to be critical against these people. These are examples of arguments. And the thing is, my Morrowind video is an example of a different kind of argument as well. I look at Morrowind as more of as a purist, and you can argue against purism and its role in the community, and people do. And I expect at some point that a segment of my Morrowind video and one of my arguments used in a similar way as to how I'm using these videos. And yes, it's an hour and a half long. So I might not be able to do all of it in today. But I'm prepared to take it as I deal it. It's like arguing with yourself in a mirror or debating an empty. You need to, yes, and that's exactly it. And I want people to understand that at the end of the day, I really hope that that the extent of it is that people's feelings are hurt, but that like I said, I've said this 1,000 times with Will's video. It's a really good video, but I disagree with a lot of what he says, and that doesn't mean I dislike him or that I dislike the video. I don't know if I agree with Never Knows Best because I haven't seen the video. That's what we're here to do today. As we watch it, we're not watching it on YouTube. We're actually watching it in Premiere, which will allow me to take notes and clip segments as we go. So, I've explained this now. And if somebody late joins and asks what's going on, I would ask that you share the explanation with them, because I don't really want to have to explain over and over what we're doing here or what our objective is. So without further ado, let's take the Skyrim horse off the screen. And you can see I actually integrated the chat into the stream. We are advancing. It only took us 4 attempts. It took us 2 attempts to figure out how to schedule the streams. Will the video be released in pieces or one long video? I am feeling that it's probably going to be one long video time. Pieces was only necessary for the Morrowind video just to be able to get it out and to stay motivated to finish the project. And I'm not really having those issues so let's get started.
There's a moment in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, after you've completed the tutorial and made it through the opening dungeon, where you step out into the world for the first time, moving from the constricted darkness of the sewers to a world of vibrant greens and dazzling sunshine, stretching as far as the eye can see. If I had to choose one moment in this entire series to best sum up what these games are all about, it would be this one.
I don't disagree.
Oblivion has some problems, but the
Oblivion's, when you finally step out of the sewers, I think it's more rewarding because you've just escaped the 30-minute introductory segment. My first stream I'm seeing of you. Yes, this is the 4th stream we've done. This is the first stream where we're not playing a game, though. So what you're saying is this isn't going to be a 9-hour video. I don't know if it's going to be 9 hours. It's already pretty long, though. So let's take it back to the start of the sentence. I have a question. I'm sorry if I'm off topic, but do you know of any good Tez meme subreddits apart from True STL? Not subreddits, no. You can check my Discord community. They're constantly doing Elder Scrolls shitposting in there.
Oblivion has...
And you are right, a lot of games do try and get that feeling. I would say it first started really like with Combat Evolved. I mean, there were games before that did it, but that kind of wow factor of stepping out. The stream going to be recorded? Yeah.
Some problems, but the promise that underpins this series of giving players a whole new world to step into and lose themselves within is still alive here. In other ways, Oblivion was a departure from many of the things that made its predecessors so successful, but one thing Bethesda can't be criticised for with this game is a lack of ambition. Releasing 4 years after Morrowind on a new generation of hardware, Oblivion benefited from the rapid technological progress of the mid-2000s to create a world of higher graphical fidelity with a much greater draw distance. It was also bigger, with a landmass over twice the size of the island of Vardenfell.
I actually have that picture, too. That's funny that he used that. Wow factor comes from the freedom of being released and not the amazing landscape. You're absolutely right. And that's how it worked in Combat Evolved as well, was you're in the tight, close quarters ship, and then you step out into the giant open area of Halo. So I think it's the contrast that really that really helps with that.
Vardenfell that saw the alien landscapes of Morrowind replaced by the more conventional, inviting forests and rolling hills of Cyrodiil. But the changes weren't limited to the setting. Oblivion also introduced a more advanced physics engine that allowed objects to be manipulated in real time with added ragdoll effects for enemy corpses, as well as more sophisticated lighting and shader techniques that may sometimes seem like they're overdosing on bloom, but were still impressive from a technical perspective. Still, Oblivion's most exciting addition was the Radiant AI system. No longer would NPCs inhabit a single fixed spot in the...
Oh yeah, and by the way, I may fast forward through some parts that I feel are just kind of like stating the facts and not setting up an argument, basically.
The game world, where they would remain impassively till the end of their days. Now instead, these characters would have real schedules governed by pre-programmed behavioural patterns that would lead them to moving about the game world, sheltering during rain, moving to sleep in bed at night, and engaging in conversation with other NPCs they cross paths with. The result of this system can be awkward, and sometimes even immersion breaking when it's at its worst, but this was still a hugely ambitious addition that is still, to this day, more advanced than the NPC behavior seen in many modern RPGs. To go alongside the new routines, every NPC was now also fully voice acted.
Get lost or I'll pull your arm off. Annoying creature.
This led to an overhaul of the dialogue system where the encyclopedic system of Morrowind was replaced with a much more limited, but slightly more natural system, which resulted in a reduction of quantity of dialogue for each NPC, but also a more unique feel to conversations. As for the amount of voice acting needed for this, it was, by 2006 standards, a truly staggering amount, with Bethesda stating that 50% of the game's disk space was used on voice acting alone. With all these improvements on top of the large, open, and interactive world design of its predecessor, it's easy to see why Oblivion wowed critics and consumers alike, cementing Bethesda's name in the world of video games as the king of open world RPGs, and creating the foundation that they build on to create many of the best-selling role-playing games ever made. But there's another side to this story. If resentment towards Bethesda's style of games had been slowly growing over the years, bubbling away unnoticed beneath the Metacritic scores and Game of the Year awards, waiting to erupt in the broader public consciousness years down the line, well, this was the game where that began.
I would disagree with that sentiment. Morrowind was really the game where that began, because Morrowind was what kind of started the design philosophy of handcrafted, exact thing. Like, just, you don't hear about it a lot, but there are a lot of Daggerfall fans out there that will. I fast forwarded through some of his introductory stuff because he's just kind of stating information. But what was I saying? The downfall really did start with Morrowind, and I think a lot of people fail to recognize that. That Elder Scrolls was always shit.
Because for all the additions and improvements made to Morrowind's formula by Oblivion, there were other things that were lost along the way. First though, I want to say a quick thank you to this video's sponsor, Core.
Okay, hang on. I did not see the... Hang on, let me look. Because I do not remember seeing the paid promotion thing. Okay, that's kind of a meta thing, and needs to fix that at some point. But he didn't mark his video as having paid promotion. I can't really ethically show this. I was wondering why there was random like Fortnite footage in the middle of the preview for the video, and now I know. Not that I... Bear in mind, I'm not against people getting sponsorships, but I can't show other people's sponsorships in a stream. You know what I mean? So, Morrowind was a step down in a few ways from Daggerfall, still a lot more user-friendly in my opinion, even if it's far-fetched by today's standards. Yes, I would say that Bethesda, the reason that Bethesda stepped down in a lot of ways from Daggerfall was... like in Daggerfall, the factions were extremely complex compared to Morrowind. And Morrowind was extremely complex compared to Oblivion. By what name would you like to be referred to? Just Patrician? You can call me Pat if you want. But yeah, that was really the start of the process. And I think, I believe he makes the argument that Morrowind was the start of a new kind of genre for RPGs in his Morrowind segment. So, that's why it's kind of alright that Morrowind did it, whereas Oblivion was kind of, I guess it also took the series into a new genre. That was just action-adventure game. I can manage to get through every Elder Scrolls game, including Battlespire, Red Garden Arena, but the tutorial in Oblivion was so bad that I've never been able to get into the world afterward. I can understand why you feel that way. We were having a discussion about what was the worst introduction to an Elder Scrolls game. You're using an editing software, cut the advertisements out. I mean, I didn't know it was going to happen because it literally, he didn't mark that the video had paid promotion in it. So, Bethesda, you wonder what genre TES 6 is going to be. Well, Skyrim was also an action-adventure game, so they're firmly like in the action-adventure with light RPG mechanics genre now.
Also, before we begin with the rest of the video, I want to remind people that this is the second video in a 3-part series, and I strongly advise you to watch the previous video first if you haven't done so already, as a lot of the arguments featured in this video are building off points raised in the last one.
This stream would be actually unironically 20 hours long if we did try to cover the Morrowind segment, and it's not really relevant to what I'm trying to do to have to do. Patrician's EFAP Pog. Yeah, this is an EFAP knockoff. Although, in fairness, we are actually working on the Oblivion video.
So, while I can't force you to watch these videos in order, please know that if you don't, I, much like your parents, will be disappointed in you.
Hear that?
But
I have a hard time believing that an Oblivion-centric argument would be reliant on information from Morrowind. Like, can you imagine if I sat down and said, hey, you gotta watch my Morrowind video before you watch the Oblivion video? Yeah, that's not how it's gonna be. This is a similar case to musical genre classifications. Yep, because when you get into arbitrary genre arguments, it's just fucking pointless.
enough stalling.
Okay, 547. I'm gonna mark this. Part 1. What are your thoughts on his Morrowind section overall? I said in the beginning, I've been putting off watching it for some reason. Okay, let's answer this question. What is the worst Bethesda intro? I personally think it's Fallout 3. Yeah, I know he was joking. But I don't think that his takes on Morrowind are basically just wall text and RNG and combat bad. Well, I disagree with that. But doesn't the video set up the tone and provide more context though? I have all the context necessary. I can show you this. We can switch over to my footage.
Hope is gone. The Imperial line is dead. The Covenant is broken. The enemy has won.
Yeah, there's like 82 hours of that. And there's also this 8-hour Morrowind video, so I fail to see what context we could possibly make. I get why he's plugging the first video, and I'm gonna do the same thing in that I'm gonna mention it, but whose person are you talking about? We're watching Never Knows Best. Fallout 4 has brevity at least. You can rush through it. Fallout 3 is boring. That was my feeling was you can get through Fallout 4s pretty quickly. I guess you can get through all of them pretty quickly. Like we timed it. It was like 18 minutes to get through Skyrim's. I think that we're never going to settle the argument because I think nostalgia is just too big a factor. Like what your first was is kind of a big factor of it.
Oblivion begins with the voice of Patrick Stewart in an introductory cinematic that seems to be doing its very best to appeal to a Lord of the Rings audience.
I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land.
It's not just the tone and soundtrack that might seem familiar here. The Oblivion Gates look a whole lot like the Eye of Sauron, and the architectural design of the buildings within the realm of Oblivion also look a lot like some of those seen in Peter Jackson's movies. Considering the Lord of the Rings movies released only a few years earlier, and were some of the most successful films of all time, it doesn't seem hard to imagine that these movies, which in many ways were responsible for popularizing fantasy settings to mainstream audiences, may have had an impact on Bethesda's creative vision for Oblivion.
There were a lot of things that impacted Oblivion's creative vision. Gladiator was big for the arena segment. Harry Potter was big for the Mages Guild, actually. So, I mean, yeah, you can generalize and say that it's all Lord of the Rings all the way down, but you know, it was kind of Lord of the Rings with Skyrim too, and a bit of Game of Thrones. Not really. I think the Game of Thrones connections were coincidence because the season 1 came out like the same year as Skyrim.
The reason I bring this up, however, isn't due to any concern over the integrity of the Lord of the Rings creative property, but instead to highlight how different Bethesda's approach was here when
Here, hang on.
considering the Lord of the Rings movies released only
I'm going to mark a note down for that. This is what the note-taking process is kind of like. All right.
the reason I
So Mannimarco is Voldemort. You know, I didn't make that connection, but you're absolutely fucking right. Books came out earlier. I know the books came out earlier. I'm talking about the kind of imagery of Skyrim. Whichever game has the most intro skip mods would be objectively worse intro. Wasn't Vikings the TV series a thing in 2010? Was it? I thought it was way later. Skyrim and Game of Thrones occupy the same space in the nerd world. While true, we're talking about what inspired what, and I'm fairly certain Game of Thrones started the same year as Skyrim. Is your Oblivion video going to beat the original Oblivion retrospective? Probably.
bring this up, however, isn't due to
But it's not a competition. I want to make that clear. I don't make these videos with length in mind for how long the videos are going to be.
any concern over the integrity of the Lord of the Rings creative property, but instead to highlight how different Bethesda's approach was here when compared to their previous game.
If you read a lot of the Morrowind interviews, you'll actually find that there's a lot of movie inspirations for Morrowind too.
Morrowind was far from being a Tolkien-esque fantasy setting, and its uniqueness made it stand out. To go from the alien and borderline hostile world of Vardenfell,
But Elder Scrolls was inspired by Tabletop, and it was a spin on Tabletop. It's got dark elves who take slaves, and Warhammer, which was a Tolkien, knockoff, had dark elves who took slaves. I know that's a weak argument, but you can see a lot of similarities between early Warhammer Fantasy, which was based on, which is a tabletop version of Tolkien, and some of the writing that happened with Elder Scrolls. And it's inspiration all the way down, because Tolkien was inspired by people. But to say that Morrowind was divorced from Tolkienism, is not necessarily accurate. Balmora is literally tattooing. No. Aldrune is tattooing. Balmora is like, I don't know, it's too green. Are there any dark elves that don't take slaves? Yeah, the shitty imperial ones in Shadenhall don't take slaves. They don't have any other culture at all.
to Oblivion's
Morrowind has some heavy Dune influences. Yeah.
much more traditional.
You have to bear in mind what the writers were influenced by. Michael Kirkbride was largely influenced by like Hindu culture when he was writing the lore stuff. When they were setting up the Daedric princes in Daggerfall, that was, I believe, the result of a D&D campaign.
And somewhat idyllic setting makes for a big change.
Yeah, but it shouldn't have happened, which may be what he's about to say.
Having a more conventional setting isn't necessarily a problem, but these two settings feel so different that it creates a noticeable tonal disconnect between them. Vardenfell and Cyrodiil don't seem like they belong to the same universe, which can harm the world building for returning players.
Vardenfell and Daggerfall don't seem like similar settings. Morrowind was largely the exception, really. Why is any fantasy setting rooted in real mythology and archetypal storytelling always just called Tolkienism? Because media analysts are super lazy.
Vardenfell and Cyrodiil don't seem like.
I'm kind of annoyed because OBS won't capture what the note thing looks like and what I'm writing down. Doesn't it say in the Pocket Guide to the Empire that Morrowind is weird even in universe? Yes. Morrowind is like a sliver of Akavir that crashed into Cyrodiil. Was it not Buddhist influence? Sorry. I could swear it was Hinduism, but you could be right. I mean, it could be a mixture of both, and it could also be Westerners who don't understand that religious system writing about it.
Which can harm the world building for returning players. Also, if Bethesda did want to take a step back from Morrowind's weirdness, it's a shame they didn't have anything more unique to replace it with than Oblivion's slightly generic medieval cities and forests.
Alright, somebody who's watched this video, does he bring up the jungle?
Any similarities to The Lord of the Rings just make the lack of creativity even more apparent, and it's hard not to wonder if this dramatic change in setting wasn't simply an attempt to reach as broad an audience as possible.
You hit the nail on the head there, buddy.
And it's hard.
Change in setting to broaden. I think Kirkbride mentioned sci-fi influences for Morrowind. Not surprising, there's cloning. He briefly brings up the jungle. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can't go on a whole fucking point about the jungle. He does, but it's towards the end. It's weird that he's talking about the setting of Cyrodiil and doesn't bring it up during that segment.
This could also be why we saw the inclusion of celebrity voice actors.
Could be. It is. They literally market that they had a star-studded cast when they had 3 celebrity voice actors and 1 celebrity voice actor who was married to the president of ZeniMax. Just try to contact him and make a video together. Yeah, I was going to reach out to some people. I was playing the video in the background. I don't remember him saying anything about the jungle, even when he talks about the mountains and what. Yeah, there's going to be positive collaborations. There's a few people that I'm going to be trying to reach out to, and I'm not sure what the extent of their contribution to the video would be, but it's going to be there to try and balance out the Oblivion videos that I do feature, because it's going to come off as overly negative when, again, I want to state this for the 200 people in here who weren't in here when I explained what we're doing here. This is not a criticism. I like these videos. Have you considered doing a sit down with him and discussing the points of contention? Yeah, I'm open to it. But arguing with him is not the purpose of this. This is not a takedown stream. If this was a takedown stream, his video would not be what's on screen right now. We would be watching, hang on, where is it? We would be watching this video.
The only time the Mages Guild reaches out of storytelling mediocrity is the quest where the Necromancer King attacks the Bruma Mages Guild.
Because I have a lot more contention with Will's video than I do with this video so far. Is Mandalore one you've tried to contact? He'd probably love it. I haven't tried to reach out to Mandalore. I don't know if he would appear on my video. I haven't reached out to anybody yet. I'm still in the script writing phase. I have to have an idea of where people would be appropriate before I make any offers. And there's a couple people that I'm going to offer to before we get to anybody that I don't personally, like people who've interacted with me.
As in addition to Patrick Stewart.
Whose video is that? That is Will Loves Video Games 5-hour Oblivion retrospective. I disagree with a lot of what's said in that video.
But there are other big names putting in a performance here as well, such as Sean Bean.
Not much of a speech, was it? Didn't seem to bother them, though.
Terence Stamp.
Here now.
Yeah,
the
you're literally
words of
listing
Lord
all of
Dagon.
the celebrity appearances.
and Todd Howard.
When? I didn't know that. How can this be?
Regardless of your opinion on celebrity voice actors, the decision to include so many big names
It's not that I didn't like Will's video, it's that I disagree with a lot of it. Please, for love of God, recognize that you can disagree with somebody and still like their video. Maybe a Rykon cameo? Rykon shouted me out.
does seem rather questionable when you consider that most of the other voice acting in this game was performed by just 10 voice actors.
Yes.
This meant
You
there
are
was
right
only
on that.
one male and one female voice actor per race, and even then, some actors had to cover 2 races, which results in the
Female Orc and female Nord comes to mind.
inhabitants of Cyrodiil sounding overly similar.
The Tiber Septim Hotel is a nice place. It's not cheap, though. Blessings. My name is Alicia Otis. Bye. Go ahead, please. I shopped at Three Brothers a couple of days ago.
Will you go for 4?
You too.
You went for
Rochelle
4.
Banty and Samuel's wife. My poor husband is getting no sleep.
It's almost as if every single race is a member of one
Well, Cody, I have to be clear for the people who don't get it and don't who are going to claim that this is hate. This is not.
big family, giving these NPCs a rather unnatural quality. A bit like you've taken a wrong turn and ended up at Tamriel's version of Innsmouth, where everyone's far too closely related and may or may not be sacrificing strangers to an old god on weekends.
I remember Skyrim using a lot of the same voice actors too, though. Like, it's a problem endemic to this series. Remember the beggar with 2 different voices? Yeah, wasn't that a consequence of the DLC, though? Like, that wasn't base game? Breton females are the same as Imperial women, too, right? Yes. I hate the zoom in on NPC faces in this game. It's definitely a problem.
But hey, who needs more than 10 main voice actors when you can have Jean-Luc Picard and Boromir?
God. He looks fine in the game. Why would you make a mod to make him look worse?
The unnaturalness of NPCs isn't helped by the similarity in their faces. This time though, it's not that members of each race look too similar to each other, but instead that the races themselves are too similar, leading to some races, like the Elven ones, just looking like humans with a different skin colour palette and pointy ears. The Dunmer feel particularly disappointing because they look so little like they did in Morrowind. But, in Bethesda's defense, creating unique faces for so many NPCs back in 2006 was no easy task. Still, this time around, players do at least have access to those creation tools themselves, giving character creation a staggering number of possibilities, which is far beyond the previous games in the series. The exact results of giving people so much freedom may vary between players, as, like Spider-Man's uncle said at one time, with great power comes great responsibility. And while I don't remember that movie very well, it's certainly possible he was talking about Oblivion's character creation. With your unique little snowflake, or blasphemous abomination created, the game begins with the player in jail, but your confinement won't last long.
Okay. I was going to zoom past a character creation tangent. I use the Oblivion character creator to make portraits for my tabletop characters. Yeah, that's what FaceGen, the software FaceGen is basically for. Why is this a live stream? Because I do this anyways. Might as well stream it.
As Emperor Uriel Picard Septim
Maybe we should go back to reading text boxes and imagining that an elf sounds like it has a Cockney accent.
soon joins you, revealing that there is an assassination attempt on his life and that he must flee the city via a secret passage conveniently located in your cell. And so, after the Emperor and his escort move on, you're free to follow their path, which will take you through the game's first dungeon, where you'll notice that Oblivion has at least made a few important improvements to the basic gameplay. Chief among them being the change to combat, so whether the player hits is no longer determined by dice roll. This change improves the feel of combat encounters as each swing of your weapon is guaranteed to connect.
Improves the feel of combat. I disagree, but sure, you're entitled to that opinion. I like this guy's video, but the one where he did comparing Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077 really pissed you off. Why is that? I think it's a valid point of comparison.
And you can now also actively block enemy attacks. Despite this,
I do think that active blocking would be an improvement to Morrowind. I think that the what should remain a dice roll defensively in Morrowind is dodge chance or glancing blows, because that's what hit chance was trying to communicate.
however, combat can still seem a bit lacking in depth and challenge. The unrealistic ability to pause combat anytime you like to consume potions and fully heal your character is still present, and while you can no longer rest in Oblivion without using a bed,
That's not true.
waiting for any duration now fully heals you. And so combat remains a weakness for the series, even if a shift to a more action-focused system
Wait.
for any duration now is still present, and while you can no longer rest in Oblivion without using a bed,
Okay. I thought he contradicted himself, but he didn't. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Thanks, YouTube. We're not like, 36 minutes in. Pull the chat back up. Resting doesn't level you up. Resting levels you up. Waiting doesn't. That is false. He specifically say he's not wrong, and this is something that comes up in my own script. I misheard him and thought he had outright contradicted himself.
so combat remains
You could rest in Morrowind without a bed, yeah. If you were not in an area that was marked as a city.
a weakness for the series, even if a shift to a more action-focused system is itself an improvement. For many people, the solution to this is to improve the action part of combat, with common suggestions being to add dodging, parrying, or maybe a Dark Souls stamina meter. And these
There is a Dark Souls stamina meter called Fatigue. Audio issues, let me know. Do music production. Okay.
suggestions aren't necessarily bad, but it's not the action part of combat that I always thought presented the biggest missed opportunity in these games. It's the strategic side. After all, good action combat is rare outside of very action-focused genres, but an RPG should be able to make up for this through providing greater strategic depth. And yet, in Oblivion, you don't really ever need to change tactics against different enemies, resulting in each combat encounter feeling much the same.
You're not wrong, but at the same time,
Resulting
That's
in each
kind of true in Dark Souls as well. Like, we did a Dark Souls stream on Wednesday, and I basically approached each fight exactly the same. Regardless if we were fighting some shitty undead or if we were fighting a giant armored gargoyle.
This, combined with the lack of danger that results from being able to pause any time to use healing potions, and the lack of consequence that comes from being able to wait after every fight to fully heal, results in Oblivion's combat ending up rather boring. The easiest solution to this
Does he really not talk about the magic system? People who don't play Magic talking about. Good action combat depends on the strategic side. I think it depends on how you handle the resource management, and he's not wrong in the sense of that being able to heal anywhere, which you could still do in Morrowind, and being able to pause the combat, which you could do in Morrowind. You hurt the resource management system. The problem with Oblivion is that it gives you too easy access to healing potions. Look at him using nothing but the fireball because the magic system got degraded to a humiliating husk of what it was.
this would be to only allow resting at beds, while limiting potion use in combat, in order to make preventing damage more important. This could then be complemented by making fighting multiple enemies at once more dangerous, which would
Gaiden, you brought this section up.
be both realistic, as it should be much harder to fight multiple enemies at the same time, while also forcing players to think more about how they approach challenging combat encounters to take advantage of magic, poisons, traps, and other available tools as they're forced to try to find ways to even the odds. Finally, there could be greater differences between enemies, such as more varied movesets or more obvious weaknesses, to add variety to combat and force players to adapt their approach against different foes. As it is though, Oblivion's combat remains one of its greatest weaknesses, even if the removal of dice rolls does make for an improvement on the last game.
That's going to be a hard disagree, and the problem is we're disagreeing on a stylistic. Dice rolls made Morrowind's combat more strategically interesting because it involved, had to consider what your skill levels were in a broader strategic sense whenever you were going into a combat situation. And there's a big variance of difference between somebody who has a skill level of 25 and somebody who has a skill level of 100. Well, it wasn't you, it was Nutcrawler. No, we are actually both wrong. It was Sweeping. I don't know why I thought it was you. Oh, it's because you were in that same channel. I apologize.
But combat isn't the only place where dice have been done away with. Picking locks and
Alright, I have to be right back. I took a big drink of water before this. So I'm going to mark it here and we're going to play the video and then I'm just going to come back and... So I apologize.
But combat isn't the only place where dice have been done away with. Picking locks and persuading NPCs now use minigames to determine whether the player is successful. The lockpicking minigame requires you to time the movement of a series of pins, which over such a long game ends up getting rather repetitive. Luckily, there is the skeleton key that players can acquire, but the relief this key provides seems like clear proof that this minigame might not have been enjoyable enough to be worth including in the first place. Still, at least Oblivion removes the need to manually equip lockpicks every time you want to use one, which was certainly a part of Morrowind's lockpicking that got rather annoying. It's harder to find any positives about the persuasion minigame. With lockpicking, it's easy to see how the minigame is trying to simulate the activity it represents. With persuasion, however, it's hard to even understand what's meant to be happening during the minigame. It works by giving the player 4 options: joke.
Yeah, it was actually warm for once, so I went out for a bike ride and I usually hydrate. Lockpicking is fun. I don't know what he said, but I can tell that there might be some jimmies rustled. Dice rolls can be safe scum, though. You can literally do the exact same 10 times, be lucky one time, and you are golden. Yeah, but then you have to do it 10 times. And I think it's up to the player if they're going to honor, if they're going to save scum or not. But... Oh yeah, this session where he basically said, yeah, the mini games were bad. Yeah, somebody mentioned that in the Discord. He doesn't really seem to get the mini. All right, you're back. Let me delete this note. I used it to bookmark where we were. Hey, funny YouTube man, have you played Kingdom Come? If so, what are your thoughts on it? I was gonna make a video on Kingdom Come, and I decided that it's not something that I can make a video on, basically. I was enjoying Kingdom Come. I just felt like it was jerking me around too much. Like, I felt like I got to the part where it opened up, and then, like, it just sucked me back into the tutorial again. It did that a couple times, and I decided that Kingdom Come wasn't.
But combat isn't the only place where dice have been done away with. Picking locks and persuading NPCs now use minigames to determine whether the player is successful. The lockpicking minigame requires you to time the movement of a series of pins, which over such a long game ends up getting rather repetitive.
Yeah, you can turn the lockpicking minigame off. That's how fucking bad it is. Minigames. I'm marking this down because I'm probably gonna have to bring it up. Here's the thing. Morrowind, in my opinion, has the best lockpicking system of the three Howard Elder Scrolls. And that's because it's real time. Now, it's a dice roll, sure, and that sucks. But the fact that it's real time means that you potentially have to time guard patrols. And so if you're bad at lockpicking and you have to do it, you have to make like 20 attempts at it, that increases the chance that you're going to be caught doing it. Whereas if he says that lockpicking in Oblivion is better overall because it's not a dice roll, I'm going to have to heavily fucking disagree with.
Luckily, there is the skeleton key that players can acquire, but the relief this key provides seems like clear proof that this minigame might not have been enjoyable enough to be worth including in the first place.
Yeah, the way you use the skeleton key is you just spam auto attempt. Why do people always forget about the auto attempt button for lockpicking? Because if you don't have the skeleton key, then it almost always fails for you.
Still, at least Oblivion removes the need to manually equip lockpicks every time you want to use one, which was certainly a part of Morrowind's lockpicking that got rather annoying. It's harder to find.
I feel like he doesn't want to say that Oblivion's minigame is better than Morrowind's dice roll. Problem with Morrowind is that NPCs don't patrol most of the time. Yeah, it's only true that the threat is only there if you're like in Balmora and you're trying to break into somebody's house. And I'm thinking of it more as if they had kept the system around, it would have been brilliant in Oblivion, because Oblivion has a lot more guard patrols and it has a lot more if NPCs just walking around. So let me be clear about what he's saying here.
Luckily, there is the skeleton key that players can acquire.
Sorry, one more sentence.
The lockpicking minigame requires you to time the movement of a series of pins, which over such a long game ends up getting rather repetitive. Luckily, there.
Maybe he doesn't think that. Well, he should state what his opinion is, and that's what I'm trying to discern here.
There is the skeleton key that players can acquire, but the relief this key provides seems like clear proof that this minigame might not have been enjoyable enough to be worth including in the first place. Still, at least Oblivion removes the need to manually equip lockpicks every time you want to use one, which was certainly a part of Morrowind's lockpicking that got rather annoying. It's harder to find any positives about the.
Like, that's it for the lockpicking section. So he doesn't say that the dice rolls are worse. I mean, he kind of did, in that he mentioned that they took the dice rolls away. So by extension, I guess he's advocating that even if Morrowind's dice roll system, I don't know what he's trying to communicate there. It's like he's sidestepping the issue by saying, well, at least you don't have to hand equip the lockpicks. Like, oh no, put it on a hotkey and then press 5 and you'll have a lockpick in your hand. I mean, come on. If you do it magically, you have to equip a scroll or you have to equip a spell. Like, yeah, thank you for mentioning whose video this is. This is Never Knows Best's video. What he's saying is that he didn't like the need to open the menu to lockpick in Morrowind while the minigame was a bad. So that they're just both bad. You know, I think the Oblivion sewers are worse than the Mournhold sewers. They are worse than the Mournhold sewers. At least you can maneuver in the Mournhold sewers. Oblivion sewers are like so cramped, like because they're more realistic, but still. At least it isn't Obsidian's Alpha Protocol lockpicking hacking systems. Those get harder as you level up. I don't know. Skyrim's get harder as the blocks are leveled. Morrowind had a more accessible lockpicking system. Oblivion was bad, Skyrim was the easiest. Skyrim had to be the easiest because they took away the ability to magically unlock stuff. So a lockpicking became a universal skill. Will your Oblivion video be 12 hours or 16 hours long? It's actually going to be 100 hours long. I don't know. I don't know how long we're working on. I don't think he was doing that intentionally. You'll have to specify what. I don't know what he was trying to. I guess just that, like, like someone said, it's just that lock picking was changed, and I guess not for the better.
Persuasion minigame. With lockpicking, it's easy to see how the minigame is trying to simulate the activity it represents. With persuasion, however, it's hard to even understand what's meant to be happening during the minigame.
How's it hard? How's it hard? Someone weigh in. Got 4 things. Boast, admire, joke, coerce. Different NPCs respond differently to each of them. It's easy to understand. Okay, hang on. I gotta look at the Oblivion script because I'm trying to remember who's responsible for. I believe it was Brian Chapin. Okay, we're in the script now. No. Thieves Guild. No, Bruce Nesmith. He was the guy that was responsible for making a bunch of different mini games. And Todd Howard basically greenlit the idea. It's hard to understand what it represents. Is it though? The NPC, it might be hard because the animations are basic, but she's smiling at a joke. And she's frowning at boasting. And then she's like minorly frowning at coercion, and then she's gonna like majorly smile at admire. Too bad, too good, large pie go good, small pie go bad. It means it's hard to get what's going on in an RP sense. I mean, it's just a demonstration of what you would otherwise be doing. Of course the mechanic's not hard. This is a fucking basic tier minigame. Hang on, let's re-listen to the sentence to make sure we got the context right.
With lockpicking, it's easy to see how the minigame is trying to simulate the activity it represents. With persuasion, however, it's hard to even understand what's meant to be happening during the minigame.
It's just a esoteric representation of what is going on. I like the dialogue. I like dialogue trees more. Well, the thing is, this is a way of interacting with the disposition system, which is not something that happened with dialogue tree. It's just unrealistic to do all 4 in a row every time. Yeah, that's probably the biggest complaint, is that you have to do all 4. Sorry, I know you hate jokes, but I must tell you this one. I do hate jokes. I am a fun-hating asshole. Sorry, we are off track.
It works by giving the player 4 options: joke, admire, boast, and coerce, to which each NPC has a different level of reaction.
Okay,
You
so
then have to line up a wheel as you select
then.
each of the 4 options while trying to maximize the effect of the positive options and minimize the negative ones. Even describing this minigame feels strange. The way it actually
Why?
plays out is with you looking at an NPC's facial expression as you hover over each option to determine how much they like each one.
I think what would have benefited the game is if you were blind to how they would react until you had done the game once.
And then clicking through the wheel over and over to slowly raise an NPC's
Alex, you do not watch this Oblivion video once a year because this Oblivion video came out 3 days ago.
attitude towards you. This ends up being as
Okay, with the Lizardmen, how are you supposed to tell? It's pretty easy to tell. Look. Look at his mouth. Look at his eyes. He's squinting. It means he doesn't like coercion. People can see the fucking emotions of, like, dogs and say that, like, animals smile. And you're telling me you can't tell if this fucking Argonian enjoys it or hates it? I think Alex was probably thinking of the Will video. Manslayer ruined Oblivion and Mass Effect for you. I can see that. I can see that. I think the his Mass Effect videos take place in in like the where the all the porn videos are. You might think this is the Salt Factory retrospective. Isn't this his 5-hour retrospective? No. This is Never Knows Best 90-minute Oblivion episode. Not to call you out too hard. It was just funny when you said that, and I was like, no, this came out 3 days ago.
The way it actually plays out is with you looking at an NPC's facial expression.
Are you a persuasion minigame apologist? You know what? I am, and I will die on this hill. I'm not. I don't know if I preferred Morrowind's system. I preferred Morrowind's system with the OpenMW improvement, where you can just you hit enter and then it goes straight to admire, and then you hit enter again and it admires again, so you don't have to keep moving your mouse back and forth. BioWare's Mass Effect 3 ending ruined Mass Effect for you? I've been thinking about that topic, and I think it boils down to the ending of Mass Effect was always going to be more interesting to think about than to actually see. In an RP sense, the game's mechanics doesn't help the RP. You might actually like your suggestion. I mean, I guess in an RP sense, but I don't think he's looking at anything else in an RP. I never found anything but bribes effective in Morrowind. If your reputation is like above 20, or if your persuasion or speechcraft is above 50, you can admire pretty easily. The problem with Oblivion's disposition system is that past a certain point, it's not necessary because everybody's disposition's maxed out. So I wasn't going to start with Will's 5-hour Oblivion video. Imagine letting 30 minutes of a game ruin 3 game series for you. I mean, in fairness, the last season of like Game of Thrones ruins the rest of the series for a lot of people because they realize that it's not going.
As you hover over each option to determine how much.
No, this is Never Knows Best, and then this is Will.
Or some primary conflict is introduced between another faction or group.
That's the difference.
They like each one, and then clicking through the wheel over and over to slowly raise an NPC's attitude towards you. This ends up.
I haven't, whoever brought it up in my Discord, you're not wrong. I haven't seen him use the rotate button yet, which gives you basically a free thing to move the wheel around. I hope he mentions it.
Being as tedious as it is absurd, and at no stage does this process ever actually feel connected to persuading someone.
Why?
This mini
Okay, that's too easy. You can why anybody on anything.
game almost feels like it was designed as satire to show how stupid unnecessary minigames in games can be. It's as if a designer showed it to his boss as a joke, expecting him to laugh at the idea, but somehow the boss actually thought it was good, and then the designer was too embarrassed to tell the truth.
No, that's not how it went down at all, actually. Which interview was it? Damn, I didn't source it, but I have an archive of one of the interviews where it talks about Mr. Nesmith's contribution. You get the rotate at a certain rank, don't you? Or did it give you an extra rotate? I thought you always had it, but I could be wrong there. Not this interview. Not could be that. Ken Rolston did talk about a lot of the other developers. This stream is going to be long. How far into the video are we? We're 15 minutes in. You get it at skill 25, so I almost always have it. Yeah, if you pick Speechcraft, then you're always going to have it. Otherwise, you'll be at skill level 5. But I mean, no, he doesn't have it because he hasn't started it yet, but he's had it in all of the clips so far. I assume you're taking it in good spirits? Yes. No ill intent. It feels rougher than it actually is. Okay. This is an interview. This is a quote. I will post a link in the chat. This is Ken Rolston. I think it's an important thing, for example, if Alex wants to have more fun, is to stop doing those things that he's struggling doing and just deciding he wants to do something else. For example, the lockpicking interface is probably not one of the finest moments of any immersive open world game. There were many mini games that were proposed for Oblivion. That was a period of time when mini games were really, really cool. Like, I can't remember, there was a pipes mini game in which you tried to figure out something by having water move. That was very hip. Then the interviewer mentions that he's talking about Bioshock, and then Rolston continues, precisely. So that was the flavor of the month at that point. And you were fortunate not to have had an armor repairing minigame. And for example, the Speechcraft minigame in this thing is certainly not one of the finest moments. And I bless Bruce Nesmith for not making it as horrible. So, it was not a joke, and it was actually worse. And I believe you can even see it in the E3 2005 demo, the older version of Persuasion. But I don't know. It didn't take me a lot. That was one of the first interviews I found when I was doing research. Come on, Premiere. Catch up.
And so here we are, staring at these dumb NPCs repeatedly pull these stupid facial expressions until the player gets bored and decides maybe raising an NPC's reputation isn't that important after all.
It's not. You could use a charm spell, or you could just ignore it. Like, I feel like the persuasion wheel gets a disproportionate amount of focus in discussions of Oblivion for how irrelevant it actually is. Will I keep this stream up so I can watch it later? I may keep this stream in particular and any streams where I'm actually working on the Oblivion video on this channel. But it might be unlisted, and it might be like in a playlist, basically. I'd rather take dice rolls for persuasion than this. That would be contrary to his earlier argument where he was basically saying that dice rolls are always bad. He said it felt like a joke, not that it actually was one. Yeah, but I'm not saying that that it was one of those green texts where the designer intentionally proposes some shitty idea and Todd Howard's like, yes, that is good. But if he had even just seen the E3 2005 demo, he would have realized that it could and was at one point a lot worse. You could also just bribe them, which also works well. It works well in the later game when you have a lot of gold and you don't have anything to spend it on. In the early game, bribe isn't as good an option, but yeah. Actually found the dodge pointless compared to just leveling speed. Yes. The dodge is in a weird position.
Persuasion wasn't very well implemented in Morrowind. It worked through paying money to bribe an NPC, where the game then rolled a dice to determine how much their attitude to the player increased or decreased. This was boring and rather crude as far as representations of persuading someone go, but it was still much better than this.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to actually be fucking kidding me.
Persuasion wasn't very well implemented in Morrowind. It worked through paying money to bribe an NPC, where the game then rolled a dice to determine how much their attitude to the player increased or decreased. This was boring and rather crude as far as representations of persuading someone go, but it was still much better than this.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of ill will. People don't mind dice roll combat in KOTOR or any other RPG. I think it just comes down to the animations not being intuitive for a full 3D first-person game. That was a good deal of the conversation that I had with Zarek, Zakarian, and a few other people, was that if If Morrowind had done a better job of like having a dodge animation, like for example World of Warcraft does, then yes, JM, you you hit the nail on the head there. If it had a dodge animation and was more intuitive, it could have helped a lot, and a lot less people might have complained about it. But hey, at least he said it was better than Oblivion's. I mean, he's not wrong, but forgetting about admiration is kind of big. Couldn't they have done some active minigame, like you have to keep a cursor in the track to say the right thing or risk upsetting them with sensitivity tied to your skill? You know Zacharon? That's cool. Zacharon has gone into my Discord a few times. We've had a few conversations. Yeah. All right, let's let him continue. Well, let's see if he turns this around. I really hope. I talked to Zacharon. It was not on his channel. It was on our Discord. I hope he mentions that Morrowind had admired.
Regardless, as bad as the persuasion minigame is, it is just a small part of the overall experience, so it can be mostly ignored.
Hang on. Gave it quite a bit of time for something that you admit is kind of irrelevant.
There is also one final area of the game where dice rolls are no longer used.
What's up, Eldritch?
Which is traps. Here though, the change from using chance to determine whether players can disarm something to creating actual traps within the game's dungeon is a huge improvement.
It's apples and oranges, man. Like, they're called traps, but that doesn't mean they're direct comparisons to the traps that are in Oblivion. Like, yeah, Oblivion improved by having actual diegetic traps, and that's cool and all. But I think that the trap system should have still been in Oblivion, just as a way of expanding the. 'Cause I mean, like, the traps in Morrowind were magical in nature. Like, I don't know. You're comparing them just because they're called the same thing. They're not really even close.
This new method of using real traps makes them much more interesting to engage with, although unfortunately the damage traps do is so small that you rarely need to worry about triggering them. This seems to be because trap damage doesn't scale in any way.
I think traps do a decent amount of damage. I don't know, that's pretty pedantic to disagree with him though.
Whereas the player does. And also because restoring health is so trivial that any trap that doesn't kill you in.
Like, hang on, how much health did he lose?
And also
so he's at like 75%.
Also because restoring health is so trivial that.
And he hits one of the blades and he gets knocked down to half. Those traps sure are magical. Hey, listen. I endorse traps. This is a trap-friendly channel.
That any trap that doesn't kill you in one hit will always just be the most minor of flesh wounds. Still,
Morrowind traps made telekinesis more useful. You're goddamn right. I think there's room for both the magical and the physical traps. Leading to this skill basically disappearing in Skyrim. It can't have disappeared in Skyrim. It's the universal open stuff skill. Because they took the open spell effect away.
Still, these traps can be fun, particularly if you use them against enemies, as is shown in the first dungeon,
You're not
which
wrong.
we should probably get back to.
That was like a 10-minute tangent about minigames. Hey, it's easy to heal out of the traps in It's easy to heal out of the traps in Morrowind too. Comparing to Sin's Fortress traps, Oblivion traps are a joke. Hey, we streamed Dark Souls. We didn't die in Sin's Fortress. So, have I played Space Station 13? Yes. I stream it at some point. I would stream a server that was populated by members of our community, though. I know it's a difficult game to stream, and I have a few ideas about how I could do it. And yes, you can quote that this is a trap-friendly channel. I'll clip it for you if you want. Remind me to clip it, and I'll clip it for you. Got to take his comment about healing being trivial if he's gonna wait heal whenever he is hurt. Yeah. He did make in fairness, he did make an earlier argument that wait healing is it kind of breaks the tension of the game. Is there a formal union or group for extensive Elder Scrolls video essay YouTubers? I don't know, join our Discord. We talk about them all the time. Healing in Oblivion was useful because there wasn't HP regen. I mean, yeah. I hate the poison bloom trap that lasts like several minutes. Yeah, that is the only trap in Morrowind that will consistently kill you. I meant the fact that the skill doesn't matter, as you can open master locks with level 1 lockpicking. That is, you are correct. It's at least difficult though. I will give credit to that, but it has to be accessible because they took away all the other options. Like, what he's not mentioning is you can bypass the stupid persuasion minigame with other options. And you can bypass the lockpicking minigame with other options. Which just isn't true in Skyrim. You're usually only given one way to do things besides do damage. I think Morrowind traps were more deadly than Oblivion's, yes. But I don't want it to be a this or that kind of thing. Why not just do both? Just popped into the stream. What did I miss? All right. I'm going to reiterate because I think it's useful too. We are watching Never Knows Best's Oblivion video, which came out 3 days ago. This is not a reaction or a hate stream. I'm currently taking notes for my Oblivion video. And we're kind of having a conversation about it.
After making your way through the first part of this dungeon, which also serves as the game's tutorial, you meet back up with the Emperor. Your reunion is short-lived, however, as assassins from the Daedric cult the Mythic Dawn soon attack, killing the Emperor before your very eyes, but not before he's able to entrust you with the Amulet of Kings, an artifact of immense value that he asks you to deliver to his one remaining heir. The Emperor's decision to entrust the player with this artifact, instead of the remaining members of the Blades who are accompanying him, is questionable, and the scene where the Emperor is actually killed.
How the fuck did you die to... Have I seen Salt Factory's video on the same game? Yes, and there is not a chance in hell that I am ever going to do a live stream on that video, because it is all subjective opinions. There's almost nothing you can glean from it in terms of arguments.
Where control is taken from the player in order to force them to passively watch this happen, plays out rather awkwardly. These two events are needed for the main quest to begin, but their presentation still feels pretty weak, and this type of thing is more common in Oblivion than Morrowind.
Salt's videos aren't bad. You're not wrong, it's just not useful.
This is because Oblivion places more focus on making the story and main quest seem...
Although I had heard people are complaining about his Knights of the Old Republic 2 video. Because it's like 40 minutes of analysis and 2.5 hours of content.
...exciting, which is also likely why the first quest has an Emperor, an assassination, and a world-ending prophecy all thrust upon the player before they're even out of the tutorial dungeon. By comparison, in Morrowind's first quest, you really were just delivering a letter to an unknown person for an unknown reason. This trend continues throughout the main quest, but, as seen with the assassination, Oblivion's presentation often stumbles when trying to keep up with the more ambitious and epic events of the story. Still, for now, you can finally make your way to the dungeon's exit, and step out into the blue skies and brilliant sunshine of Cyrodiil.
I haven't watched Strategy's Oblivion video yet, because I really enjoyed his Morrowind video. And I think that might be something I watch live.
Unlike Morrowind, which began in one corner of the map, Oblivion sets you free in the very centre. This is an interesting starting point, as it creates a much greater sense of freedom for the player right off the bat, by making it obvious to you that you can go anywhere, with no direction you choose being blocked by cliffs or bodies of impassable water. The feeling of freedom this provides is liberating, and the early hours of this experience, where you first get to explore the world on your own terms, might be Oblivion at its very best.
You get to explore Oblivion on your own terms if you mentally disconnect the main quest, which people are capable of doing, but I think from a roleplay perspective, you simply can't justify not doing the main quest first. Salt Factory is great because his videos are mostly subjective via his experience and what he gleans from it. So no trying to state any objective facts. I mean, yeah, and that's all well and good, and you're free to enjoy that. But when it comes to me trying to present arguments that are made about Oblivion, you're saying it yourself. He doesn't make any. So there's nothing I can use from his video. Not true. You have a Silt Strider at the start of Satanin. Sada Sneed. Sorry, I just noticed that you said that.
But while this world is indeed more open than previous,
he does kind of address the main quest. Well, that is the fault of this format, is if he's intentionally and dramatically holding back information, which I do, then it's easy to make a fool of yourself. Legitimate question: how can you make an objective analysis of media without it ultimately relying on opinion to differentiate quality? By looking at what objective information there is available. And here's the thing. Objectivity is actually like 80% of art. I know people like to go it's 50-50, or they like to go it's all subjective or it's all objective, but no, objectivity is like 80% of art. What you have to realize is there are certain, like in musical composition, for instance, it's well understood that certain chords and certain progressions make people feel certain ways. And you can go, well, what do you mean it makes people, it objectively makes people feel certain ways? And you go, well, how can you say that E major, for example, makes you feel happy and E minor makes you feel sad? How can you objectively say that? Isn't it about how people subjectively respond to that information? And the answer is that after hundreds of years of musical compositions being done, and most of these composers were basically going off of the audience reaction to these various points in the songs, it is generally understood and generally agreed upon that these chords have these objective responses to them. And I think that you can actually boil a lot of people's emotional reactions, which are objectively measurable. You can objectively measure people's emotional responses to them. Now, subjectivity is important, and how you respond to certain things and how it makes you feel can be important, and it can be interesting. And you have to remember, we're talking about entertainment value. And there's plenty of shows out there that go, hey, this is just my subjective interpretation of it, and that can be interesting. But these people who argue that there is no objective media analysis are just fucking silly. How come I never mentioned Chim in the Morrowind video? Because it's a 36 sermons thing, and it's not really... It's relevant to Morrowind in a lore sense, and it's not relevant to Morrowind in a mechanical gameplay.
These games, there is a cost.
Alright, mark this part 2. We'll give it a red color. Objectivity is nothing I consider when making tunes. It might be. Do you approach music making from the perspective of how you want to make people feel things? Because the thing is, it's only with the convenience of the modern era that you are able to compose music without thinking about how it makes people feel. A lot of these composers have to, when you know, we're talking about hundreds of years ago, when they were doing this professionally, they had to know how certain things made people feel. And there had to be sort of an objective interpretation that this makes me feel a certain way. You can play through the whole Morrowind main quest and Chim comes up maybe once. You have to read about it, is the whole deal. It's not in the actual quest narrative itself.
You realise that all your life you've been coasting along, as if you were in a dream. But now, facing the trials of the last few days, you're exactly the same. Many parts of Morrowind's character systems remain in this game. You still have the same attributes, and mostly the same skills. You still level these skills by using them, you still select attributes to increase on level up, and you still receive a bonus based on the number of associated skill increases during that level. Some of the flaws of Morrowind's systems also remain, like how the speed you level magic skills is still based on the number of spellcasts made, as opposed to the mana cost of the spells. Although destruction and other offensive spells do need to hit an enemy target to increase now, so at least that was fixed.
Doesn't Vivek talk to you about it? Not about Chim, no.
Still, in many ways, Morrowind and Oblivion's progression systems are very similar.
Yes, but the objective things about creativity I think is side effects of the expression. No, I think it's the underlying creation aspect of it. There's hard fact to how I create my videos, and then there is subjective interpretation once you watch it. But my videos still exist objectively, and there is objective information about it.
Except for one key difference. Oblivion uses level scaling. This applies to enemies, to dungeons, to quest rewards, to random loot, to locks on chests, and so on. Oblivion's world is scaled to the player's level, and the impacts this.
Why doesn't anybody ever mention that Morrowind had level scaling? Nobody ever fucking mentions it. Like, honest to God, I believe I will be the first person to make an Oblivion video to say that Morrowind had level scaling. Now, the level scaling was limited to the creatures that you would fight on the roads, but it exists, and it was the basis for the level scaling that was later in the game. But nobody ever mentions it. Talos used Chim to turn Cyrodiil from a swamp to fertile grassland. Oh wait, that was a Skyrim hotfix because Bethesda dropped the ball. Yep. Delay test. Couldn't you argue that those artists from hundreds of years ago made music reflecting their feelings and it just so happened to be relatable to the population? I mean, I guess in a sense, but their feeling was still predicated on an objective reaction to certain musical harmony. And I mean, when you're a humdrum musical composer and you're just working on the latest composition to get paid, as was the case for a lot more of these people than they like to admit, you know, you're just going, the king says, hey, this next song has to have happy, has to be happy. And you go, okay, I'll use all these chords that typically make people feel happy. I had always wondered that. Maybe they just never look at the construction set. That is another thing too. I may be the only person that looks at the construction set. Because Morrowind scaling doesn't break the feel of progression and isn't that noticeable, therefore. You basically hit the nail on the head. I think a lot of the answer comes down to a lack of research and a lack of fundamental understanding. Yeah, Daggerfall had a lot of scaling. You're not wrong. Because none of these reviewers bothered to play Morrowind long enough to actually see the level scaling. Objective opinion, Oblivion's OST is top tier. Not wrong. Jeremy Soule is really good at what he does. I think Skyrim's is actually the best in the series. Yeah, but the core design of Morrowind wasn't based on the level scaling. I mean, it kind of is. It's the monsters that you face on the road. The difference between if a Scrib shows up and if a blighted Kagudi shows up is what level you are. Morrowind level scaling is done well and isn't easy to see. Basically, yeah. The better the scaling, the less noticeable it will be. Same with a lot of game mechanics. I'm just curious why it doesn't come up. It is very interesting how a lot of people reject the notion of objectivity in art in the same way they reject determinism. I think a lot of things are about people not being able to give up freedom. You don't have to give up freedom to fundamentally understand that your emotional responses to things are objective in reality.
Has on the experience are many. Firstly, as enemies scale with the player, it means there's little sense of progression through leveling because the stronger the player gets, the stronger enemies get, creating a flatter difficulty curve to encounters.
Morrowind does have Cazadors. They're called Cliff Racers.
Except it's not completely flat because
Attempt to fight a Cliff Racer with like a Breton mage. It's a nightmare. And yes, you are the only one who's mentioned level scaling. I've watched a bunch of Morrowind reviews and retrospectives. Yeah, so have I. And I think a lot of people don't. Here's the extent of level scaling, and I know a lot about it because I made a Morrowind mod that involved that. Enemies on the road are level scaled. The items that generic enemies drop is level scaled. Chests and crates and barrels, a lot of those are level scaled. What you can get, these are called leveled lists, and they determine the randomness of how items show up or what enemies show up. And yeah, the main difference is that they use it for everything in Oblivion. And I guess a lot of it does come down to it's just noticeable. It's noticeable, so that's why we're mentioning it. One good point Will makes is the lack of uses to certain monsters like the land dregs.
because rather than scaling each enemy's level,
I think that if they had figured out how to apply poison on a weapon effect by Morrowind, Cliff Racers probably would have poisoned people.
the game instead
Dark Brotherhood assassins are level scaled. Yep.
scales
The equipment that they come with is level scaled too.
the enemy type. So, for example, if a player is low level, they might find goblins or wolves, but as they get higher level, these goblins and wolves are removed from the game world, and you'll instead find ogres and bears in their spawn locations.
Wrong, you'll still find goblins. Goblins are a fixed enemy type. They are scaled differently than what monster type shows up depends on what the spawner is. Goblins don't get replaced with ogres. Trolls get replaced with ogres. I know it's a really minor thing to bring up, but it is a thing. You ever find it difficult to write and organize a video game and its issues because due to the nature of video game design, every little thing affects another? Yeah, that's the main thing that comes up, and you have to ask Chris Avallone how he does it. I think some hard outlining tools would probably be a big part of that. And I think you just have to, each time you have a choice, you have to map out all of the possible decisions, and you have to figure out a way around all of those decisions to keep the ball rolling.
For human enemies, like bandits, you will still encounter them throughout the game, but their equipment will scale with the player's level, meaning their armor will go from iron and fur at the start to glass and daedric later on. This makes the
Goblins get replaced by stronger goblins? That is correct.
game's difficulty
There are like creature classes that each have their own scaling tree. Yes, there are monsters, Daedra, goblins, bandits, marauders, conjurers, necromancers, and undead. Are the enemies in Tribunal and Blood Moon level scaled? No. You'll almost always fight the same level enemy.
increase as you gain levels, as the new enemy types tend to increase in strength faster than the player does. Although eventually players will reach a point where their character continues to level and increase in strength, but the game is already generating its high level enemy type, which then makes the game get easier again.
No, it doesn't. Let's talk about health formulas. Oblivion, UESP, Minotaur. Let's see. The health of a Minotaur Lord is 22 times the player level. It will continue to go up as the player levels up. What Elder Scrolls game do you consider the most pleb tier? The obvious answer is Skyrim, but I don't think it's that easy of a call when you consider everything. I mean Skyrim. The big thing about pleb tier is that how people respond to it. They probably didn't even notice since they probably didn't do a full playthrough with test characters and never hit those levels. Read the UESP, open the construction set sometime, learn how these things fundamentally work. A lot of this boils down to not understanding how the underlying systems work. And if you're going to spend this much time talking about it, I think you are obligated to kind of have a fundamental understanding of the game.
Mechanically, this makes Oblivion less satisfying.
What about the objective emotional intention of music failing due to other factors, like the scene accompanying it being frustrating to you and reverse negating the intended effect? Subjectivity, or, well, that's where you get into the topic of video games being layered art, because Redguard's not plebbed here because not enough people played it. Anyways, video games are layered scenes. They involve a lot of different art forms. You have visual arts, like textures and models, and you have independent compositions by the player. You have the music of the scene. You have the writing. You have the level design. And each of those things has an independent objective interpretation. And you can say, well, the music might fall flat because the player's annoyed. Well, we're talking about music in the simple sense of you listen to the music, it elicits this response. The only reason that subjectivity is given any importance is that these visual art forms are so new that we don't fully understand the emotional responses to various consistent stimuli. And I think as time progresses, we're going to look back on this era of overly valuing and weighing subjectivity, and we're going to look at it as silly.
Satisfying, as level ups don't feel rewarding when, in practice, they are actually making the player weaker by making the world stronger. This makes it almost seem like the game is punishing you for choosing to level up.
Is this how we stop enjoying video games? I don't. You can do both. If criticism makes you enjoy a game less, I think you're handling the information wrong, and I think you need to bear in mind. I was very critical of Morrowind. I still enjoy it. A lot of people still enjoy it. A lot of people tell me that they still enjoy it despite my criticisms. I think that if criticizing what you like is reducing your enjoyment of it, then you need to take a perspective of how you are handling art. Isn't the issue of Oblivion scaling and its leveling that if you don't focus your combat stats enough, you can really fall behind the enemies that scale the level? Yes.
Up,
And he's probably going to mention that.
and you also no longer gain the satisfaction from feeling your character grow in strength. Being able to kill a cliff racer in one hit meant something. It's how you know you've truly made it in the world of Morrowind.
I'm gonna let you in on a secret. The reason that worked so well, because of hit chance.
But you'll never experience this kind of feeling in Oblivion. Scaling also makes the game less exciting, as there's a smaller variety of enemies, which the player always knows will be around the same level of difficulty. So you'll never have to be careful not to stumble into a particularly dangerous opponent, as
Yes, I do endorse Marty O'Donnell. I think he's underrated as a music composer. In terms of his understanding of how you compose for video games.
everything is pretty much the same level of danger throughout the entire.
Some filmmakers already know how to elicit certain emotional responses in the audience. We're starting to understand how to codify visuals. Yes, and as our academic understanding of film and video games increases, the importance that is weighed upon of subjectivity is going to decrease. That's dependent if postmodernism continues to plague academic understandings of art, but
experience. All of the things mentioned are real problems to this system, but even more damning might be the impact this has on immersion. Scaling adds and removes types of enemies from the game world. This leads to entire species of creatures apparently popping in and out of existence in accordance with the player's level. It makes sense to see wolves in the wilderness, but level up a few times and wolves apparently just become extinct.
I'm adding a note there because I may use that particular sentence in my video because he is absolutely hitting it on the nail on the head there. What do you think of the idea that people respond differently to the exact same of set of facts being what makes quality subjective? I'm thinking stuff like Spec Ops: The Line here. Trying to understand your question. Hang on. I look at it like an individual's response to something is not valuable. If you're weighing subjective, like, here's the thing. If you go pick a random audience member and list their various responses to various chords, you have a sample size of 1. And the way that they objectively determined how people respond to certain musical compositions was to get as big a sample size. And that's what I'm talking about with as the centuries passed and as our understanding of music grew. We weren't working with sample sizes of 1. These musical compositions have been used millions of times, and we have gauged people's emotional responses billions of times. So it's one of those things where you can't just look at all of the critics and their subjective responses and try to gauge consensus. You have to work with a larger kind of sample size to determine. Let me pull your is quality subjective? Quality is subjective and objective, but I don't know. That's a whole other debate, and I'd have to think about it. I see you just mentioned postmodernism, which is fundamentally about man being free and subjectivity. My main problem with postmodernism is this idea that because the information that you're taking in is subjectively interpreted by your sensory organs, that reality is subjective. And like I said, it all depends on consensus. We agree about certain facts about reality because of consensus.
Become extinct.
As far as the wolves becoming extinct, they get at like level 15 they get replaced with a higher level wolf, but they do eventually stop showing up. So is objectivity based on majority thought? I remember reading that someone like Shakespeare was seen as pleb tier during his time while being revered now. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Shakespeare was that he fundamentally understood how to make an engaging piece of art. And the thing about knowing, he probably was seen as pleb tier because he had popular appeal. But at the same time, when you analyze his works, it tends to be...
Likewise, it makes sense for bandits to have low-level gear, but it doesn't make sense for every single bandit you encounter to have legendary equipment, which is what glass and Daedric armor is meant to be. The end result is that the entire world is left feeling like a...
Should look up the formula of pop music. There is completely objective reason that it all sounds the same. It's like super optimized speedrun. All runs look the same eventually. Yes, there is an objective chord progression that is used in a lot of pop music because of the emotional response that it elicits. And I know this from being a drummer. There's a really easy way to drum that just keeps the meter going if you're not being creative, that has a good response. What does that even mean? Reality. What does it even mean? We'll do it live. Water is not objectively wet based on consensus. The water is objectively wet. Just like colors are objective. Like the color of the sky is the often used example, and it's almost always people use the argument wrong, because at the end of the day, it's not what somebody's interpretation of color that determines the color of the sky. It's the wavelength of the light.
Revolves around the player's level.
Hey, remember when this stream was about an Oblivion video? Anyways.
As if you're the sun at the center of this universe, which just draws attention to the world's artificiality. It's like a reminder that this is a video game designed around the player, as opposed to being a real place that exists independently from them. And the cost this has on immersion alone is severe enough to question whether it was the right choice for the series.
Colors aren't objective to the colorblind. LOL. Yes, they are. There is an objective wavelength to color. Colors physically exist. The wavelength of the photon that is being reflected off of the object is objectively measurable. It doesn't matter if the person is interpreting it wrong because their measurement equipment, as in their eyes, are fucked up. That doesn't matter. That doesn't change the objectivity. How far are we in the video? We are 24 minutes.
Series. But there are other drawbacks to this system too, like the economic impact. Oblivion's economy starts off as more effective than Morrowind's, as money is made to feel more valuable in the early game due to it being harder to acquire. This completely reverses later on, however, because as soon as enemies start to have very valuable equipment...
Well, it was a joke, but I have dealt with people who honestly thought that.
Killing a few bandits becomes enough to make you rich, which means money soon loses all meaning. Then there's the way Oblivion's scaling harms the leveling system. Morrowind incentivized min-maxing when leveling, as this allowed players to gain greater attribute bonuses on level.
Colors are dependent on our rods, cones, and brains' understanding of wavelengths. No, it's not. Wavelengths objectively exist. They can be measured with other equipment. Never Knows Best video got so boring we started talking philosophy instead. It's because we're dredging through the leveling problem section of the video.
Up. This was a slight problem, but at least you could rest assured that regardless of what skills you chose as mages, and no matter how big or small the bonuses you received on each level up were, at least each level meant your character became stronger.
If you ran the same dungeon over and over. I think fundamentally what you're missing is that in Morrowind you were meant to tackle progressively more difficult dungeons as you leveled up.
In Oblivion, this is no longer the case.
I mean, some people debate some shades of colors. I always thought those were dumb. I think as far as debating colors, you can debate like what appropriate usage there is.
Which magnifies the need to level efficiently and choose the right mage.
Third year math and physics major. I really appreciate your outlook. In a world of subjectivity, objectivity is my friend. Well, here's the thing. The STEM people don't fuck around with subjectivity. And it's because you guys actually do stuff that makes money, so.
Major skills in order to maximize your attribute gains, as otherwise you risk your character being outscaled by the world. This creates a...
Wavelengths are objective, but I still disagree on which colors certain things are with others, and I'm not colorblind at all. I mean, you can disagree based on your interpretation, because that's basically disagreeing on what your measurement equipment is coming up with. People have always been butthurt about criticism since we've had art, I feel like. Yeah. You're not wrong, Mr. Marks. You can debate and debate until Patrician TV brings the spectrometer to the party. Yeah. I mean...
a dilemma about what to choose for major skills, as it's these skill increases that will actually level you up. Therefore, if you choose skills that you increase less often, you'll level up more slowly, but as you'll still be increasing your other skills, you'll still be getting stronger while the world will stay the same. In fact, some people go as far as to recommend you never level up at all.
Alright, I don't want to throw shade or anything, but the way I wrote this section is way fucking better. I'm going to fast forward through this section because, good lord, we are not going to make it.
Which can be achieved by simply never going to sleep, as this is what actually triggers the level increase. This makes for a rather unnatural way to play the game, and the whole idea of selecting major skills is that players are meant to choose the skills they use the most. And yet, a more effective way to play is to do the opposite of this. Basically, if you understand the system, it makes leveling up seem more like a punishment than a reward. If you try to combat this through min-maxing or avoiding leveling, Oblivion's progression system is left feeling tedious and unsatisfying. Meanwhile, for the casual player who either knows or cares little for the details of this system and just plays the game how it's meant to be played, this system is overly punitive and leads to enemies with bloated hit points that can feel like a chore to fight. And if this leveling system is bad for both casual...
He uses the UESP? No, he demonstrates the UESP and the one fucking article that the fandom page hasn't copied, which is the discussion on leveling. But what about photons? They aren't objective. You know that's just an interpretation.
players And for those more interested in min-maxing,
Arguing about colors is like arguing about language while we're talking two different languages. You call a cat cat, and I'm French, so I call it shat, but shat. But even if we disagree on that, a cat is still a cat. If you play a level 1 role of Oblivion, you can't do certain quests or the Dark Brotherhood. No, you can. You just have to start. You have to do the parts that require you to sleep before you level up the first time.
then that's a good indication that this system just isn't very good. Ultimately, Morrowind's character systems already had some problems, but Oblivion makes all these worse without fixing the core issues the system had in the first place. There is one advantage scaling brings, which is you can go anywhere and do anything without ever running into any major barriers. The map is completely open. Your path.
That's not a benefit of the scaling system. You can go anywhere and do anything without the scaling system. You just have to be good at the game, or better at the game anyway. I'm going to get going to study statistics because that feels more entertaining than this video. Yeah, that's why we're fucking fast forwarding through this, because he is not presenting this section well.
It can be entirely non-linear, and the quests you do and dungeons you enter will always be an appropriate difficulty. This makes Oblivion one of the most genuinely open RPGs ever made, and this is a big advantage for this particular series. Still, it's hard to argue this one benefit justifies the many costs. It's as if the designers were so concerned that a non-scaled world would have too many rough edges that they took sandpaper to the entire experience, resulting in a world that's flat and lacks some of the detail that made the world feel alive in the first place. You might argue this approach was necessary, but Morrowind is proof that this isn't true, and even Skyrim's more constrained approach to level scaling is a vast improvement. Ultimately, the level scaling is likely Oblivion's worst feature, and while the idea itself is debatable, the implementation is just poor, and this hurts multiple parts of the experience. Still, not everything Oblivion changed was this unsuccessful.
Alright. Thank fuck. I guess we're over the level scaling. Can you do Blood Moons, not story content at level 1? I've tried it before, so the first problem I ran to when I first tried to do it was I didn't have enough money to get to Solstheim. But I think you can, because there's a bunch of like there's a bunch of welfare gear you can find to get you started. Quantum physics is not subjective, even if its probability is still objectively measurable. Did he say Skyrim improved the leveling experience? No. He said that Skyrim constrained the scaling. Chat is laughing at the French word. Did I even say it right? I took like 1 year of French, and I just put on the stupid French accent that I had to do and said it.
In Morrowind, one of the earliest quests in the Fighters Guild tasks the player with going to a nearby house to take care of the owner's rat infestation problem. This wasn't a great quest, but not every quest in Morrowind was. Oblivion.
This wasn't a great quest. Okay. Why? Why is it not a good quest? Because it's simple? I think it's a great quest. It's a great first quest for the Fighters Guild because it establishes what the mechanics of the of what the Fighters Guild is about is, which is you go to a place, you fight something. And so you fight some enemies that seem common, but the actual stats behind those rats is actually different. The T is silent. Sha! Skyrim did improve the leveling experience. I kind of disagree. In French, Sha is pronounced without the T. This is why I don't understand French. Je ne parle pas français.
Its own take on killing rats in a basement. This quest from the Anvil Fighters Guild starts in a similar way.
Everybody always fucking does this. I have seen this fucking video multiple times. The Oblivion rat problem quest is more interesting than the Morrowind rat problem quest. Here's a direct quote from my script. Although I think the comparison is unfair, Morrowind wanted to give a quest that new players could feasibly complete, while Oblivion was more certain that players could handle the challenge because there isn't any. Morrowind's version of this quest more adequately primed players for the faction. Oblivion poisoned the well by setting the expectation for quests to be this nuanced when they generally aren't. You don't really need to learn what the Fighters Guild is about. You do mechanically. Because if you don't understand how to fight in Morrowind, you're not going to enjoy your time in the Fighters Guild. And that's what I'm saying it's setting up. The funniest thing is that the rat mission in Oblivion is a postmodern take on the rat mission in Morrowind. Yeah. Morrowind analysis, the rat quest is good. Hey, don't retract that. I fucking saw that. Did Will do it? Honestly, don't remember him ever mentioning Morrowind and Skyrim in his video. Let's see. Let's switch over to the Will video.
However, creating one of the most subversive and creative quests I've ever seen in an RPG. When the player first visits the NPC with the rat problem, they discover that she doesn't actually want the rats dead.
So yeah, he did it. It's super overexposed, and that's basically what I mentioned.
But when you reach Arvina, the basement's owner, it's revealed that the rats in the basement aren't the problem. Instead, they're her pets, and you've been hired to work out what's killing them.
Okay, in fairness to Will, the whole subversion Last Jedi discussion hadn't happened yet.
You then check the basement, which...
This is unrelated to a discussion, but you should consider unlisting your VODs and putting them in a playlist so they don't clutter your uploads. Yeah, we're doing that. The gameplay streams go up on the second channel in the description, and this stream is going to be unlisted and in a playlist.
reveals a starving mountain lion, which solves the mystery of what's killing the rats, but it still doesn't explain why the lion's here. So you check out a couple leads at Arvina's behest, only to eventually find out that her neighbour has been secretly placing meat outside the basement each night in an attempt to get rid of the rats, which is what ended up leading the lion in. You can choose to tell this to Arvina, or keep the neighbour's secret for them, which slightly alters the rewards, but either way, the mystery is solved. Looking at these two...
Does anybody ever fucking mention how weird it is that a fucking mountain lion managed to sneak into the city? Cougars, you say? The quest does have more than one cougar.
side by side will tell you a lot.
So far, I like the Fighters Guild. That is a contentious fucking opinion. Which Fighters Guild are you talking about? Because if it's the Oblivion's Fighters Guild, I'm gonna... Have you got a section on the Dark Brotherhood mission in the Manor? I think it's a great example of the choice that could have been given to the player, but it's not really seen again. I haven't written the Dark Brotherhood section yet. I'm currently writing the main quest. After that will be Knights of the Nine. After that will be Thieves Guild. After that will be Dark Brotherhood.
About how the quest design has...
Have I had nightmares with the Oblivion faces yet? No, but I don't generally have nightmares or dreams. I'm a bit weird.
changed in Oblivion.
Just jumped over the city walls. Hang on. Premiere has to pull it up. So do you think having a nuanced quest is bad if they all aren't? I think a lot of people overstate the quest because they put their... You ever look at the fucking walls like, Jesus Christ? Yeah, these are the walls that it jumped over. These, like, 50-foot tall walls. I wish the Mages Guild had more after you became Archmage. Yeah. No dreams. I remember I used to have very vivid dreams when I was a kid, but I have some kind of sleep disorder or something because I stopped having as vivid dreams, and it's more so just like associations and memories now. I don't really dream like I used to, and I don't ever have nightmares.
Of course, Oblivion's rat quest is designed to be subversive. It's
There it is again. There it is again. Designed to be subversive.
Premise and ran with it, however, creating one of the most subversive and creative quests I've ever seen in
will tell you a lot about how the quest design has changed in Oblivion.
I'm a teetotaler. I don't do any kind of drugs. I just don't dream. And I get a full night's sleep. We dream every night. If you can't remember your dreams, it means you have deep sleep, which is good, I guess. But I remember having having actual dreams. So like you don't understand. Like I see media that depicts how people have dreams, and it's completely alien to me.
Of course, Oblivion's rat quest is designed
What's the minimum number of guilds that the next Elder Scrolls needs? 3.
to be subversive.
You're not wrong. I do need to use subversive. I wish I could show you the script, but as is, that's not how my OBS is. Let's see. The example everyone loves is a rat problem versus exterminator. Then I'll throw in here subversive from Will and Never Best. All right.
It's meant to poke fun at the
I am an NPC. I don't, you know, it's schizophrenia if you hear a voice in your head. Internal monologues are a sign of mental illness.
rats in the basement trope, but this is just one example. Most quests in Oblivion don't try to subvert player expectations, but they do have far more complex narratives than Morrowind's, and it's clear that more attention has been given to trying to use each quest to tell a self-contained story that players will find interesting. These often revolve around some kind of unique premise.
It's not that I don't have dreams, it's that I don't have like visual dreams. Like it's just a sequence of ideas basically. Whereas I remember it used to be visual.
Like going to sleep at an inn that's located on a boat, only for the boat to be taken over and sailed out to sea while you're resting. Or they just have some kind of unusual objective or other twist to try to make them stand out. And to Oblivion's credit, these side quests are successful at standing out. There are plenty of moments of humour, surrealism and excitement to make the average side quest in Oblivion much more memorable than they were in Morrowind. This greater focus on the story of a side quest does bring with it a change in tone in the writing. Morrowind tended to take itself quite seriously, although that wasn't always the case. Still, by comparison, Oblivion's writing is much more camp, which is only exaggerated by the hammy voice acting and the more generic setting to give the game a very different feel to its predecessor. Which style you
If you hear a voice in your head when you think, you are schizophrenic.
prefer will likely come down to player preference. Oblivion is often
I remember when everybody was having the internal monologue discussion, and like all those people who don't have internal monologues were like coming out of the woodwork.
more fun, in a low-budget B-movie kind of way, and that may be exactly what people want from the experience. That said, I do think that if a game wants the player to believe in its world, a more serious approach to its writing might be preferable. After all, it's harder to take the world seriously if the writing doesn't.
But why do you have to take the world seriously? It's going for a lighter tone. Like, what the fuck? Aphabtasia. I'm gonna look that up for you. Is it trap porn? The inability to visualize mental images, that is not being able to picture something in one's mind. No, I can do that. I just can't, it just doesn't happen when I sleep. Who DM'd me? Oh. I gotta mark that unread because he's asking me to. Does Oblivion have a tone? Not Oblivion. individual quests too. And I think that's the way you have to look at it. Because I've seen a lot of people who are arguing that Oblivion should have a consistent tone, and I disagree with that. But that's a stylistic thing. What is your favorite Oblivion side quest and why? I listed a few. Trying to remember. Personally, I enjoy the Garridan's Tears thing, kind of from like a subjective stylistic thing. It's not the best side quest, but it's a decent attempt. The best one's probably Painted World. That's a lot of people's favorites. Or I wrote them down. So, Where Spirits Have Lease. A lot of side quests were written by a guy named Alan Danez. I think that's how you say it. A lot of this video seems to take inspiration from Mr. B-Tongue's video. I have not seen that. This is the first time hearing it. Give me a second to look that up. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm gonna bookmark here and I'm gonna be right back because
Still, if there's a problem with Oblivion's quest design, it's not to do with the writing, but instead has more to do with the change in gameplay. In Morrowind, quests were what pushed the player to explore its world. This is because without quest markers to tell you exactly where to go, you had no choice but to pay attention to the world around you to find dungeons and NPCs and items. This meant that even basic quests could provide a feeling of accomplishment for players that resulted from having to find things for yourself. The flip side to this was that having to find things could be frustrating, and that might explain why Bethesda opted to add quest markers to all of Oblivion's quests so that players would always know where to go. In some ways, this change was inevitable for the series, as it follows a broader trend in gaming that saw many games and genres evolve to be more accessible over the 2000s. The goal of removing areas of frustration for players isn't bad either, and there are changes Oblivion makes towards this that are big improvements, like its more user-friendly quest journal. However,
I sometimes think in my head as we instead of me. What does that mean? It means you have no sense of identity, and that means that you want to fuck your mom. I interviewed Ken Rolston a few years ago, and he explicitly said they were trying to serve every kind of player of Oblivion. Never seems to assume the goal was ultimate immersion. Mr. Brandon Franklin, would you please link your interview? I would love to use it. I'd love to read it anyways. I don't know if I'll use it, but I will absolutely give that a read. If we keep taking frustrating things off of games, at the end there will only be Cookie Clicker. Oh my god, you fucking nailed the head of it right there. I don't understand. I do not fucking understand. Sometimes games are frustrating. That sucks. But that's part of it being a game. Like, what the fuck? Alright. I didn't see the section of the video while I was gone, so I don't know what he was talking about. It's called Ton, The Elder Scrolls 6 Utopia. Okay. I will bookmark that video. I'll add it to the list anyways. Hang on, let's get a random segment of it.
And eye lasers, but not the transparency of Superman's disguise.
Music mixing is interesting. Save the video. Okay. Aren't games just make-believe challenges to be overcome? Yeah, and I don't get it. There was a comment the other day that I'd like to read, actually. see, comments. Repair. That pull it up? Okay. Let's read this out. This was the comment that was left on my video. Your durability argument was weak in my opinion. I can't really adapt. When my one and only weapon breaks, I just die or run away. And sure, I should have prepared more, but I didn't, and now I'm being punished for it by having to go repair and then go back again, which just delays me from having fun, and failing in that way isn't part of the fun in my opinion. And what's the point of a mechanic if its main design is to make the game not fun? The player shouldn't be punished for forgetting something, they should be rewarded for remembering, and the reward shouldn't be not being punished, obviously. Like maybe your skill increases faster when using a higher durability weapon, you have a higher critical strike chance, or armor has a chance to block more damage. I don't get these people. Oh, we're reading comments now. This is starting to feel more and more like EFAP. Yeah. I just had to bring that one up because I don't understand the mentality of these people who literally are just shaving stuff off. I did a bad decision and I'm punished so the game is bad. Yeah, that's basically what I called him out for. By the way, your chat is in top chat mode, which hides a bunch of people because YouTube hiding comments filter is special. Okay. Hang on then. We switched to live chat mode. If Brandon Franklin, the guy who was talking about his interview with Ken Rolston, posted it and I didn't see it, you should probably post it again, because I didn't see it. Or link it to me on Discord or Twitter, or like a comment. Just send it to me, please. There's no fun without challenge. Giving up fun with no struggle makes it meaningless. Yes. Okay. We're 30 minutes in, we still have an hour to go.
Still, if there's a problem with Oblivion's quest design, it's not to do with the writing, but instead has more to do with the change in gameplay. In Morrowind, quests were what pushed the player to explore its world.
If you played that way. Yeah, hello Pat, how's the video coming along? Decently, we're at like 100 pages. No, the worst chat mode, don't. You can now type slurs and y'all see them. Go for it. Actually, don't go for it.
This is because without quest markers
Thank you, Brandon.
to tell you exactly where to go, you had no choice but to pay attention to the world around you to find dungeons and NPCs and items. This meant that even basic quests could provide a feeling of accomplishment for players that resulted from having to find things for yourself. The flip
I'm about to say have a heated gamer moment. Inwa.
side to this was that having to find things could be
Hero's journey is satisfying because we saw him struggle and at a low point. In a similar way, if the player isn't challenged, then there's no satisfaction when you do something. Yeah, that's basically what I agree with. Like, I don't understand these people who just want to, like, they just want to play Candy Crush, basically.
frustrating, and that might explain why Bethesda opted to add quest markers to all of Oblivion's quests, so that players would always know where to go. In some ways, this change was inevitable for the series, as it follows a broader trend in gaming that saw many games and
I was very tempted to respond to that guy, basically saying that he just wants to go on the dopamine IV drip.
genres evolve to be more accessible over the 2000s. The goal of removing areas of frustration for players isn't bad either, and there are changes Oblivion makes towards this that are big improvements, like its more user-friendly quest journal.
Wrong. No. No, you are wrong, sir. Wrong.
Like its more user-friendly quest journal.
What? I'm waiting for the chat to catch up to that big-brained take right there. See, this is why it defaults to live chat, because people just do one message after another. Jesus, the chat really went to shit. Yeah. If it gets bad, I'll turn it back to top chat. I know there's also like a slow mo. Oh shit! I accidentally went back to top chat. I know there's a slow mode, but
like its more user-friendly quest journal. However, the problem with
are you not going to elaborate? Are you? Please elaborate. I don't think it's wrong being more user-friendly. Better, though, is a different story. No, it's not even more user-friendly. It is not more user-friendly, and it's not better either, but you admitted that. But, like, in Morrowind, you can open the quest log and see all the individual quests. You can go to Alphabetics and see all the mentions of a topic or of a letter. And it doesn't fucking look like this. That's the other thing. Oop, I apologize.
User-friendly quest journal. However, the problem with removing the need to find things for yourself is that this removes one of the main things that made Morrowind challenging, and nothing was added to replace this.
But the thing is, I'm new to streaming, so I don't understand what the difference between live chat and top chat is, but it seems to me like certain people just weren't showing up in the chat prior. Which I'm not cool with.
Leaving an experience that can seem somewhat shallow. After all, the combat in this series has little depth, and even if you can turn the difficulty setting up,
Oh my god, why are fucking barbarians allowed to make comments on the series? What the fuck? Top chat is the filtered version without bad words. I don't give a fuck about bad words.
that just gives enemies more hit points, which only makes fights take longer.
Really though, with how you're talking here, you'd fit well on EFAP, I guess.
Meanwhile, outside of combat,
I've seen a couple episodes of EFAP. For the most part, it seems like a boring affair.
all you need to do is follow the quest marker, which will hold the player's hand as it guides them through every step of every quest, leaving no other source of resistance to this experience, as there's nothing for the player to overcome. This may not be a problem for every player, and for newcomers to the RPG genre, it may make the experience easier to get into. But for players who do want more from the experience, it can leave Oblivion and Skyrim feeling rather lacking.
It sounds more like he means user-friendly as anybody can use it more easily, because he does not have anything to remark on about UI design's pros and cons or something. Yeah, I mean... Oh my god. When people criticize me for not cutting down my video and not editing it, I feel like this is what their gold standard is, and it's, let's give a take and not elaborate on it at all. Like... What the fuck? Not nearly enough bitter hatred for fun. Wouldn't be a good fit for EFAP. I wouldn't be a good fit for EFAP because they do like one video game episode a year. I thought this wasn't an attack channel. Hey, listen.
Morrowind's quests also made you feel connected to the world.
I can't be the only one who personally thinks EFAP is overrated. I never really liked the mood. I think that the mood of EFAP lost a lot of quality when Dishonored Wolf left the show. And another thing was, the only EFAP episode I like is when they interviewed John Graham. Bro, this guy was praising the combat system changes before, now he's bitching about it. What the fuck? He wasn't fully praising it in the beginning. But yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, you could edit this down to be less than 8 hours, and then yeah, it would be like this where I go, Morrowind good, Oblivion bad, and then that's the extent of the take. Like, I need time. Everybody needs time for this. I need time to explain what the fuck I mean when I make an argument. And what do I think of the YouTuber Joseph Anderson? I like his work. I didn't like his Witcher 2 video because it was full of snipes without actually naming anybody.
by making you think about how you interacted with it. Even an actor's
Listen, I will never make a snipe at somebody and not name them. I criticized G. Henry Perez in one of my videos, and I explicitly said that's who I'm criticizing, and I included the argument that he made. And, whereas with somebody with, like, Joseph Anderson, he'll go, like, I know it's a bit of a slur, but, we're gonna mention the word objectively. Like, and the only reason he included that in his Witcher 2 video is because he has beef with EFAP. Like the sectional divide in media analysis is really stupid, and I think a lot of it's predicated on people's egos.
as simple as going from one location to another involved some effort from the player, and this was important to the overall experience. Without this, the world is made to feel less important, as your interactions with it are more superficial. To balance the easier quest design, Oblivion placed a greater focus on dungeon crawling.
In your interpretation, there's dungeon crawling in Morrowind, there's dungeon crawling in Daggerfall. It's a series about fucking dungeon crawling because that's the origin of Elder Scrolls, was that it was competing with Ultima, which was a dungeon crawler. Do you think Oblivion is a bad game? Is it worth playing if you have it? I think there's better uses of your time than playing Oblivion, but I don't think it's a bad game by any stretch. You ever watch White Light? He does some good reviews. Yeah, I watch White Light. I don't really have any shit to talk on White Light. EFAP makes fun of him a lot. Yeah, because they have beef with Joseph Anderson.
While this is a departure from Morrowind, if you go further back, this really puts Oblivion more in line with the first two Elder Scrolls games.
Yeah, see, there he is. It mentions it. I did not dungeon crawl in Oblivion. Then you didn't fucking play Oblivion, dude. Most of its quest lines are like dungeon after dungeon. Like, he's not wrong.
Which also focused a lot of their design around this aspect. However, even if this increased focus on dungeons isn't new for the series, that doesn't mean it's beneficial.
Will I do a video on Daggerfall? Probably not soon. I think that's more the realm of Zarek Zakarian. Why do we keep defining what EFAP is? Just say it's a podcast.
The greater focus on dungeon crawling doesn't add a lot to the series' core appeal of exploration and immersion when compared with actually spending time in the rest of the game's world. Oblivion's dungeons also lack visual variety, which means you see the same looking caves, forts, mines, and alien ruins far too often, and when combined with the already weak combat, this can make dungeons feel overly repetitive, with the ratio of time spent dungeon crawling in Oblivion feeling higher than it should have been. In the end, it's almost as if the game is compensating for its lack of challenge by forcing the player to spend more time in dungeons, which doesn't add more challenge, but can make questing more tedious.
I don't aim for length when I make videos, by the way. I want people to know that.
This could also
Daggerfall is more the realm of who? What channel? Zarek Zakarian.
be said about finding things for yourself in Morrowind, but I'd still rather spend my time lost within the game's world trying to find something than just going through a large number of dungeons. Still, there is a problem with adding quest markers beyond just the impact this has on gameplay, which is that they aren't
Have I ever given Strategy Productions a watch? Yeah, I watched his Morrowind video. I think that there's things I could learn from him.
realistic.
Can we do a live stream of you watching the video of you watching this video? It's just reacting to the live stream. I mean, after this is over, sure. He's got a good point there. So much of Oblivion melts into the same color palette. Even Skyrim fixed that bloated man grotto being a great. Yes. I think the problem is they didn't sit down and go, hey, we've got 6 troll caves in the Fighters Guild. Maybe we should cut that down. Stopped watching Joseph Anderson after his 30-minute pseudo rant about the word Witcher in his Witcher 1 review. Don't watch my Fury video. I go on a 15-minute tangent about the history of electronic music.
I mean, if an
You should do more 7-hour plus retrospective videos. They're extremely time-consuming to make. They're not feasible. and they're not necessary in a lot of.
An NPC gives you a quest to find a book and tells you,
"You'll find it at an old ruin called Cloud Top. It's north of Coral, up in the mountains. I'm afraid I don't have an exact location."
then why is it as soon as I open my map, the exact location is there with an arrow pointing to it?
Hey, you should be happy that they even fucking mentioned its location and just didn't go, "It's at a place called Cloud Top. Go fucking find it."
This doesn't make sense, because
Witcher is a weird one. Listen, I liked his Witcher 1 video. I don't like his Witcher 2 video because of the aforementioned sniping problem, but I think his Witcher 1...
where did this knowledge...
Anybody who says athletics and acrobatics do not belong in major skills is a fool. No, it's not. It's the other way around. If you are trying to min-max and you have those in your stat alignment, you're going to fuck up.
come from? Oblivion and other games rely so heavily on quest markers as part of their design, but they don't realize how ridiculous these quest markers can be in certain situations. But the logical inconsistencies of these quest markers can still be a problem. If a game does have to have quest markers, they should at least operate in a way that's plausible.
I'm going to say Aphex Twin only because I haven't heard of the other one.
For example, if you're instructed to go to a location and the one giving you the instructions knows where this location is, then it's...
I'm going on a hunt about the Witch Hunter class. Hang on. Let's go on a tangent about the Witch Hunter class then. Classes. Witch Hunter. Let's see what we got here. Athletics. All right, that right there, bad pick for a class. Alchemy. That's fine. Alchemy is a good class, the good skill to have. Conjuration. Why would a Witch Hunter have Conjuration? I guess for Turn Undead. I don't know. Turn Undead should have been a restoration. Destruction. Okay, yeah. I'm down with it. Mysticism. Yeah, it fucks. Marksman. Sure. And what else? Security? Why is it? Witch Hunter's morally good. Why would they have security? It's magic specialization. Okay. And its attributes are agility. Why? Why the fuck is it agility? And intelligence. Oh god. All in all, Witch Hunter class fucking sucks. Back to the video.
It's okay for that.
Why min-max your character gets so powerful in Morrowind regardless? We're talking about min-maxing Oblivion. You don't have to min-max in Morrowind like you do in Oblivion. To summon swords, maybe? I guess. You made a good point with disabling quest markers on Dishonored. Now, do you think enough information is relayed to the player in Oblivion to do this? No, because most of the time, you're just... let's see. What quest would it be? Million's Debt? No. Bosmer's Thief? Master's Son. To break into houses to find evidence you're a witch? Witch Hunters strike me as a kick down the door kind of thing.
The job for you, slightly off the record. You'll be going on a mission with Varanus Daunton. Yes, the Guildmaster's son. You're to accompany him and make sure he succeeds. He needs some time in the field to get his confidence up, or he'll never become a good warrior. Valena coddles the boy too much. Doesn't want him in the line of fire. Suppose it's no surprise, after the Tellus. Valena Daunton's eldest son. Good man. We lost him on a botched mission recently. You've probably seen the other wounded around. If you're smart, you'll steer clear of the subject around the Guildmaster. Perhaps you and I will have time to discuss it more later.
Pause for so long. You do not need to min-max Oblivion, just don't stand still like a jackass. Yes, you do.
Time's wasting.
You need to min-max if you want your speed to be high enough.
What is it? His mother's been holding him back, protecting him. You'll go to Nonwell Cavern with him. Galtus Previa was lost there, and you're to find him. And not a word of this to the Guildmaster.
You'll notice that they never specified where Nonwell Cavern is. That's most quests in Oblivion. And that's why, that's my real point of why quest markers are destructive, is because quest quest writers are allowed to get away with not including directions to locations. It's not about, quest markers are offensive, because, yeah, you can turn them off. It's that when you have quest markers, there's no incentive for the writers to give direction. So if you're playing without quest markers, you're fucking lost. You guys remember that Red Dead Redemption 2 rumor that if you turned off quest markers, the dialogue would be different and more specifically directed? I haven't played it to be able to verify. Have I played Dark Souls? I streamed Dark Souls last Wednesday. So, anyways, back to Never.
Information to be marked on your map. But if you're told to find an object that no one knows the exact location of, then it's not okay for the quest marker to just magically provide the location. Quest markers shouldn't be omniscient. The Elder Scrolls games put a large focus.
Hang on. I'll mark that. Quest marker should. Because he's right. Well, it's basically RPG about reincarnating yourself into mythical figures, so I think ending up with OP character in Morrowind actually helps with immersion. Well, the thing is, you become OP regardless of if you min-max or not. Like, I only min-maxed one character of the 8 that I played for Morrowind. And that was because I wanted to, not because I had to. You only have to min-max if you're trying to do some kind of challenge run that involves the final quest of Blood Moon. Because that's like the hardest part of the game. If you do it this way, you can also start recording the voice actor lines without waiting for the design. I think that's what a lot of it boils down to, is they don't know where the cave is going to be on the map and when they need to get the voice lines. I think that's the idea. Or that they want to cut down on the number of voice lines by just cutting all the directions. If your Oblivion review gameplay has bloom and self shadows on, I will be disliking. I don't remember. So let's look at the footage. Oh shit. No, it doesn't. I think there was something about the setup I had to do to record Oblivion and not have it crash that made me play with the bloom off. Have I seen Seth videos, specifically his video about Morrowind? I don't know why people ask me that. Like, yeah, I've seen it. It's a short video. It's funny. But I don't think it's really meaningful analysis. If you're giving specific directions across a large map, you can't have voice acting or it'll be cost prohibitive. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Mr. Karl Marx. And that's the whole point of it, is they can cut down on the amount of voice acting in the game by having quest markers. So really, it would be feasible to have voice acting that gives you directions in modern Elder Scrolls now, because they don't care about file size anymore. But also, one way they could have worked around it is to have each NPC go, here's a note that has I'll write down the directions for you on this note, and then the note doesn't take up a lot of file space. It'd be a couple kilobytes instead of the megabytes that you would lose on giving directions. Didn't you argue that voice acting all lines was a good development? I think it's the way to go. I think it's the effect it had on development. Seth's video has 4 million views everybody has seen. Yeah, that's the way I feel personally.
The Elder Scrolls games put a large focus on creating believable worlds that players.
I'm gonna humble flex here. Okay, this is all flexing. Will's 5-hour Oblivion video, 1.6 million views. My Oblivion video, getting close to 600,000. Hasn't been out for a couple years. Just saying, I am flexing hard right now. I want to see how the chat reacts to the flex.
Can be immersed in, and using quest markers this way is harmful to this. Having to carefully check your map while paying attention to your surroundings and finding things for yourself is immersive in a way that blindly following a magic marker the whole time isn't. And then there's also the cost this has on exploration, the other key part of this series.
Having a note to point you to the right direction also makes sense. Nobody remembers directions by head, and solves the I have to go back 23.5 pages in my journal issue Morrowind had. Yeah. Partial voice acting would be the most efficient and best balance in my opinion. I agree with you. A lot of people clicked on your Morrowind video just to joke about the length, to be honest. I mean, here's the thing. I have the analytics, and you can say that about Will's video, first of all, because it was a 5-hour video, and he got a lot of people who are going, "Oh my god, nobody's gonna watch a 5-hour Oblivion video." But I'll see your hair. So that factor's the same, but I think it's because my video is better. Mild flex. What's your opinion on Radiant AI? People seem very divided on it. I think it's a great idea. I think that it poses a few mechanical problems, but I think that overall the benefits for the Thief playstyle are vastly superior to the everybody stands around idea. Didn't Morrowind let you search keywords in your journal for exact quotes? Yeah. But a lot of people don't use that. Though we're waiting for the remaining 49 hours and 40 minutes, it would be 49 hours and 30 minutes, by the way, of Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah. I watched probably 5 hours of your 7-hour Morrowind video, skipped the main story stuff so I didn't spoil. I mean, the whole point of my flex is that if you look at his view count now, and then you look at my view count in the same number of years, hopefully we'll have passed him.
I mean, there's not much left to explore when a quest marker has already found everything for you. And where's the sense of discovery if your objective is discovered as soon as you pick the quest up?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Quest markers might remove player frustration, but this comes with a cost. Still, it may have been hard for Oblivion to avoid them entirely. After all, its game world is considerably larger than Morrowind's.
No, because it's mostly empty fucking space.
And the new Radiant AI means NPCs no longer remain stable.
Hey, the other day I did a Control F for the word "quick" in my comments, and I got like 1,000 hits. Like when I said that that people love to make that comment, yeah. And a little spoiler here. If any of those comments end up at like the top of the section, I delete them so that people keep making those comments. I am farming engagement, and I don't feel bad about deleting a comment that's just quick because there's no substance to it, and there's 1,000 others just like it. But it's a trap.
Stationary and fixed locations, making them potentially much harder to find. Plus, the need to include directions within.
Imagine watching 5-hour Morrowind deep analysis video without playing the game. I mean, that's like a third of my audience is people who don't have the time to play a game and want to hear me talk about it. Too bad Will didn't have it in him to make more videos. I read his lengthy post on why he couldn't. The candle burns twice as bright. I haven't seen that post. Is it on his community tab? I know that he wasn't an actual content creator, but I didn't know the reason. Okay, cool. I gotta mark this unread. Mr. Franklin sent me his he sent me the interview. Pat is fucking playing the meta YouTube game. I am. I've been doing this for years. The whole thing about naming it a quick retrospective was to bait people into leaving quick comments. And here's the thing. All of those people are not watching this stream right now and don't realize that they've been baited. That's the beautiful part of the trap.
Quests limits their design in some ways, while also introducing problems anytime the directions are overly ambiguous. Players may not mind searching for something, but they need to know they're at least searching in the correct area. I am still slightly scarred.
He's gonna mention it. He's gonna mention it.
By my first experience with trying to find a certain Dwemer puzzle box in Morrowind, and it's easy to imagine that in a game with so much content, providing directions for everything might be quite hard to do.
What is the video in the background? It's linked in the description. It's Never Knows Best's Oblivion video. No, I am like 9,000 IQ. I have 2,000 people in my Discord because I had limited time access to the patrician role. Like, my Discord is popping. Fucking, I compared it the other day. So, Rycon Roleplay's Discord doesn't have any server boosts. Mine is already at level 2, and it's because it's because of that limited time role access thing I did.
And really, when considered within the broader context of the gaming industry, quest markers were probably inevitable for this series. But that still doesn't mean they needed to tell you exact locations when they could just lead you to a general area, or that they should be included.
Okay, nobody ever brings up clairvoyance, which I think was a great addition to Skyrim and kind of invalidated the need for quest markers.
During times when they don't make any sense. There's space in between no quest markers and full quest markers, but the series could have at least experimented with, and just because people have become used to seeing overbearing quest markers.
Yeah, there are people in my Discord who haven't watched any of my videos and are just there because it's a fucking whack-ass community. I love my Discord. It's pretty cool.
Because in games these days doesn't mean there aren't better ways to implement them. Ideally, these quests could have been designed from the perspective that quest markers don't exist, as Morrowind did, and then quest markers could be included as an optional setting that could be toggled on and off. That way players have a choice between which approach they prefer, and if players with quest markers turned off do occasionally get stuck, then
they'll get stuck all the time because the game doesn't tell you where the fuck stuff is. He is the big brain. He made a 7-hour video, and I thought I need to give this man money every month. Well, you do have to give me money every month. Hey, these videos don't fund themselves. And how else am I going to commission all that sweet hentai? I think my neighbors are having a domestic outside.
In the end, Oblivion's quests put a much greater focus on narrative than Morrowind's, and even if this led to a change...
No. Oblivion did a better job of jangling the keys. Okay, hang on. Let's see if we can find it. There's a part of this video where, like, he does very gradual pans, and I'm familiar with why he does it. It's called, in an editing sense, I call it jangling the keys. And it's where you take a relatively simple shot and you go, I can do it in 10 seconds here. Let's cut this clip, okay? I just cut the clip, and we're going to mark the position scale for movement, and we're going to mark the scale. And we're going to say, okay, so there's 2 markers there. And then we go to the end of the clip and we go, zoom it in and like pan it over here. This is jangling the keys, okay? And now, when we watch this clip...
problem. In the end, Oblivion's quests put a much greater focus on narrative than
Holy
Morrowind,
shit, it's got motion.
And even if this led to a change in tone for the series...
It's more dynamic, it's more interesting. Yeah, that's like the extent of what people think good editing is.
The overall quality of Oblivion's side stories is generally high, and there are plenty of fun and creative quests in this game.
I'm going to state it for the record, if I ever take a sponsorship, I'm going to be funding some interesting projects.
When you consider the quantity of side content in Oblivion, this becomes quite impressive, and the situations you find yourself in...
I mildly disagree, Travis, because the player already has the ability to cheat.
Through these quests can be very memorable, even if the new quest marker dominated design leaves the actual gameplay seeming much more forgettable. Oblivion's side quests are one of its...
Yeah, I just called out like fucking half of YouTube that thinks their videos are spiffy because they have a minor little bit of fucking motion.
Its strongest aspects, but despite the attempt to elevate the stories of these quests, there is something else that may have been lost. Morrowind's quests were individually quite simplistic, but through its quests you learn a lot about the world.
Hey, There might be an editing video at some point, and I'll show you how to edit like a real YouTuber and fucking get those fancy ass edits in. Did anybody see my Dishonored video where I perfectly morphed into Boulder Punch's segment? Like, I am the best editor on the platform, and there's no debating this. This is objective fact. Why would somebody make this when the Oblivion retrospective from Will Loves Games exists? He probably figured that he had something new to bring to the table.
In Oblivion, this isn't really the case, which might be because the world doesn't have much for the player to learn about it anymore.
But there's no conclusion to part 3. Was that it?
In Oblivion, this isn't really the case, which might be because the world doesn't have much for the player to learn about it anymore.
So what was the point of the quest design section? Quest's good. What editing software do I use? We're watching this video in Premiere Pro right now. I need your Patreon money to help pay for my Premiere subscription. Because Premiere are bastards and they don't fucking sell you their software, they lease it to you. If it's not edited in Windows Movie Maker, then it's not good. I mean, you're not wrong.
One of the most unfair pieces of criticism I've heard over the years about Oblivion is that it...
Hey, let's make this section a little bit more interesting. Let's make it pop, okay? Editing tutorials with pop-up attrition, okay? Cut. Clip here, 5 seconds. Cut. Okay.
One of the most unfair pieces of criticism I've heard over the years about Oblivion is that...
Okay, you hear where... You can't see the timeline, but this is exactly where a word starts. We're going to cut here, and we're going to go boom, boom.
Is that it's ugly.
And then...
ugly.
Boom. Just made your video more interesting. That's not a criticism of this guy, by the way. I think his editing's fine. I just find it hilarious when there's like super over edited videos. If you look at my channel art, it says this is highly edited. That was an actual comment I found on a video, and I just find it fucking funny because, yeah, it's highly edited. Let's highly edit this clip here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, there's like 30,000 cuts in it now, and we're gonna have a bunch of different sizes. Ahem, torrent, ahem. Hey, it's not ethical to make money from using Premiere software and not paying for it. Although you're right, because there's no functional difference between Adobe Premiere 2020 and 2017. Just saying, there's not a fucking major difference.
Ugly. Because, yeah, the NPC faces might not look very good, nor does most armor, and the bloom may well be excessive.
Yeah, it can be turned off.
But the thing that matters the most, the actual world, that is a thing of beauty, and dated as the graphics may be, that still hasn't changed. Open worlds have come a long way over the last 15 years, but it's important to consider the standards of 2006, and as soon as you do, you'll realise this game was light years ahead of its competition when it came to creating a world that looked both visually interesting and believable.
Why?
Where other developers were still struggling to create open spaces that weren't flat and empty, Bethesda was able to create natural-looking hills, mountains, rivers, and fields that blended together seamlessly.
Please open the construction set sometime and realize that the terrain of the Elder Scrolls games is a fucking plane. It's a two-dimensional surface with 4 vertices, and then there's polygons in the middle that raises the hills up and down, and they go gradually. Like it's the same exact fucking terrain software that Oblivion uses, and that Skyrim uses, and that Daggerfall used. It's not fucking any different. It's just masked to look different because the Bethesda jangled the keys and you were impressed. Holy fuck. No hate towards Never Knows Best, but that's a fucking silly point. Didn't realize how much Premiere is for 1 year. Yeah, no, it's expensive. I am letting you guys process that. Because holy fuck. Also, I swear he criticized the world for looking generic, and now he's calling it unique. Thank you! Holy fuck, thank you. World looks unique. Alright, we're going to mark that here. And then we're going to go back. Open source software, bro? What's the open source video editor? Curious. I own Sony Vegas. Like, I own it. I could use that. Save cash, less overhead. I use Premiere because of compatibility reasons. And because I was a freelancer. I have no inkling or idea of where he says that Oblivion's world looks generic. Wait. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Where was he talking about Lord of the Rings?
That saw the alien landscapes of Morrowind replaced by the more conventional, inviting forests and rolling hills of Cyrodiil. But the changes weren't limited to the setting. Oblivion also introduced a more advanced...
Yeah, we could use DaVinci Resolve. It's cheap. I just like Premiere.
...physics engine that allowed objects to be...
Premiere makes my penis feel big, and I'm prepared to pay a premium for that.
...be manipulated in real time with added ragdoll effects for enemy corpses, as well as more sophisticated...
Okay. Anyways. That was a fantastic point to bring up. He said it looks generic, and now he's saying that it's utterly unique for the time period. Blender has an editing suite. Blender can do anything.
Where other developers were still struggling to create open spaces that weren't flat and empty, Bethesda was able to create natural-looking hills, mountains, rivers, and fields that blended together seamlessly, with a very impressive draw distance that allowed landscapes to be filled with smaller details.
I'm gonna replay that. Hang on, I gotta focus on this.
Allowed landscapes to be filled with smaller details. These environments...
Oh, is this you just tearing apart other videos because you can't make your own content? LMFAO. Someone explain to that man what the fuck this stream is. He was just saying it graphically was impressive for the time. I guess. Just a weird thing to say. Can Blender do my taxes? If you find the right plugin, yeah. I really hope he brings up model level of details, but I doubt he will.
Environments looked phenomenal for their time, and even years later, the strong artistic merit has allowed them to largely hold up. In fact, when it comes to the visuals of the world itself, Oblivion might be one of the largest technical leaps forward an open world game has ever made, and it deserves credit for that regardless of how goofy some of its NPC faces or in-game armor might be.
He's just saying that because it doesn't have a view distance restrictor, because they figured out how to use model level of details so that trees in the distance are 2D sprites instead of 3D models. Like,
and while Oblivion doesn't have the visual diversity or uniqueness...
Should have said yes like a Chad. I mean, he's right. I can't make videos. It's not like this is me making a fucking video right now. Like, I do this. I watch other people's videos and I comment on them. And we were doing it in the Discord before we were streaming it, and now we're streaming it because this is fun. We're having fun here. This is all good spirits. I hope I entertain all 275 of you. And I mean never bet the best. Or do you need help with the words Oblivion or video? Ad hominem making fun of his accent was cringe. I didn't make fun of his fucking accent. I haven't mentioned his accent. I don't know what his fucking accent is. Like... You are genuinely small-brained. Or do you play Argonian because you're small-brained? Ad hominem bullshit. You're literally just making shit up. And you're using words. Nice, wasting your time. Keep going. Wasting my time? Dude, it's been like 2 hours and 50 minutes. We're 40 minutes into this video. Like, you think I don't know. I feel bad for this guy, and I just want to embarrass him because hang on. Put user in timeout. Yeah, go to the corner. Go to the corner. You're timed out for 300 seconds. Holy shit, YouTube goes hard. You're literally just using fallacies that you don't even understand what the fuck they mean. Has this turned into creator versus commenter? This was always creator versus... What the fuck are you talking about? Just trying to get a reaction? I know. I just think it's funny he doesn't know what an ad hominem is.
Morrowind, it does still have a number of distinct regions that each have their own slightly different style and feel. The alienness of Vardenfell might be missed, but it would be unfair to call Cyrodiil visually boring, as not every world has to look weird to look good. Also, Oblivion's environments were successful at seeming realistic, particularly by the standards of the era, which greatly benefits player immersion. And so it's easy to understand how players might want to explore this place through the strengths of its visuals alone, which is good, because outside of the visuals, Cyrodiil doesn't provide many other reasons to want to explore it.
As opposed to what? Morrowind? Skyrim? You have to bring your own motivation to desire to explore something.
Morrowind's world may have looked basic, and its
criticism isn't content. Yeah, it's true. And the thing is, this isn't criticism. I'm fairly certain I've said, yeah, you're right, you're hitting the nail on the head. YouTube is the same platform to delete your channel if their bot thinks you did something against the rules with no human validation. A 300-second timeout seems mild, yeah. Well, I have not seen an option to set the timeout. I was thinking it would be like 30 seconds. I wanted to spank his bottom, not fucking send him to the Shadow Realm.
NPCs may have lacked daily routines, but underneath that dated exterior, its world had a true sense of depth. This was a place with real political, religious, and cultural tensions, a place where the economic and agricultural realities of its inhabitants' lives were interwoven into the world design, and a place with a history that spanned years and still actively impacted the world itself. In short, all of the components of Morrowind's world felt like they fit together to create a cohesive and interesting whole that was easy for players to believe in. But how much of this still applies to Oblivion?
I mean, his points are pretty valid here. And Todd Howard mentioned it himself in an interview. Let's look that up. This is the Oblivion fan interview number 4. Or it wasn't Todd. I would think it was... Who was it? Or no, it might have been Todd. In regards to... Okay, this is quoting Todd Howard. In regards to the politics comment, that's a valid statement, in that Daggerfall and Morrowind both have stories dealing with politics, and that wasn't the story we wanted to do this time. There was a time that the Oblivion main quest featured a ton of that, dealing with the Elder Council, but we didn't end up cutting it while it was still on paper. In all our story reads, it really defocused the main quest from dealing with the Daedra, which we wanted the focus to be. Anyways, I think the lack of actually sealing and dealing with the Elder Council is certainly one of my I wish it had this things, as we wrote some great stuff for it that just didn't make it in. It was the nobility faction line where you made your way up and became the Duke of Calovia and sat on the Elder Council. The only remnant of that quest line is the dead Duke of Castle Kvatch, which was the beginning of that. There was another point in this interview where he brought up that like he had wished that they had focused more on the difference between the Nibene versus Calovia, because there's no difference really between those two sections. So, Never Knows Best is on the money here. Like, he's absolutely right. Mad Dog. I just realized these are old Skyrim games we're talking about. Yeah, no, this is the Elder Scrolls Skyrim -1 and the Elder Scrolls Skyrim 0, and then eventually we'll get to the Elder Scrolls Skyrim 1.
Ignore the...
This also isn't content. This is note-taking. If you don't want to watch it, then don't. We were just having a good time in some discussions. You know, it's interesting that we're polling 300 viewers. We had like 60 for our Fear call-in show on Friday. So the note-taking seems to be pretty popular.
the main story itself for a second and just focus on the setting.
Considering how bad the writing is, that's no big loss. Well, the writing's bad because they decided they wanted to have a Daedric-centric focus for the story, and then they just turned the Daedra into, like, Satanists and demons.
What are the political, religious, or cultural challenges people face here? What are the economic exports of this region? What kind of social
What are the economic exports of this region? Wine? Like, that is part of the game.
conflicts are there? I don't want to be that
That's a
guy
nitpick.
asking what was Aragorn's tax policy, but even the bigger details that underpin this world seem rather absent in Oblivion.
I mean, why not be that guy? I think it's valid that Martin asks that question, and I think it's valid that Tolkien doesn't. It's stylistic differences at the end of the day, whether how political your story is. But the reason that the criticism is prevalent with Elder Scrolls is that politics was always part of the stylistic design. I don't think their writers could write good political stories, though. I mean, Ken Rolston wrote the main story arc of Morrowind, and he was the guy who was behind Oblivion. So, Friday versus Sunday, this is watching critique and commenting, and critique/reviews is what people subscribe to you, I guess. But, I mean, it just goes to show that, like, a normal-ass stream barely pulls the viewership that, like, Shitpost Sunday is going to pull.
In Morrowind, you
What was Aragorn's tax policy, though? I mean, you can infer what Aragorn's tax policy would have been based on the relative tax policies of our own time period, which was that he would have levied from his serfs, his serfdoms, and then they would have levied from the common people. I mean, George R. R. Martin is silly for asking that question because he himself leaves a lot of holes in his own universe. And then people have pointed that out. And people have debated to death the priority, the natural priorities of these things. I think it's a silly discussion. You don't have to go into every detail of what life is like.
had the discontent at the Imperial Legion's.
But remember, at the end of the day, it's stylistic. It's a stylistic difference. Didn't Ken mostly write background dialogue for the citizens? I can't remember if he had a big role for larger content. He was the primary writer behind the main quest tomorrow. In Oblivion, he took a more creative lead design role where he was basically just overseeing the quests that the other writers were working on. Which is what happens when the company gets bigger and you start having a team of writers instead of like 3 guys.
Presence as a colonial force, the conflict between the great houses, the outlawing and continued practice of slavery, the spread of blight diseases, the challenges of farming in such a harsh environment, the restrictions on Dwemer artifacts and ebony ore as imperial.
Yeah, one person writing economic policy is always going to seem silly because nobody fucking really knows. There's nobody who understands our modern tax policy. So it's always just going to come off as like really super naive.
Imperial-controlled exports, and the different religious and cultural traditions between the many different groups that inhabit the island. And these are just the...
I think even Martin himself has like pointed out how silly he was for making that comment.
The broader topics, there are more specific examples too. In Oblivion, you can find a few comparable examples, like how Bravil has a drug problem, and Shadenhall has some minor tensions between its Dunmer inhabitants and the native Imperials, but overall these questions have been given so little attention in this game compared to its predecessor.
You're not wrong.
This is largely the result of Oblivion's quests focusing on telling very self-contained stories, as opposed to being used primarily for world building, but regardless of the cause, the consequence of this is that Oblivion's world seems shallow, and Cyrodiil ends up feeling far less believable as a result. Another aspect of Oblivion's world design which might hinder it is its structure and scale. Cyrodiil is made up of the Imperial City at the centre, which is surrounded by 8 smaller cities with evenly spaced dungeons and the occasional village in between. But this structure isn't very natural. For example, all 8 of these smaller cities are exactly the same size and share a lot of the same features. In reality, cities vary greatly in size and shape, but in Oblivion, they each feel like they were made using the exact same template, where there's one church, one castle, a complete outer wall, and the same number of buildings and inhabitants in every one.
This is something I hadn't given too much mind to, but he is right. But I mean, the thing of it is, there's always one church, because you can say there's always one church because each city is dedicated to a different divine. And each chapel is of a different divine. So there's 9 cities. Talos gets the Imperial City. The Kvatch had the chapel of Akatosh, for example. I mean, that's the intentional design behind it.
Or what about other smaller inconsistencies in the design, like the number of forts?
Yeah, this
Oblivion
was absurd.
has 52 ruined forts in it.
And not
52
not any actual occupied fort.
is a big number for a world with such a small population, so why are there so many? And why are they all ruined? And why are they evenly spread out across the map and not placed in strategic locations?
I mean, in fairness, there's not that many strategic locations in Cyrodiil. But all of the cathedrals look and feel the same. I mean, at the end of the day, that's not really a major problem. Like, all of the temples in Morrowind all look the same. But it's a unified religion. It's like the Catholic Church. A lot of Catholic churches look alike, too. When the church was first starting, and then as the cultural differences between the religious areas of practice emerged, that was when you really started to see the differences.
Surely forts should be...
There's a different timeline where people are enjoying Jungle Cyrodiil. Oh my god. Please. Please.
valuable and difficult to build, so it doesn't make sense that they would all be abandoned, let alone that there would be so many in such a small place.
Anybody who's seen this video, does he bring up that the scale of the handcrafted Elder Scrolls games is truncated, or does he actually think that Tamriel is the size of, like, Maryland? I forget how big Tamriel would be if it was to scale, but it's not very big. And the thing of it always was that, like, this 1,000 NPCs in Oblivion is actually representing the millions of people of the population. You're just seeing the highlights. So I hope he brings that up, because in that sense, it wouldn't be unrealistic for there to be 50 ruins in a region that is thousands of years old and has always been the center of empires and has been hotly contested. Surely the likes of Bruma would be a bit different, though. Yeah, it would be different, and that's a valid point. But it's not that unreasonable for each temple to be stylistically similar, because it's all part of the same religion.
In ways like this, and many others, Oblivion's world fails to feel like a real place, and starts to feel more like a space created for players to quest in. This makes it come across as more artificial, as when you stop to consider why one part of it is the way it is.
It's actually pretty common having lots of abandoned forts. I suppose he is American. Yeah, can somebody who's good with accents please tell me what his nationality is? I think he's American. You might be... I don't know, he sounds like a northerner. The size of the population in Imperial City really killed the immersion for me.
The dominant...
Yeah, I think they should have doubled the scale that Morrowind was operating. Given how strongly military based around the Empire is, it doesn't make sense for them to be... Yeah, it seems like only 6 years prior, the Empire was operating like 5 forts in Morrowind. There wasn't... And, well, abandoned forts. They were recent, but, they were all occupied. And there's not a single occupied fort in Oblivion. Either Australian or a Britbonger. His nationality is smug. He doesn't sound American to me. An English accent, definitely not American. Sounds British. I can't place English accents.
Explanation often revolves around what makes sense for Oblivion as a video game, not as an actual place. So
But you are right in the sense that he doesn't sound like an American.
So why are dungeons so evenly spread out? To allow players to always find new areas when exploring, and so no part of the world feels empty. Why are cities the same size? Because Bethesda had technical limitations on the number of NPCs they could fit into one region, and didn't want to make some cities
No.
smaller. Why are there so many ruined forts? Because they exist only to be dungeons for
I think Oblivion is actually at a smaller scale than Oblivion. No, all the scales in Elder Scrolls are consistent in between Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. They're all at the same world scale.
for the player to go to, and no thought was given to how they fit into the rest of the world. And on it goes. Oblivion's issues of scale are connected.
I'm British, and I think he sounds British, but I can't place where. Yeah, that's what's fucking me up, is that he doesn't have like a stock accent.
To this. For an entire province, Oblivion's overall population feels very low. Its small cities feel more like small towns, and the Imperial City doesn't feel close to being the capital of an entire empire. I've heard some people express disappointment over the way Cyrodiil was retconned away from being a jungle.
This is not the end of the video, whoever said that. This is the middle. I don't know why you didn't bring it up sooner.
As it was described in a book in Morrowind, but I either never read this or didn't remember this detail when I first played Oblivion.
And what, it doesn't make you feel bad that you missed out on the jungle now? Oblivion cells are half as wide as Morrowind, so I think people misestimated. Give me 1 second. Oh, whoops. This. Has anyone ported Oblivion World into Morrowind? I think they ported Morrowind's world into Oblivion. But he uses this picture before, and it's a picture I've had saved for a long time. But it accurately estimates and shows the methodology they used for each map and where it fits on the world. And they're all to scale with one another. Cross-referencing other videos for research. You seen that William Loves Videos 4-hour one, LOL? Yes, I have. Talked about it extensively on the Discord.
In a book in Morrowind, but I either never read this or...
The jungle info comes from the Pocket Guide of the Empire, not an in-game book. That is an in-game. Empire. It is the Pocket Guide to the Empire 3rd edition, which is a book that shows up. It's in the Balmora Mages Guild, if you want to go look for it. I think he means that even if the jungle had been there, it would have been an issue with the scale. Yeah. The scale is the main point of contention, and he's not really bringing it up. More Oblivion is the entire Morrowind game ported into the Oblivion engine. Yeah, I mean, somebody did the process of like importing the landmass into from one engine into the other. Like, you can do that pretty easily.
Didn't remember this detail when I first played Oblivion.
Nobody played Arena.
What did disappoint me, however, is that this was the homeland of the Imperial Empire, the most powerful force.
It's the Septim Empire, but go on.
In the world, who control pretty much the entire continent. And yet they seem small and rather pathetic, which makes it hard to imagine how they could conquer anywhere. This powerful empire barely even seems to exist, and the Imperial Legion itself has a far greater presence on the remote island of Vardenfell, where they're supposed to only have a small...
What's the issue with scale? The problem with the scale is that in Morrowind, it makes it feel everything feels adequately small for how the province is designed. But if you keep that same scale for Cyrodiil, then the Imperial City feels like, you know, what is it, like 100 people? Whereas it's a city that's in lore with millions of people. Now you can't actually portray millions of people in games, but you can set it to the scale. Isn't Daggerfall procedurally generated though, so it's not exactly the same? I mean, yeah, but the whole point of it is that we're seeing truncated versions of the world where one person actually represents 10,000 people. 1 meter represents like a kilometer.
Foothold than in the entire province of Cyrodiil, which is meant to be the heart of this massive empire. If Bethesda couldn't represent Cyrodiil or the Imperial Empire at a realistic scale due to technical or design reasons, they should have represented only a part of it at a more realistic scale, because that would have made the world more believable. Still, I guess it could be worse.
Talos conquered Tamriel only because of Numidium. His army conquered most of Tamriel. He only needed Numidium for Somerset, which was his primary contemporary major power. Isn't the Imperial City about the size of Balmora? It's like 2 Balmora. Why did Vivec City feel bigger? Because of its clunky design? Because it is bigger, but it is badly designed. Whiterun is supposed to be the largest city in Skyrim and have a 24-hour bustling trade center, but there's like 4 people in them. Yeah, that's exactly it. Is the scale problem falls apart when you get to the more populated provinces.
Really, it's impossible to...
I didn't mention the Imperial Empire thing because somebody in the comments made fun of it.
...to make a completely realistic world. There will always be sacrifices and limitations. But despite its more primitive technology, I think Morrowind did a better job at creating a world which felt like it existed independently of the player and had the necessary depth to be believable.
Alright, the frame rate's dipping because my computer's dying. Didn't he use Numidium against Morrowind? No, he used the threat of Numidium and Chim. And the Tribunal realized that it would be a mutually destructive conflict, so they signed the armistice.
And it's disappointing that despite the high quality of its visuals, so many other parts of Oblivion's world design feel like a step back. There is one last...
Because of the world scale.
Thing
if the world was double the scale, the mountains, the base of the mountains wouldn't be so steep.
Needs to be covered in this section, which is the ever controversial subject of fast travel. And
why do people approach it like this? Like, yeah, it's been discussed a lot. Don't fucking go, oh, but we have to bring it up. I thought he got Numidium from Morrowind. Yes. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I think he gave him Numidium because it was just a dead robot. He probably didn't figure that like they would figure out how to turn it on.
It's not that bad.
Or maybe, and this is another possibility, he figured that the Empire would wipe itself out like the Dwemer did. And he was kind of hoping that giving them Numidium would be sabotage. No, Morrowind surrendered because it would have been a mutually assured destruction. Like, Tiber Septim was an equal with Vivec. And there were people who were part of his forces that could have rivaled Almalexia and Sothisil. Like, read the 2920 series if you want to see... It's not about the Septim Empire, but it is about how Morrowind waged war. And they were losing to the Remans, who didn't have Kim, and didn't have all that other stuff. God, these title cards are so smug and obnoxious. Why? I don't think so. Do you think the Numidium could have beat Vivec and Co? Yeah, it could have. That's how powerful it was. It literally affects time itself. That's how destructive Numidium was. Like, Numidium was powerful enough for Mannimarco to become a god.
Okay, Maybe there is more that needs to be discussed on the subject of fast travel, but not much more. Oblivion added the ability to instantly travel to any city in the game, or
Oblivion didn't add it. Morrowind just removed it. I know. Nobody played Daggerfall, but fast travel's in all the Elder Scrolls games besides Morrowind.
or any location you have previously visited.
Please mention it.
This is not a new feature for the series.
Okay.
In Daggerfall, you could, and needed to, fast travel to locations, and you could do this regardless of whether you visited them before, so it's not like this is new ground for an Elder Scrolls game. That said, Morrowind's method of allowing more limited fast travel through paying for transport at Silt Striders or Mage Guilds, as well as having several spells focused on travel, was more immersive and arguably more...
Isn't Vivek pinned down by the meteor? Yeah, he could... I mean, the thing is, Morrowind could never really go on campaign.
more satisfying. Oblivion also makes a few questions...
Wait, why'd the chapter break? It was a joke. He was faking out that he wasn't going to talk about fast travel.
Questionable decisions regarding fast travel, like how you can fast travel during escort quests, or how you can fast travel to cities without needing to visit them first. Fast travel also makes the...
Yeah, but this is why I acknowledge what the later games did better, and I think Skyrim handled fast traveling to cities you haven't visited yet better. Numidium is a golem, calling it a robot is kind of off. Yeah, but it's funny to call it a robot.
The world feels smaller, and discovering locations yourself is what gives them a real sense of place within the world, which fast travel harms. Consider arriving...
Please read the Elder Scrolls lore. The Dwemer were literally, like, more advanced than modern human civilization. Because they had magical technology.
At the Imperial City for the first time. You start by seeing this big tower in the distance, and then you cross this rather impressive bridge, and it really feels like you're arriving somewhere important. Or you could just skip all that by fast travelling straight to one of its districts, and never even see how this place looks from the outside. Or consider the player's first journey...
I guess you can look at it like that. I mean, you're probably going to do it at some point, and then you're going to realize the beauty of it.
To Cloud Ruler Temple, which is...
Imagine being such an atheist that you just fucking disappear because you don't believe in yourself.
Is another location you're allowed to fast travel to without going there first. You travel here as part of the main story, and this journey acts as a quiet, more reflective section after the more action-packed mission that precedes it. It also takes you along a very scenic road that has some great views, making this one of my favourite parts of the main story. It feels refreshing to be doing something that doesn't involve dungeons or needing to...
Yes, I watch all and all stuff.
...to constantly kill enemies, where you can instead just enjoy the environment and the atmosphere as...
Alright, you guys gotta give me a moment. I need to rehydrate. So argue amongst yourself about how Numidium's not... Hydrate. Alright. Delete that marker. And let's continue. Apologize for not playing it.
As you travel along the road with your companions. It's a memorable journey, and travelling this way makes you feel connected to the world. Or you can just skip all that and fast travel straight to your destination. And that's the problem with fast travel. It is convenient, but the world feels like a less interesting place as a result. Distance loses its sense of meaning, and the experience becomes less immersive.
The Dwemer were destroyed because they created Reddit.
But maybe the convenience is still worth it. The reality is that after a certain amount of playtime, manually travelling around Oblivion's world can get boring, and fast travel is the easiest solution for this. There might be better solutions, but overall, I'd argue the convenience probably makes up for the drawbacks.
So what are you saying? What's your point? We're 3 hours and 20 minutes in. We're 50 minutes into the video. We're halfway there, guys.
One thing that does seem
the Dwemer were Reddit the culture. Just trust the science, bro. Let him hit the fucking Lorkhan's heart with Keening. What, do you not believe in science? The gods aren't real. Yeah, that's Reddit for you. And like Redditors, they ended up shadow banning themselves from existence. Dude, if I had to walk everywhere in Cyrodiil by foot, I would have anheroed. Hey, some people do, but the thing is, the way you get around that problem is you add diegetic fast travel. Like Morrowind had.
Strange about Oblivion's use of fast travel is how you can't fast travel out of a dungeon.
Just eat the fucking bugs.
This is something you could do in Morrowind and Daggerfall by using the recall spell, but in Oblivion that spell was removed, forcing you to backtrack through every dungeon just to get out again. Dungeons can be quite large in this game, and there's nothing to see or do as you go back through them. You're just going back over somewhere you've...
No comment. This will be more in context when April 1st rolls around.
Already been a few minutes earlier. So why can't you fast travel out of a dungeon? I'd rather
That's a good fucking question.
Be able to only fast travel out of a dungeon than be able to fast travel on the world map, because manually travelling across the open world is much more enjoyable than manually travelling back through a dungeon. After all, the open world looks great. There are places to discover, and you can even use a horse to speed it up.
Horse is a terrible idea. I think that they could have used the stupid Riemann stones that you find everywhere that let you conjure weapons as a diegetic fast travel. Maybe you sacrifice like soul gems or something. Or Welkin stones between Ayleid ruins.
But no, this is the section the designers allow you to skip, whereas exiting a dungeon is something you have to do manually every time. Anyway, regardless of some of the strange decisions
like
in regards to its implementation, fast travel seems like one of Oblivion's more minor problems, although this is a topic we'll revisit in the next video. For now though, it's time to move on to one of the few things Oblivion actually does better than...
Hey, by the way, I'm not seeing anything that necessitated Morrowind. The Morrowind video is saying
than any other Elder Scrolls game.
Alright, now we're to part 5. That marker. There was a longie.
Just like its side quests,
Here we go.
Oblivion's factions now focus on telling a specific story, and while the exact
Solitude was 20 gold, but Whiterun is 50 gold. No, Whiterun's 20 gold. The minor cities like Markarth and Falkreath, those were the ones that were 50 gold. Basically, any city that didn't have walls cost more. The big cities.
Results of this can be mixed. At their best, these factions offer some of the greatest moments in the entire.
The Doomstones were cool. They gave you really powerful abilities. It was the Riemann Stones that sucked, I believe.
Series. Still, with only 5 factions to choose from, a mere half of the number that Morrowind had, there's more pressure on each faction to deliver. So let's start with those that might fall a little short. The Fighters Guild's biggest problem.
Whoa, you're placing the Fighters Guild as falling short before the arena? I hope that's not what he's implying.
Is its mediocrity. The total number of quests is high, and there is some non.
And the thing about fast travel in Daggerfall was that quests were timed.
Linearity to what you do, but the overarching story of this questline takes a long time to get going, and the journey you take to get there just isn't that interesting. The Fighters Guild is a mercenary organisation, and as such you'll be sent to a variety of dangerous locations where you'll have to fulfil a range of basic objectives that all tend to feel suitable for a Fighters Guild member to be doing, but other than this, there isn't much about these quests that make them stand out.
Yeah, that's the point. Why does every quest have to be end of the world threat? Why can't we just have a faction that does normal fucking shit so that you can feel like you're part of the world? The arena is a faction, by the way. Just FYI. I'm making a cup of tea. Please pause. Okay. You get 30 seconds. Let's see.
After holding them under the microscope, I think it's fair to say that neither Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim have ideal introductions. Morrowind's was almost perfect, but reversed the order of tutorial and class creation, causing players to head into the most important decision of the game completely blind. Oblivion got that order right, but it got everything else wrong, and the way it dropped the fate of the world in the player's lap less than an hour into the game ran in complete opposition to the nature of the Elder Scrolls.
Everybody want to stretch? You take a penis break, maybe make some tea? Yeah, go for it. We're going to watch some Will's video.
Skyrim also began with too much urgency, but its saving grace was that it never gave players an urgent objective which would conflict with players who weren't interested in it. And its tutorial arguably didn't need to be as drawn out as it was, considering its brilliant leveling system. And finally, all of them are guilty of starting the player in prison, which, as I said, is something I don't agree with. With all that considered, I'd like to outline my ideal Elder Scrolls intro.
Hey, that's not me. I resent that accusation.
It would start as some kind of immigration, with the player in either a boat or a carriage. During that...
I don't want to sound contrarian, but Dark Brotherhood isn't that good. The characters especially are all, like, annoying cartoon characters. Yeah, the Dark Brotherhood is one half of a good questline. Sorry for the edgy take, but it's not as good as you remember. The reason that it's considered a good questline is that it puts all the good quests first, and then all the mundane shit is in the latter half. And it relies on you being a fucking 86 IQ, smooth brain in order to in order to emotionally resonate with it.
Sequence, Bethesda could let the player listen in on some NPC conversations similar to the ones in Skyrim.
I'm giving you guys 2 more minutes.
That would give players an idea of the province's political climate and potentially hint at the main quest. After that, the player would enter a character creation process identical to Morrowind's, minus the class creation, provided and...
Man, the stuttering of the videos you watch is painful. Can't you do anything about it? It depends on how Premiere is processing it.
Hoping that Bethesda would use Skyrim's leveling system.
Because we're not
again.
watching it on
Finally,
YouTube.
the player would enter a small starter town not unlike Seyda Neen. Here, they would be prompted by a villager, a guard, or whoever into participating into some kind of brief tutorial quest that they could either accept or decline.
Holy fuck, they do. That's how that's how Morrowind's introduction works.
I'm not sure what this quest would look like, but ideally it would teach players the core mechanics.
Here's some ideas for the quest. Find a ring. You're going through the census office, and you can talk to a guy, and it turns out it's his ring because he's being bullied by a local Imperial. And then you can find that Imperial, and he'll give you a quest to go find where the guy's been stashing his gold. And then, yeah. There should be a good version of the Dark Brotherhood where you kill people who deserve it, like some kind of extremist Stendarr cult. Well, that's basically the thing, and you'll notice that most of the Dark Brotherhood quest lines tend to end in like all the bad people dying. So, in reality, they aren't as edgy or enabling the player to be evil as you think. And like the Thieves Guild quest line is just it literally we're Robin Hood, man. Yeah, as somebody said. Robin Hood. Morrowind was great for making the player feel like a part of the world rather than being the center of it. Yeah. And the problem with Will's optional quest idea as a tutorial, in the full, it'll show you all the mechanics, is that it's optional. Like, you have to find it, and the people who need it might not find it. This chat needs emotes. I have to figure out how to set that up. I think I have to set up channel membership. Oh, no, I see custom emotes. I'm not sure how to add emotes. But are we at 2 minutes yet? Do you guys have your tea? Did you empty your penis? Like, what's going on here? That's silly, Patrician. Your starting quest should be murdering a dragon and then being declared the chosen one. Yeah. Yeah. Also, your thoughts on his ideal Elder Scrolls intro. Which person's ideal Elder Scrolls intro? Will's? Yeah, it sucks. Elder Scrolls mechanics are so simple that you don't actually need a tutorial to get it. And yet, despite having a super nuanced and well done explanation of how the mechanics work, they don't seem to fucking understand how the mechanics work. Is it a coincidence that Never doesn't use magic in his playthrough and Elder Scrolls doesn't introduce magic? Because all the magic I've seen him use are like the starter spells. Is that a coincidence? I just think it's kind of funny that that's how it ended up. All right, we're going back to Never. That was just a brief little tangent to give people time to refresh.
The story of this faction revolves around a rival mercenary group called the Blackwood Company.
No, part of the story of the faction, and part of the story of the faction is just doing contracts like a fighter does.
Guild has standards and a code of honor. The Blackwood Company cares only for money and has more relaxed rules, which has allowed them to start taking jobs away from the Fighters Guild. At the end of this questline, you're tasked with investigating the Blackwood Company, which leads you to going undercover with the group in what is the one real standout moment of the questline. Here, you're in
the quest where you're arbitrarily forced into doing drugs, and you have literally no escape because they lock you in the basement. Yeah, real deep quest, guys. Recall died so that you couldn't escape this fucking quest.
Into the company, which leads you to being forced to consume a potion made of...
I'm watching this from the beginning at 1.25 speed. How is the future? Not grim.
With the sap of a history.
You're not even gonna hear that.
This causes you to enter a kind of battle trance during your first job for them.
I'm about to turn the quality to like quarter quality.
But once the effects of this potion wear off, you find the goblin enemies you've been killing as part of the mission are actually just innocent people and farm animals which explains why you were able to kill them so easily.
Alright, hang on. We're going to restart Premiere. So, you'll have to give me a second. There's the horse. I should have done this during the break, but I didn't think about it. I don't remember this mission. It's the standout mission where you fucking wipe out that village of people. Did you do the Fighters Guild? Surprises me Cyrodiil doesn't have a no recall law too. No, they do. Or, well, no, they have a hard no levitation rule.
You find the goblin enemies you've been killing as part of the mission are actually just innocent
Premiere?
people and farm animals,
Premiere,
which explains why you were able to kill
please
them
respond.
so easily. It's a nice little twist, and with your hands suitably bloody,
Can I see what I deal with? Where it's worse than 17.
are actually just innocent people and farm animals, which explains why you were able to kill them so easily.
Nice premium you're paying there, Patrician. Yeah.
It's a nice little twist, and with your hands suitably bloodied and the secret of the Blackwood Company revealed, you return to the Fighters Guild, only to be sent back to the company's headquarters.
The general stream fucked up, or are we just, No, it looks like it's going. Why would they make up such a stupid excuse of getting rid of levitation? Well, yeah, and levitation disappears in like 20 years. And you pay for this? Well, we've been running it for like 3 hours. My computer is like on fire.
To kill their leader and destroy their dangerous history. With this, the questline is complete, and the position of leader of the Fighters Guild is granted to the player. Overall, this questline isn't bad, but there are just not enough interesting aspects to make it actually good. Really, the idea of a rival group, and the conflict that creates, is an okay setup, and not every faction needs to have some huge, world-shatteringly epic storyline.
Okay, so why can't the Fighters Guild be about just doing contracts? And have, like, extra fucking, just have, like, a little extra central storyline. Close Chrome tabs. I don't use Chrome. And we are, like, running the bare minimum to keep the stream going, which is OBS, the chat window, and Premiere. Nobody uses fucking Chrome.
The problem has more to do with the execution of this premise. The Fighters Guild itself comes across as generic. The Blackwood Company aren't much better, being simplistic bad guys that just want money and don't care how they achieve this, and a lot of the quests don't have anything to do with the Blackwood Company anyway. The problem has more to do with the execution of this premise. The Fighters Guild itself
hang on, where is it?
Is an okay setup, and not every faction needs to have some huge, world-shatteringly epic storyline. Being simplistic bad guys that just want money and don't care how they achieve this, and a lot of the quests don't have anything to do with the Blackwood Company anyway. Throughout the questline you interact with several reoccurring characters, such as the head of the Anvil chapter, the head of the Coral chapter, the Guild Master, and a struggling rookie who later joins the Blackwood Company, named Maglir. But none of these characters have much personality, and ultimately this just leaves the faction questline as coming across as a bit bland. If the focus of the questline is on the conflict created by the Blackwood Company, then it would have been better if the politics of the Fighters Guild itself had been more of a focus. They could have had some characters wanting one approach, with others wanting something different, which leads to some faction related.
I mean, there's a pretty clear dichotomy between the Orcish guy in Shadenhall that gives you quests, and the Red Guard and Anvil that gives you quests. Seems to be struggling to maintain one opinion here. Well, the fundamental flaw in what he's saying is that the whole quest line has to be revolved around the Blackwood Company, and that's just not true. It wasn't true in Morrowind, and it was true in Skyrim. Skyrim would have every single quest be about a single faction, and guess what? Skyrim's factions aren't very fucking good. Like... God. Why does every quest have to have something to do with the Blackwood Company? This is something that Will says. This is something that Never Knows Best says. I think it's something that Salt Factory said. And I don't understand the mentality. Like, why can't there be quests where you're just existing in the world?
Drama and maybe a power struggle and a schism within the group.
Like, yeah, you're right. The politics of the situation isn't very in-depth. And one side is evil and one side is good. But saying that
the player will feel
I've made my point. Is this going to be archived? Yes.
Invested in. Maybe the Blackwood Company should have been formed during this questline from former members of the Fighters Guild that the player has interacted with already, who later split off to form the company. This could have been used to make the conflict less black and white and more personal to the player, while also maybe leading to some more meaningful choices later on. Still, there is one thing I liked about the...
Yeah, but a lot of what Azan, a lot of his flavor text would be like, we're doing this for a good reason, and then Orc would be like, I want to fuck the noble's daughter.
The Fighters Guild questline, which is...
Why does every quest have to make you the leader? The arena doesn't. And Will made that argument, but he didn't really have any good points to it. Like, oh, the factions would be better if you just didn't become the leader. Why? Why would they be better? Like, just because there isn't much to do after you're leader doesn't mean the quest shouldn't have that happen. Like, you're actively reducing what the games can be simply because you think it's poorly executed. Which is, by the way, what Bethesda's design philosophy already is, which is, well, we fucked up attributes in Oblivion, so we're just going to cut them.
Maglir. Maglir is a struggling member of the guild who you interact with in several different quests. Eventually, he leaves the Fighters Guild to join the company, and ultimately ends up being the final boss of the questline, which is a little odd considering this guy wasn't able to kill a few low-level undead on his own a few quests earlier, but at least the writers were trying to do something more interesting.
No, the idea wasn't that he was incapable, the idea was that he was selfish. Like, very few people seem to understand what they were trying to go for with Maglir's character. The thing was, he wasn't shitty at his job. It's that he thought the Fighters Guild didn't pay him enough for the amount of danger he was putting himself in, because he wasn't the protagonist. He doesn't get to reload if he fucking dies.
With his character. Still, Maglir is effective in my opinion because so often in these faction questlines, they just revolve around the player doing the tasks given to them without ever interacting much with the other members of the guild. This represents a real missed opportunity because one of the main things that should make the player actually feel like they're in a guild is the other guild members. But for the most part, other guild members only seem to exist to give you quests and take up beds in the guild hall. And so the interaction...
I think Radiant quests are a fantastic opportunity to have you doing just kind of generic missions for an organization. I think that's where they work best. The problem is the inability to distinguish between the design of normal quests and Radiant quests. Not because the Radiant quests are so good, but because the normal quests are so bad.
With Maglir help remedy this a little, and these games would really benefit from allowing other guild members to play a larger role in these questlines more often. Moving on to the Mages Guild, and the story becomes a little more interesting at least.
What? That's a rare take. Most people seem to put the Fighters Guild above the Mages Guild. So. Alright, betting time. Taking all bets, will he bring up that a player doesn't have to use magic to be in the Mages Guild and become its leader?
This questline focuses on the guild.
We're gonna crowdfund him a better PC. Can you crowdfund me the best software ever? The PC's fine. It's just after 3.5 hours of running Premiere, it starts to run hot.
Guild's recent outlawing of necromancy, which apparently wasn't very popular with all the necromancers, so now they're trying to destroy the guild. The necromancers are led by the King of Worms, who seemed a lot more interesting in Daggerfall, but otherwise, apart from this return character, this conflict is rather generic.
So why is it better?
Still, there's not a whole lot wrong with this story, and the need to get a recommendation from all the smaller guild halls before you can join the Arcane University was a nice idea, even if the
I'm surprised he would bring it up considering how anti-magic he seems to be.
university itself does come across as rather disappointing when you finally get there. The big
Random question, what bitrate do you record at? I'm streaming at 5,000. I record much higher. Well, I typically record much higher. When I was starting on the new computer, I accidentally left it low, and that's why the Cyberpunk video kind of looks like trash. Yeah, here's the thing, guys. When you're watching the video in a video editor, this is just how it is after a couple hours. Like, I already have a high market end CPU. That's not the problem.
bigger problem with the Mages Guild.
And you can go, why is it having issues with playing a video? Well, to the video editor, it's not real. It doesn't know that it's playing a video. It is having to real-time render the frames of the footage because it thinks that it's not a finished product yet.
Is that there's not enough magic. Factions are important in these games because they allow you to feel like a member of these fictional organizations, which makes you feel like a part of the world. To feel like a member of the Mages Guild, however, there needed to be more mage-like activities. It's been commonly pointed out that you can complete this questline and become the Archmage of the guild without any amount of magical ability. This wasn't possible in Morrowind because of each faction's skill requirements, and while I don't think skill requirements should have returned...
Hey, oh my god, okay, there are multiple things to digest here. Okay, first of all, you can't actually complete the Morrowind Mages Guild and House Tovani without casting any magic. All you have to do is train your magical skills at a trainer to the necessary requirements of 70 for House Tovani and 80 for the Mages Guild. So, that's not necessarily true, but that's nitpicking. Now, what's not going to be nitpicking is this next line.
This wasn't possible in Morrowind because of each faction's skill requirements, and while I don't think skill requirements should have returned, there should still have been more quests in the Mages Guild that
No more skill requirements. That down in the notes. That line's going to make it in the video.
And while I don't think skill requirements should have returned,
I always flinch whenever the software I use stutters to render. Yeah. Skill requirements are necessary. They're absolutely necessary. I don't understand how you can advocate a faction not having skill requirements. And I think Will basically says the same thing. Do you have a defense for them not needing you to use magic for the Mages Guild? No, I don't. I think they should use magic. And most of my Mages Guild section is going to be criticisms of why it doesn't require magic and proposals for quests that could use magic. This line, man.
And while I don't think skill requirements should have returned, there should still have been more quests in the Mages Guild that require you to cast spells.
I don't think that we should use engines to get around, but I do think that it should be possible to go from LA to Seattle in a couple hours. I don't think we should use the solution, but I do think that we should solve the problem. Like, what the fuck? I think he stunned the chat. I'm not seeing it move anymore. Like, unless you're role-playing as a con man. Yeah, I guess. I don't think we should have a mathematical equation so we can get a numerical result. Yeah, basically. Like, here's a problem that was solved previously that we broke when we removed the solution, but I don't think we should bring the solution over. Solve it some different way. Is he going to propose a different way? Please propose a different way.
Even when Oblivion does come close to this, like when you recover the Ring of Burden from the well in Shadenhall, the designers still seem to chicken out of actually making magic required by making tasks easy enough to be completed with no magic. And so, too often, Mage Guild quests will play out.
He missed the part where you don't even have to get the ring. The ring. You just have to pick it up, and then you can drop it. The ring's not required to actually progress the quest. Skill requirements aren't the only solution. All right. Okay, let's talk about the problem then. The problem is that a warrior with no magical skills can become the leader of a faction. Morrowind somewhat sidestepped this with faction requirements. Now, they weren't hard requirements in that you could get around not using magic with training, but at the end of the day, your character was still skilled in magic when they became the leader. You don't think there's a difference in skill checks and magic spell checks? You don't have to use magic. You don't have to use magic at all, at any point. Why do people want skill requirements gone from RPG games? It's something I never get. I don't get it either. I don't get it either. They never elaborate on what the point of increasing accessibility is, and why artistically that should be the case. They just say, skill requirements aren't a good idea, moving on. I'm really hoping he's going to elaborate on it. Wouldn't it be a problem when there's only 5 factions? There would be so little content for certain narrow characters. I mean, that's the motivation for removing the requirements. And the way you fix that problem is you have more factions. And you go, well, they can't have had more factions. Yeah, exactly. That's why Oblivion has no fucking edges to it. We fucked up endurance in Oblivion, so it's time to remove it. Rather than fix the system, let's just remove it. What do you think of the Skyrim solution with the College of Winterhold? What fucking solution? That you have to cast a magic spell at the entrance gate, and then you cast Ward, and then that's it? There's a fucking point in the Skyrim quest where you're required to cast a fire spell on an ice wall to melt it. And they give you a book for a spell that you start with. A default fucking spell that barbarians have. Would you have there be hard obstacles that require magic? Yeah, I would. I would absolutely require magic. And if you can't cast magic, then tough shit, you're in the wrong faction. Why is a barbarian character entitled to be a part of the Mages Guild and entitled to be a part of the Thieves Guild? In his Q&A, he answered a question where he said that for games, for videos, he picks builds that are the most likely to be picked by the casual audience. He doesn't pick stuff that would break the game. I mean, that's a fine perspective, but that's reasonable. That is reasonable, but they're missing the main thing about not having a magic skill for the mage skill. You are a con man. I guess. But he would play a pure magic build if he was playing in his own time. Why not bring back skill requirements? Isn't that the most simple fix? Exactly. That's the solution. You're bending over backwards to try and come up with some other way of fucking solving the problem when the problem was already solved. Like, okay, here's the problem. We're going to run a race. But we decided to cut one of your feet off. It's like we already had the solution to running the race. And you arbitrarily decided that me having feet was a problem. I think he completes Thieves Guild without stealing. You can't, though. I mean, I'm going to have to see it when he does it, but you have to fence stuff to unlock the requirements to do the quests. And to fence stuff, you have to sell stolen stuff. So, unless he's going by some arbitrary metric, like, I took it when I was standing up instead of crouching, I don't know. I'm going to wait until we get to that section before we talk about him completing the Thieves Guild without stealing. Because I'm skeptical. Isn't making use of magic mandatory pretty much the same as having skill requirements? Yes. Yes. Like, and it is. And I would have both. But how would that mesh with regular gameplay? Can't just be playing a barbarian and then have to also know magic. Then you don't get to be part of the Mages Guild if you're playing a barbarian. They're talking about Skyrim. Yeah, there's no... I don't think there's any fencing requirements in Skyrim. I just don't get it. I do not get it. Okay, I was just making sure. Because if that comes up, I'd be pissed. He did the College of Winterhold without casting a single spell. Did he use scrolls? That's the stupid idea of seeing everything in one playthrough now. Yeah, that's a bigger part of the problem. I remember Will's piece on the game, he stated that the devs found they hadn't the time for an associate system, arguing that the player character is too efficient for most groups to just turn away. Yeah, I remember that example, and I think it's kind of stupid, because I think you're overstating the value of the player. Like, that's not all right, in my opinion. Like, the implication that the player is doing something that's just beyond the capabilities of the rest of the guild, yeah, that's part of the problem, too. No scrolls, no staves.
Out exactly the same as bows in the Fighters Guild.
And the thing is, you could get away with only knowing one magical school in Morrowind. You could play a knight could complete the Mages Guild by having high restoration. Like, it's not even that restrictive. You don't have to play a mage. You just have to play a character that knows magic as part of the Mages Guild. I know that's a wild idea, but that's how it should be.
I.e., go to a dungeon and kill enemies, when really they needed to do a better job at selling the illusion that you're a member of a magical organization doing magical activities. This ends up seeming like the main thing the Mage Guild gets wrong, but luckily this isn't true for every faction. The arena isn't like other factions in this game. It's shorter, much less story focused, and mostly takes place in a single location. This faction clearly received fewer resources than the others, but what's good about the arena is that it does make you feel like an arena combatant doing arena combatant stuff. It also benefits from seeming a bit more unique compared to the other factions through its different structure. There is one problem with this questline, however, which is that it's almost entirely focused on combat, and combat isn't one of Oblivion's strengths. In fact, the arena really drives that point home, as before every fight your handler tells you about your opposition, stuff like what equipment they use or what tricks they might have that you need to look out for. And then you head off into battle, and the fight plays out exactly the same every time because that's Oblivion's combat. It really makes you think to yourself, man, I wish there were tricks I had to look out for and different tactics needed for different opponents.
So propose a fix. I mean, I'll accept the cop-out strategy of just going, just make it more like Mordhau, or just make it more like some other fucking game. I don't usually fly with that, but please at least just propose something. Then make it better.
As you head back down the excessively bloody entry hall, ready to rinse and repeat. There's also issues with how level scaling interacts with the arena.
Todd Howard, is there a source for arena cut content? Because I'd be thrilled to read it. Not the usual, you got a source, bro, kind of thing, but I am genuinely interested in reading.
as the scaling ensures that your opponents have a completely flat difficulty curve. At least, they usually do. The Grand Champion is the only exception, but not because he's stronger. The Champion actually has a unique set of armor he wears as opposed to the scaled gear of other arena fighters, which means if you do the arena later on in the game, the Grand Champion's non-scaling gear ends up being pathetically weak, making him by far the easiest fight in the entire questline. And
yeah, that's because it's a Morrowind holdover of how Morrowind would do things by boosting people with gear. Do you know of any good mods that fix the factions in Oblivion Skyrim? No. But I'm not the person to ask. He does the odd thing of suggesting more factions that are a lot more simplified. That, what? They probably have augmented stats from Steam. I see a lot of issues you find with these videos is the authors bringing up questions without providing any possible answers. I definitely think that is a part of it. It's not satisfying to ask a question and then just leave it sitting. Like, if you're going to pose a question, you should have an answer, or it should be an opportunity for a discussion. But it just keeps happening over and over. Okay, so you want to make the combat better. How? How would you make it better? What's your proposal? What's your idea? It's fair if you want to make a couple criticisms where you don't have proposals for fixes, but it's just constantly. Gatekeeping ranks within guilds with skill checks, but allow players to participate at any skill level. It makes sense that the Mages Guild would employ a limited mage, but strong warrior. No, just make a faction for them. There's already a faction that exists for those people called Battle Mages, which is actually distinct from the Mages Guild. Am I the only person who likes directional attacks in Morrowind? It's the start of a good idea that got abandoned. The problem with the directional attacks is that there's objectively a best for each weapon. I would have personally... Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to propose a better combat system. I know that's rare. I know it doesn't happen. But I'm going to say that I think that the system would benefit from being more like Mordhau, where different weapons have different strengths based on how you swing it. In Mordhau, a spear sucks if you try to slash somebody with it, but it's great if you try to stab them. Inversely, the Executioner sword sucks if you try to stab somebody with it, but it's great if you try to cut them. I think that's how you make it more interesting. And that was the basis of what they were trying to do with Morrowind, and they abandoned it in favor of left click to make the models intersect does damage. There, it's a proposal, and it's cheap. It's cheap because I just said make it like a different game. And that's not always the best solution, but it's better than just going, it should be better and they should fix it, but I don't have any idea now. I don't know. Within Oblivion, there are NPCs called Battle Mages. Are they a distinct guild within the lore of Cyrilo? Yeah. The Imperial Battle Mages are under the control of the Imperial Council. They are related to the Mages Guild, and they're often sent to do work with the Mages Guild, but they are a distinct faction. Battle Mages are part of the Legion, yeah. I think maces should do more damage to people who are wearing heavy armor, for example. I don't know if Elder Scrolls will ever have good combat. Probably not. That's not the focus of the series, because here's the thing. Mordhau is good at combat, and that's it. It doesn't have anything else going for it. It does that one idea really well. Elder Scrolls is trying to do a lot of different things, and yeah, it's going to be basic if you go hard and scrutinize an individual aspect of the game. That's where it's always going to fall apart. And you can't go, well, the persuasion system should be better, and the lockpicking system should be better, and the combat system should be better, and the quest should be better. Dude, Oblivion would come out after like 8 years of development, and then Bethesda would be irrelevant. Like, there's a reason that the things are the way they are, and you can go, well, it should be better. Yeah, I agree. We all agree. It should be better. But you don't have any kind of proposal for a realistic solution. And then you're shitting on Morrowind when it did have solutions to these fucking problems. These are problems that Oblivion created for itself by deviating from Morrowind.
While there is something funny about seeing this legendary fighter die in a couple hits in a game where every single other enemy is ridiculously tanky, this is also very stupid. Really, the arena was the perfect place to avoid using level scaling, because if the player is too weak for their next opponent, then great. Let them go adventure somewhere else for a bit and then come back to try again later. This would be more realistic than every enemy being the exact same strength, and it's also a perfect way to make the character feel like they are getting stronger, and to make levels and equipment mean something. Still, despite these problems, the arena is a good addition to the world, and I have to wonder how much time was spent implementing it compared to the other factions.
Probably like you know how simple the arena is? And Emil Pagliarulo likes to downplay that he's the guy who created it. Yeah, the most simple faction in Oblivion was created by the same guy who made the Dark Brotherhood. Because you're not going to fucking mention it because you didn't research that. I mean, goddamn. And I know it's hard. It was hard for me to find out who is responsible for each faction quest line. And I need to go to the UESP when I'm done and tell them who is responsible for each faction quest line because they don't list the information. But maybe collaboration is the way out. A la New Vegas. I want to be clear here. Again, anytime I agree with him, I just go, yep, you're right, and move on. And anytime I disagree with him, then it becomes a tangent thing. And so it looks like I'm disagreeing with him over and over, and oh my god, everything's wrong about this video. No. I agree with a decent chunk of this video. But, yeah. I don't know.
After all, I'd rather have two shorter but more unique factions than something like the Fighters Guild or the Mages Guild. One of the biggest problems with Oblivion's factions is it feels like there's barely any choice involved anymore. In Morrowind, it felt like the factions you chose to involve yourself with were a big part of what defined your character and made each playthrough unique. In Oblivion, I expect most players will join every faction on a single playthrough, which not only removes the important element of choice that Morrowind had, but also potentially creates an unrealistic situation where the player is the leader of every faction in the game.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of Emil Pagliarulo's involvement in Fallout. He just likes to downplay the parts that don't make him look good and upplay the parts that do make him look good. He likes to go, I don't know who made the arena, but did you play the Dark Brotherhood? Because I'm responsible. Yeah. Are you taking notes on what Never Knows Best isn't covering in his 1.5 hour video? No, I'm taking notes on his video. So Emil has a mixed reputation? No, the Dark Brotherhood's overrated.
One way to avoid this would have been to create more factions, and if some of those factions had to be shorter to do this, like the arena was, then I think that may have been worth it. Still, it's difficult to know for sure, because while it's easy to say that you'd trade one Fighters Guild for 2 more arenas, there are some factions in Oblivion worth more than...
I mean, I don't know, we could accept that the Fighters Guild could have aspects of it that are simple and don't match the story.
2 arenas. The best thing about the Thieves Guild is the lack of dungeons, because dungeon crawling is so common in Oblivion's quests that an entire quest...
UESP, Oblivion, quests, Thieves Guild. Let's see. You start the Gray Fox's quest. You do Turn a Blind Eye, which is where you sneak through a cave full of ancestor moths. Cave. The Arrow of Extrication. You go through a dungeon, a conjurer dungeon called the Breville Wizard's Grotto. That's the second dungeon in a row. Boots of Spring-Heeled Jack. You go into the basement of a guy's house. That's dungeon number 3. And the Ultimate Heist. You go through like 3 dungeons in a row. So, I guess you can come to that conclusion. I appreciate that your research for Oblivion includes analyzing analysis of Oblivion as well as seeing to see if you're just restating ideas. Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Trying to see what common consensus is.
Quest line without it is a...
You might have said this before, but what's your opinion on Never Knows Best's video style? I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on his style. He's not... I made fun of him for jangling the keys, but he's not actually doing anything that I don't do. Like, he's always had relevant footage, so good for him.
a breath of fresh air. The Thieves Guild also puts a lot of focus on thievery. The stealing mechanics in the Elder Scrolls games are fairly basic, as you simply need to avoid being seen when picking something up. In Morrowind, this meant the challenge of the Thieves Guild quests was more to do with finding the item you're looking for than actually stealing it. In Oblivion, the addition of quest markers means this is no longer a real concern, but luckily the quests are still well enough designed that you'll have to carefully use sneaking to remain undetected, and with an added gold penalty for killing anyone and some creative uses of Oblivion's mechanics, these quests end up being a lot of fun. Through this lack of dungeons and added focus on thievery, this quest
the illusion of the quest where you join the Thieves Guild is impressive, and not a lot of people see through it. But in reality, it is still just an illusion.
ends up doing a good job at making you feel like a member of a Thieves Guild, which the addition of needing to sell stolen items...
A big part of my video is going to be, which is something I haven't seen, is how restricting the 2006 launch date was for the development. That's something that I don't think is being covered. I think a lot of people are looking at a microcosm like, how could they release this? It's so unfinished. How could this have happened? And, it's somewhat disingenuous to say that, like, basic fucking research, guys. Bethesda went from working on Morrowind, not to Oblivion, but to their 2003 Pirates of the Caribbean game that they had to contractually finish. It didn't have a 4-year development cycle. They still worked on Morrowind after release, and they had to finish some shovelware titles that they had to work on. And, you know, it's the same thing I saw people doing with Cyberpunk was, oh, they had, what was it, 6 years of development time or 5 years of development time, and people are like, as soon as they were done with The Witcher, they were working on Cyberpunk. No, that's not how these things work. That's not how development works.
To a fence also helps. And hell, even the story of this questline is good. The mystery of the Grey Fox's identity is suitably intriguing, the Order of the Blind Monk section involves some of the best lore in Oblivion, and the final quest, while annoyingly heavy on dungeons, is about a heist to steal an Elder Scroll, making it one of...
Yeah, the latter 4 quests of this 12 quest thing is focused on dungeons.
Of the highest stake finales to an Elder Scrolls faction in the series' history. All in all, the Thieves Guild is really good, but even it can't compare to the game.
People were saying like 8 years, the Cyberpunk discourse is laughable. Yeah, it's hilarious. People think that, like, that, and people are going to say this about Elder Scrolls 6, is let's say it comes out in 2022. Oh, it took 11 years to... No, it did not take 11 years to develop. You fucking idiots. You're being really polite. It's sweet. Yeah, I am being polite. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize to Mr. Never Knows Best. I like your video. I disagree with some of your stances.
Game's final faction. It's a little cliche to praise Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood, but that doesn't...
Never say this. Never say this. Never say that a topic is well discussed and that you're loath to bring it up. If you're loath to bring it up, don't make the fucking video.
But that doesn't mean that praise is undeserved. It starts with the way you join. Rather than walking into a guild hall and signing up, the more elusive Assassin's Guild will instead come to you following the first time you take an innocent's life.
Which was extremely arbitrary and broken in the base game. Bring it up?
After being woken from your sleep the next time you rest by your recruiter, you are given an introductory assignment which sets you on the path of a guild-sponsored murderous rampage across the entire province. Where other factions struggle to produce one memorable character across their entire organisations, the Dark Brotherhood instead has an excess of personality. From the members...
I bet this guy likes Valve games. I bet he really likes the quirky characters of Half-Life Alyx. That's what it's striking me as. Emil Pagliarulo's great skill wasn't quest design. It was being able to trick people into thinking that the quest line was something that
themselves, to the reverence of the strange figure that is the Night Mother, to their hidden in plain sight guild hall, there is an over-the-top, hammy exuberance to this faction that is juxtaposed against the bloodthirsty subject matter to humorous effect.
I mean, here's the thing. If you extrapolate what he's trying to say here, more factions should have been like this. So more factions should have been full of quirky characters and quippy dialogue, and no, I don't want that. I don't want Joss Whedon writing for all my fucking factions. If you remember correctly, the Dark Brotherhood is a joke in Skyrim. The Dark Brotherhood is literally the Dark Brotherhood of Oblivion, just copied, basically.
Oh, for example, this...
Where do you draw the line for the illusion of depth? I draw the line at not understanding stylistic differences. It's memorable, therefore it's good. What exactly was Emil's job at Looking Glass Studios? Making coffee? Okay, let's talk about Emil Pagliarulo's career. Emil Pagliarulo started as a level reviewer of the first Thief game. He had some pretty popular reviews, which in turn got him invited to work on Thief 2. And he made some levels that are well liked, like Life of the Party. And he also made levels like Precious Cargo and Eavesdropper. And after he finished working on Thief 2, he went over to Bethesda. He was a quest writer for the Blood Moon expansion. And, I mean, I kind of brought it up. I thought I would cover it more, but I didn't cover it as much as I wanted to. A lot of his quests are just referential. Timmy in the Well. There's a lot of quests in the Blood Moon expansion that involve like a not faithful husband and a wife getting revenge. I mentioned Cocaine Santa. I mean, if you just look at the side quests of Oblivion, it's all that cringy, quippy humor. And but it gave Blood Moon personality. Okay, I'm Cutting Room 4. Copy. Thank you, Mr. Todd Howard. Oh, we're just going off of Cutting Room 4. I'd looked at this page a couple. Unused, changed, or altered quests. Arenas. Oh, hey, here's a decent source that Emil Pagliarulo wrote the arena. Blue, the arena cuts, only one was in the final game. Okay, interesting read. Thank you. Oblivion was more lighthearted and silly, so I think it might be why some people think it was the appropriate way to do a faction like Dark Brotherhood. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, I think a lot of people are seeing the illusion rather than the reality. And the reality is these are NPCs just like every other NPC in the game. Just because the funny man makes a joke about how, for example, he killed a Nord girl at a birthday party, and she asked if he was the jester. Like, it's memorable, but that doesn't make it good by necessity. Now, I do think that the first half of the Dark Brotherhood quest is good, but I think it falls apart in the second half, and a lot of these guys don't bring that up.
One time, I had a contract to kill a little Nord girl at her birthday party.
Maybe he should have been a level designer in Oblivion. God knows the game could have used one. Well, Emil Pagliarulo, it's disingenuous to say that he was a level designer based on how levels were designed with the Thief series. You kind of wore all hats when you filled that role. Like, he wasn't a level designer in the sense of he made the level and then some other people did it. Like, no, he's responsible for basically most of the level, which includes the writing.
She asked me if I was the jester. So I said to her, "No, I am a messenger of death." You should have seen the look on her face. Anyway, she won't be seeing age 6.
Still, it's not just the writing of the Dark Brotherhood that knows how to have fun. This faction is also home to a lot of the most enjoyable quests in the game. Each one revolves around assassinating a certain target, where after being given the mission briefing, you can speak to your fellow guild members to get their opinion, which often yields some helpful advice, while...
I do enjoy that part, and I think they adapted that into more of the quests in into the Thieves Guild part of Skyrim.
Also making these other characters...
I wish the discourse around New Vegas Online weren't so poisoned, because there's so much to discuss. Yes.
...more endearing.
I literally made a joke that the NCR are communists, and I've been getting shit ever since for it, even though it's fairly accurate. I mean, what you're not talking about is that they have limited resources, so you can't exactly give an NPC a character like you could in Mass Effect, so you have to create illusions. I mean, in Mass Effect, there are illusions too, unless you're talking about the companions, but like even then, all the companions follow the same exact formula. You recruit them. You figure out, you learn what they are when you talk to them on the ship. You do 2 side quests for them, and then their loyalty's maxed, and they do better and do a side mission. Like that's the Mass Effect 2 formula for companions. They do it like 13 times, or however many there are. All the characters there have a really edgelord, killing is fun kind of attitude, not at all grounded and well thought. Exactly. You're not really evil in the Dark Brotherhood.
Then when it comes to actually taking down the target, there's always a bonus objective to make things more challenging, such as killing someone while making it look like an accident, and the creative level design usually provides multiple avenues of approach and some genuinely interesting scenarios.
Oh, we got one. How are the NCR communists? They are a centralized authoritarian government with progressive views. That puts them in the communist corner. It's literally a joke, okay? The Legion aren't actually fascists. Mr. House is not actually an anarcho-libertarian. And the wild card is not actually anarcho-communism. Yet, none of the other 3 besides the NCR ever complain about them being painted into those corners. But the NCR fans are always super butthurt if you point out that they are part of the authoritarian left. It's interesting.
That will have you using stealth and subterfuge to live out your dream.
And that's the point of the joke, is that the NCR fans are permanently butthurt whenever you point out that they're part of the authoritarian left. Yeah, they're not actual fucking Stalinists who believe that, you know, whatever the fuck communists believe, but come on. Make a joke. The rest of the faction fans can.
Of becoming a sociopathic assassin. The very best of these missions is whodunit. which has the player heading to a party in a locked manner where they must murder each guest without the other guests witnessing them do it. This plays out like a classic Agatha Christie mystery novel, with each guest getting picked off one by one as the others try to work out who's responsible, all while the player secretly revels in the copious amounts of dramatic irony and self-created chaos. The fact these quests often involve real choice in how you carry them out is what really cements them as the game's best, but if great quests and memorable characters weren't enough, the Dark Brotherhood also has a fantastic storyline. After integrating yourself into the guild and getting to know each of its members, all while getting enough blood on your hands through missions to make Lady Macbeth blush, Lucien Lachance, the head of the more elite sect of the guild known as the Black Hand, will approach you with a special mission. It turns out there is a traitor within the guild, and
yeah, mind you, this whole argument that the NCR fans like to have is because of a political compass meme. Like, it's a meme, but they can't take a joke.
you've been tasked with carrying out the age-old rite of purification to solve the problem. This involves killing every single other guild member of the Cyrodiil chapter, and when all your former friends lie dead by your hands, you begin working for Lucien himself through a series of dead drops.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I can't take the ritual of purification seriously. Like, that is the most hot topic of the moments in the questline.
These work similarly to before. You're given a target, then you have to kill them, before heading to the next dead drop location to collect your rewards and the details of the next mission. Still, pretty soon the player will realise something's off. Each person you're tasked with killing seems highly trained and dangerous, and some even seem to anticipate your arrival, going as far as to hide out in the wilderness or other such hard to find locations.
Okay, so you recognize that there's a possibility that you're being bamboozled, but are you going to recognize that the game never actually gives you an option to call him the fuck out and go visit Lucien Lachance? And go, hey, what the fuck's up with us killing all these Dark Brotherhood people? You can't do that. Because you have to be an 86 IQ smooth brain. And people like this quest.
These contracts seem connected in some way, and they don't match any of those you did before. But with all your former colleagues no longer in any state to be handing out advice, you have no one to talk to about this, and no option but to keep following orders, until eventually you're confronted by a furious Lucien Lachance, who accuses you of betraying the Dark Brotherhood and killing its members. Turns out the traitor wasn't one of the members you've killed at all, but rather one of the elite Black Hand, and they've been swapping the dead drops you received.
How can NCR be capitalist and authoritarian left at the same time? That would make them China. I don't know if you know this, but the Chinese are kind of communist.
To instead send you after the remaining Black Hand members. Suddenly, everything starts to make sense, and you're now in a race against time to find the traitor before more damage can be done. Finding his hideout reveals a disturbing past that explains exactly why he's so hellbent on revenge, but before you can tell this to Lucien...
Yes, this is all very emotionally resonant, but it's stupid as fuck because you're not allowed to actually interact with the questline and have the decision of stopping the disaster before it happens. It forces you into this linear fucking progression of events that determines that relies on you being fucking stupid, and it doesn't matter if you can figure out that the whole questline is bullshit. You're still forced down the path where everybody ends up dying because it's an emotionally resonant moment that was written for a linear narrative.
Final members of the Black Hand reach him first, mistaking Lucien for the traitor, with the player arriving just in time to witness the gruesome aftermath. Still, at least now, the truth can finally be laid bare, and with pretty...
Yeah, that's the whole thing of it, is the NCR people have been baited into being exactly how I've described them being for the last couple months. Like, since I made that Oblivion video, they have consistently been like that, and they are staying true to their colors.
Pretty much the entire guild now slaughtered, the Night Mother herself comes forward to select you as the next listener, which is the one person chosen to receive her orders, and it's hard to argue with her choice. After all, by this point you have murdered your way through friend and foe, killing innocent and guilty alike, all in the name of the Brotherhood, until all that remains is you and the voice of the Night Mother in your ear, giving you your next target.
And the lady who actually handles the administrative part of the questline, but not going to mention that.
But you wanted to be an assassin, right? This is the best fact.
What part of being an assassin means you kill all your fucking friends? You're describing a murderer, not an assassin. You're describing a serial killer, not an assassin. Like, Agent 47 is an assassin. Like, Corvo is an assassin. You know, they're characters who assassinate people, not fucking, oh, you just murder a bunch of people. Yeah, you murder people in the other quest lines too.
In the entire series by a considerable margin, and if ever there was an argument
Vote for Mad Dog 2032
to be made in favour of Oblivion's more deliberate approach to using quests and factions to tell specific standalone stories, it's this. Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood is fantastic, and it's just a shame more parts of the game couldn't match this incredibly high level of quality, particularly the final part of the game.
Didn't we talk about the main quest? As an assassin, I'm going to kill all my allies who are also assassins. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, what the fuck? Do you know what the word assassin means?
Morrowind used its
Let me make sure. I didn't do the Glarthir quest. Let me make sure that I put it down on the list. Because I did do a bunch of side quests that I plan on talking about, and that does need to be one. So I'm going to put that in my script to make sure I do it. Because you are right. And I keep thinking, like, why didn't I do that fucking quest? Does Ubisoft know what the word assassin means? Yeah, clearly. Come on, those guys don't murder all their friends. Never understood why everyone praises the Dark Brotherhood so much. Because it's a good quest line in a game with a bunch of bad fucking quests.
main quest line to connect,
and because, here's the thing, Emil Pagliarulo knows how to jangle the keys.
Connect the player to the world through its exploration of the setting's culture and history. Oblivion's story is more of a traditional fantasy tale of the battle between good and evil, where the fate of the world hangs in the balance. Except, in reality, it plays out more like a battle between Bethesda's desire to make something that seems epic, versus the design and engine constraints they were forced to work with. So, on one side you have someone at Bethesda saying, wouldn't it be cool to have a big battle where all of the cities come together to stand against the forces of Oblivion? And then, on the other side you have the game engine saying, fine, you can have your battle if you want, but your big army is going to have 11 NPCs. Feeling epic yet?
Okay. They don't have... why doesn't he ever mention scale? How each NPC represents an actually large number of NPCs. Like, oh my god. Such a minor thing. Did this video cover the Thieves Guild already? Yeah, did you blink and miss it? Did you leave the room for a second? Because we covered the Thieves Guild. It doesn't involve doing any dungeons. Thieves Guild doesn't require dungeons. I like the Dark Brotherhood quest to go back to your cell to kill the jerk Dark Elf. Yeah, I like that part. I think it's a cool thing to do. That seems like a weird thing to get snippy about on NBK's part. The scale problem? Yeah, I guess. I liked it better when the Dark Brotherhood was implied to be the less religious faction that split off because they wanted to make more money. Yeah. I never liked the change to we worship Sithis, we worship the Night Mother. Can't believe this is still going. How much longer? 20 minutes.
Still, it would be unfair to say Bethesda is entirely defeated in their efforts.
If each NPC represents a large number of NPCs, doesn't mean you're actually playing as an army. Yes.
The main questline of this game does have some entertaining moments. But, as in any war, there are casualties, and the victims of this particular battle end up being the credibility of the world itself. After seeing Emperor Uriel Septim get cut down by Daedric worshipping assassins, and being entrusted with a priceless amulet that needs to
I just showed up. Was it a short section? Or, yeah, it was really short. It's a good quest line, so I'm not going to talk about it, was basically his mentality. Makes me wonder if the Dark Brotherhood quest was made before the main quest line with the snippy Dark Elf in the cell and how everyone wanted more from the Dark Brotherhood after Morrowind. No. Oblivion's main quest line was basically written, like, around the time of Morrowind. They had a general idea of what they were going to do, and you can find references to it. It's not really that stretched because the Dark Elf's not really that big a part of the main quest line. Like, he just yells a racial slur at you, and then you fuck off. It's a neat moment, but it's not really that interconnected. The Dark Brotherhood are literally finger painters.
Delivered to the final remaining heir to the throne, the player completes their escape from captivity and steps out into the world of Cyrodiil, free at last. Legend says that an heir to the imperial throne must always wear the Amulet of Kings to maintain the barriers between Tamriel and the realms of Oblivion. So
talk about like minds, man. He structured his main quest discussion exactly as I was writing mine, like a couple days before he released his video. Like it's almost identical. I cover the introduction, and then later in the video I come back and I do a quick summary. Like that's exactly the same as how I did it. And that's just a really cool coincidence. Well, I bet people are going to call it plagiarism. Let's be honest here.
The amulet in your possession, the fate of the world technically sits in your backpack, which I guess means it would be kind of a dick move to not deliver it. That said, you could argue in an RPG, players should be able to make such moves, and it is certainly possible that a person in this position, i.e. one who has recently gained their freedom and has no material wealth to their name, might take a different course of action here and maybe sell the amulet at the nearest shop and leave the world saving to someone more qualified than a level 1 adventurer. There is a certain percentage of players who will ignore the main story in these games, and that's a valid response to being set free in a big open-ended world. Some people suggest that the main story should accommodate these players by doing its best to avoid a sense of urgency, so people don't feel obligated to complete it. But I don't think forcing the story to accommodate all types of players is necessarily required in these games.
Why?
Instead, I think the approach that might work best is to ensure the story reacts to players ignoring it, and while this might be hard to implement in certain games, in Oblivion it wouldn't be. Part of Oblivion's main quest involves dangerous Oblivion Gate.
On that topic, I don't think Uriel Septim was blood related to Elysia. What's the explanation for that? You don't have to be blood related to Elysia to wear the Amulet of Kings. It could be literally anybody who's Dragonborn. You encounter Mankar Cameron who wears the amulet.
It's opening across the land.
Reville, Skingrad, Shadenhall, Anvil, Bruma, Coral, Kvatch, Leowen is what you're missing.
This is meant to be caused by the
you have too much conviction to be plagiarizing? Sure, but I can still be accused of it.
Of the Emperor, but in practice that's not actually true. The real cause of Oblivion Gates opening everywhere is the player bringing the Emperor's heir, Martin, to the Blades' hideout at Cloud Ruler Temple. Not because of any logical connection between the events, but instead.
Yeah, but you can make the same argument that the only reason the Dreamer epidemic gets really bad in Morrowind is because you deliver the note in Morrowind, or that the only reason the dragons show up is because you find the Dragonstone. I think that's not a good argument.
Instead, because this is when these.
If I got a blood transplant from the Dragonborn, do I get to wear the amulet? I mean, I think all your blood would have to be transplanted. It's also just a magical enchantment.
Gates are programmed to start appearing. The trigger for these Oblivion Gates could have instead been based on a period of time passing in game, and they could then become more common the longer the main story is ignored. This would make more sense, and it could provide an actual
No, I know it would be unfounded. I just think it's funny.
consequence to ignoring the story, while also reintroducing meaning to the passage of time for the first time since Daggerfall.
I think this is a fine idea. I don't think it would be as impactful as he's implying, though. Honestly, what are coincidences if not plagiarism accusations someone hasn't manufactured yet? Yeah, I thought about that. Like, what's the probability of two college students writing the exact same essay and not realizing that they're plagiarizing? Because, like, they aren't.
Many people criticize Bethesda's more modern
If a staring vampire drank a dragonborn dry, would they be able to wear the amulet of... I mean, again, it's a divine enchantment, so...
games for not having main stories that players can choose to ignore, like Morrowind did.
Where the fuck do dragons come from in Skyrim? It's probably explained, but why aren't other provinces freaking out about dragons flying around? They get resurrected. Alduin goes around and starts resurrecting a bunch of dragons. You know what scares me? Serana in Skyrim. Literal waifu. To be expected after introducing marriage. What if Test 6 ends up going full anime? I support it. I support the anime industry.
The problem with this is that the introduction to Morrowind's story is, honestly, a little boring, and I say that as someone who's a huge fan of the story, but it does start very slowly, and this could easily fail to give players a reason to want to continue it, which would lead them to missing out on much of the best content in the
SEYLISTIC stylistic differences. You don't look at a fucking spy story and go, hey, why aren't there more explosions? This just isn't interesting to me. There should be more fucking death. It's a spy story. That's what Morrowind's main quest is. And it appeals to a certain demographic. And you can say, well, it's not appealing to the people who want to save the world. Like, yeah, it's a stylistic difference. Like saying, why isn't this romance novel more like a political thriller? What's wrong with slow burns? Exactly. What's wrong with slow burns? It's boring, so people might miss out on it. Well, fuck them then.
game. And while it is possible to create a good story,
I now speak to all the subjects of Tiber Septim, by way of the founding dragon's power. Every wall in the Imperial City has been unhardened. The dragons buried within them have begun to walk. I get that reference. You're underestimating the power of James Bond. Yeah, but if you looked at a James Bond fan and said, hey, it's going to be more like Transformers, then yeah.
story that still avoids
Yeah, and that's the thing, is Morrowind's story is about saving the world. Just because it starts slow doesn't mean that it's worse.
any sense of urgency. It's not always easy, and I don't think it would be needed if the games were instead designed to react to players ignoring the story in a way that makes sense. After all, if these games cover hugely important events, it's
Everybody fucks Kira in DS9. Insane.
logical that these events should impact the world in some way, regardless of whether the player directly involves themselves in them. The only problem with this suggestion for Oblivion is that it might inadvertently lead some players into completing more Oblivion Gates, and nobody wants to complete more Oblivion Gates.
They might want to complete more Oblivion Gates if they're more interesting.
But we'll get to that soon. To get back on track with the story, after delivering the amulet, whether after one in-game day or 1000, you're then sent to find the heir to the throne, Martin, who is living as a priest in the city of Kvatch, unaware of his royal blood. When you reach the city, you find that it's been attacked by the forces of Oblivion via a gate that opened nearby. While the city is mostly destroyed, the player nevertheless drives out the enemy Daedra, finds Martin, and heads into the Oblivion Gate to seal it shut. These gates are basically a special type of dungeon, and over the course of the story you will close many of them.
No.
Most
You're only required to close 3 Oblivion gates. And you might close 9 if you want to feel good. But not necessarily. Pretty cool to see you streaming, man. Yeah, we were playing video games all week. And now we're trying to do some more.
Most players dislike these sections, probably because they're time-consuming and repetitive, with long stretches of uninteresting walking, combined with plenty of unengaging combat against HP-inflated enemies. Dungeons in general aren't that interesting in this game, but these manage to be even worse, and this can really harm the main story. At one point you're tasked with closing 6 of these in a row outside each major city,
It's optional.
and if the player wasn't sick of them before this, they sure will be afterwards.
Mention that it's optional.
But
You don't have
it's
to
even
do
worse for players who don't understand that the gates found all over this world are completely optional, and so will try to close them whenever they see them, in an attempt to combat the forces of Oblivion.
That doesn't count. You didn't mention that the Allies for Bruma quest is optional. You just mentioned that all the other ones are optional. And yeah, they are optional. Just like, oh my god, there's like 150 fucking dungeons in Oblivion that have no quests related to them. They're all optional. Oh no, they might realize that not doing it wouldn't fucking matter. Yeah, not clearing the necromancers out of buttfuck dungeon number 36 also doesn't matter.
And then, after closing 10, 20, maybe even more gates and getting completely sick of the sight of them, they then continue the main story, only to be told they have to close even more.
Nobody does that.
If you do find yourself in this situation,
you're inventing a fucking hypothetical problem that nobody had.
you'll also notice how similar these gates can be, as there are only 11 different layouts in the game, and so sooner rather than later they will start to repeat, meaning you end up going through the same exact dungeons again and again. Part of what makes these gates disappointing
That's the
is that
player's fault if they fucking do that.
there's no reason to expect this content to be low quality. These gates are the symbol
Sure.
of the game.
Yeah, sure. There's no reason for the Oblivion gates to be the way they are. So what's the fix?
The focus of the main story, and what NPCs
I did it. I closed all the Oblivion gates on a 100% playthrough. It's fucking mind-numbing. At some point, you just give up on fighting the way through it, because there's 60 of them.
never seem to stop talking about, so you'd expect them to be some of the game's best content, yet it's more like the opposite. Really, Bethesda should have went for a quality over quantity approach to these gates, with each gate having some kind of unique quest associated with it, like the Cheydinhal one does with the Order of Knights who enter the gate before
thank
you
God
arrive.
somebody mentioned it.
This would make these sections more interesting, and if the cost of
Yeah, it's just a straw man. He's saying, what if this happened? Yeah, what if somebody dropped the controller on their balls and decided that they hate Oblivion forever? Like, that's not realistic.
this was that there would only be enough gates to have one per city, then I don't see what the problem with this is. I mean, there's no shortage of dungeons in this game. Also, when
And-
these gates are introduced in the story at Kvatch, they're made to seem like a big deal. After all, one gate is enough to destroy an entire city, so the fact they appear
No. Why do people keep missing this? Will made the same fucking problem. I think Salt made the same fucking problem. Everybody goes, only one gate destroyed Kvatch. No, they say in the quest. They say in the fucking quest that there was a great gate. See, that is why you are the great hero. You put up closing the gate. See, suggested a solution. I mean, yeah, but it's a very easy solution, because Will was the same way. He was like, just make like 9 gates. I think that was Will. Might have been Salt. Okay, here's a quote. I don't know how to close this gate, but it must be possible because the enemy closed the ones they opened during the initial attack. You can see the marks on the ground where they were, with the Great Gate right in the middle. So they opened a Great Gate at Kvatch, which means they also opened 3 other gates at Kvatch, and they left 1 gate open to stop people from getting out of the city. I don't know why people keep getting this aspect of the story wrong, but 1 gate did not conquer Kvatch. It was a whole siege. At least Skyrim tried to make each dungeon have its own small self-contained story. Oblivion just has dozens of empty, pointless caves. You are correct. Yeah, aren't the remains for the other gates around the entrance of Kvatch as well? Yeah, that's what he says in the questline, is that you can see the remnants of the Great Gate.
So the fact they appear everywhere on the map, and yet there's no consequence to ignoring them, doesn't make much sense. If Bethesda did want to add more gates to the game to make it seem like the world is in danger, they should have
When it comes to these types of analysis, it might not be a question of honesty, but a question of thoroughness. Well, the issue is not that Never Knows Best missed this plot point, because it's conceivable that he could miss plot points. I miss plot points in my normal videos. The problem is that people who are reviewing this game keep consistently missing the plot point that 1 gate did not defeat Kvatch. And so gates appearing in the world isn't that big a deal as they make it out to be.
Added some non-dungeon, more minor gates, which could spawn a couple waves of enemies and then close without the player needing to go inside.
Would Kvatch have been the largest city prior to its destruction? The ruins seem giant. The reason the ruins seem giant is that a lot of the houses have been wiped out, so there's a lot more open space.
This could communicate that the barrier...
It's also interesting because you'll see the remnants of an arena that was in Kvatch. I think if they gave more rewards for closing them than just the sigil stone, it would help. I mean, it's a full dungeon. You can find equipment and gold and unique alchemical ingredients in the gates. Fix, if you had to have 60 gates, that's a tough one. Maybe shrink them to mini forts with a single high-level boss. Yeah, you could make most of like the normal-ass Oblivion gates just be like small areas.
Areas between the realms of Oblivion and Tamriel are breaking down without the need for endless repetitive dungeons. Still, with the Oblivion gate at Kvatch closed and Martin escorted to the Blades, the story will continue with the player investigating the group of Daedric worshippers that killed the Emperor. They belong to a cult called the Mythic Dawn, who follow the Daedric Prince of
They belong to a clique cult called the Mythic Broads. Whatever you do, don't fuck this up. Don't screw the Broads.
Destruction, Mehrunes Dagon. Your investigation leads you to infiltrating their hideout, where you can go undercover and pretend to be one of their members, in a section that is interesting, but would have been even better if it was longer and showed more of what normal life is like within the cult. Still, through this you learn of the Mythic Dawn leader, Mankar Cameron, who has acquired the amulet you were supposed to get to Martin to end the Oblivion crisis.
Yeah, Mankar Cameron, a character if there never fucking was one.
Which he stole from the Blades while you were away. However, Mankar Cameron resides in his own realm of Oblivion that you have no way to access. So the player is sent to retrieve several important artifacts that Martin believes should allow you to travel to this realm. Before you've collected all of these, you learn that a major Oblivion gate is going to open outside the city of Burma, which leads you to visiting...
The Imperial law is so strong that levitate is also illegal in the Oblivion plains. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. You follow me, I will follow you. Remember, I've trained for this kind of follow shit all my life, so don't fuck it up. Other fix. The abandoned forts are there because an Oblivion gate wiped that fort out, and the Daedra infested said fort. You now have to exterminate them to help the army. That's not a bad idea. The only problem with that proposal is that it means that the Oblivion gates have to be open from the start.
Each of the other cities to close Oblivion...
We're almost done. We got like 12 more minutes.
...gates near them in order to acquire allies for Burma's defense.
Was it explained why they didn't have to open a gate at Cloud Ruler Temple and why they have to go through Burma instead? It's not directly explained, but you can infer from how they explain how the gates are opening. They say that the Mythic Dawn cult members have to open a gate. And to summon the siege engine, they have to open 3. So I think the idea is because of Cloud Ruler Temple's unique geographical location, it's difficult for them to actually summon a gate right outside the temple and just like fuck them up. And the blades are being proactive in defending the temple. So they have to take out Bruma first as a base of operation in order to siege Cloud Ruler Temple. I think that's the idea. Because the whole thing is, so they can't just snap their fingers and open a gate like right in the middle of Cloud Ruler Temple. They have to actually send like a Mythic Dawn person to go do it. And like there's one of the quests where you like go investigate Mythic Dawn that are hanging out around Bruma. So like they kind of explain it, but they don't go into enough detail. So if making levitating illegal stopped all levitating users, how come making murder illegal didn't stop people going around murdering? Yeah, I'm going to bring that up in the video. It's such a shame that the player character was so drastically forced into following the law.
You can try asking the Council in the Imperial City, who are the current rulers of the Imperial Empire, but apparently the Imperial Legion doesn't really have any men available at the moment, so no luck there. Anyway, after touring the cities of the realm to assemble all available men to fight by your side in the greatest army the Imperial Empire has ever seen.
I mean, it's not unimaginable for the Gates to launch a Blitzkrieg on Cyrodiil on the forts to weaken their army, but yeah, level 1 against a force from Oblivion would be weird design-wise. Yeah. It might be interesting if the story was that like the Mythic Dawn was kind of infiltrating these forts and causing them to be abandoned. I mean, they also have the problem with the Conjurers, who should have just been Mythic Dawn, let's be honest, and the Necromancer cult that's also doing shit like that. And then there's just going to be some abandoned forts, like given the history. My headcanon is that levitation is somehow tied to Lorkhan's heart, so it faded away after the heart's destruction. Yeah, I guess. I think even more pressing than levitation magic is like teleportation magic. And I guess the excuse is that the Psijics just show up and yeet you out of existence if you teleport, because it's illegal. And people doing illegal things is just wrong.
Scene, all 11 of you prepare for battle. You then listen to a motivational
Yeah, remember, murder is like a 1,000 gold bounty. That's it.
speech.
Oh, and it's like a day in jail.
Defend the city of Burma with...
Oh, no. Murder's not a day in jail. It's 10 days in jail. So you get a 10-day prison sentence for killing somebody.
Boys, close another gate of Oblivion, get all the artifacts together, head into Mankar Cameron's realm, kill him, kill anyone else you don't like the look of too, get the amulet, give the amulet to Martin, and then you all head off to the Imperial City for one last big battle in the streets, where an avatar of Mehrunes Dagon himself appears to rain terror from above, until Martin uses the amulet and sacrifices himself to summon the spirit of Akatosh, the dragon god of time.
Headcanon, I was in jail for teleportation. You should hear the excuse I have for my character being in jail.
Who defeats Mehrunes.
What's the fine for necrophilia in Cyrodiil? There's no fine for necrophilia in Cyrodiil. There's actually a character in Skingrad who will ask you what the fine for necrophilia in Cyrodiil is, which is probably what you're referencing, but funny you bring that up. Necromancy, I sleep. Teleporting, that's it. No, it's the other way around. Teleporting, I sleep. Necromancy, for fucking revolution time. Time to destroy the Mages Guild.
And seal shut the gates of Oblivion forevermore. The nice thing about finishing the main questline is no more Oblivion gates.
Well, just don't do them! Just don't do them! The nice thing about completing the main quest is no more Oblivion gates. If you don't want to do Oblivion gates, just don't fucking do them. Why are we inventing a problem?
And while that may sound like I'm just being snide due to how disappointing the gates are, I'm actually being sincere. Oblivion gates do create a sense that the world is in danger, and so finishing the main questline and closing every last one of them permanently feels like a true achievement. And due to how unenjoyable these gates are to go through, knowing they're gone forever is also rather cathartic.
Cool enough, I guess, but I mean, you only have to do 3, so...
What's less positive about the main questline?
What the weird thing is that your character knows the fine. I think that's why they were in jail. You might have a point there, actually. Doesn't the College of Winterhold not look down on necromancy, or am I remembering that wrong? No, that's why you can use necromancy in Skyrim. Let me bring this up. Necrophilia, fine. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. If anybody needs a break, we're taking a 2-minute break. All right, I'm back. We are still we got like a minute on the break. Let's bring the horse back. There we go. Oh, there he is again. Shit, where's his comment? That guy from earlier got really mad and left a comment. Hang on. I think it got held for review. No, it didn't even get held for review. I think YouTube auto-deleted it. Show me the comment, you fucks. Horse is quite brave. Yeah. Props to the horse. I'm mad because I think YouTube deleted that guy's comment. But he went to my most recent video. He went to my most recent video and commented, shit tier channel, shit tier creator, shit tier content. So it was the, oh God, I would show you the comment, but I can, okay, here's how stupid it is. YouTube will auto delete comments. Okay, if you say some mild shit, YouTube will like hold it for review. Like if you ever talk about religion, you end up in my held for review queue. And I usually approve everything that's in there. Unless it's like actually, most of the time I delete comments, it's like recently there's been a bunch of like link spam. I would pin it, but the comment doesn't exist. So I don't know if he deleted it or what, but it's in my notifications and it's on my phone. So I took a screenshot on my phone and I got proof, but yeah, but I don't know if he might try to say that I like deleted it, but bullshit. That was funny though. He got so mad about what was it, like a 5-minute timeout, which by the way, I don't even pick the length of the timeouts. That he got mad about the timeout and decided to just go to my most recent video and leave a comment like I give a fuck. What was it he was mad about? He was just trolling for a response. He came in and he said that he said that I was just doing a series of like ad hominem attacks. And what all did he say? It was ad hominem attacks. I don't have any original content. I'm just here to criticize other people. And then like he just kept going on about being chat obsessed. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the guy from earlier that we timed out. I think he accused you of not being able to content. Yes, that was it. I think he was a fanboy or something. Yeah. So we took a minute and I called him out and laughed at him, and then I timed him out. I thought it'd be like 30 seconds, but it ended up being 300. But yeah, and then what I don't get is why the comment's gone. You attacked his accent. I did not attack his accent. I asked what his accent was. Anyways, break's over. So let's get this over with. I like this stream. Does everybody else like this stream?
Is that conflict between presentation and ambition. From the assassination of the Emperor, to the siege of Kvatch, or the defense of Burma, or the final showdown in
Burma.
Imperial City.
That's a funny mistake. Burma.
Oblivion tries so hard to create epic moments full of action, with sky-high stakes, avatars of gods, and the fate of cities being decided before your eyes. But during these moments, there's never much believability. A big empire should have an army, and if the world is being overrun by Daedra, people should be fighting back. Instead, the only person who ever manages to close an Oblivion gate in this game is you.
No.
The fate of the realm literally hangs in.
That's not true. The guys at Bruma are consistently closing gates. I wish I had streamed the part where I was researching who all the writers were, because that was a couple hours long and I think we could have got things done a lot faster. Will we do the same thing for Will's video? At some point, probably. I'm thinking the next one we'll cover is going to be strategies. Honestly, people who do not like ad hominem attacks are just of poor character. I think sometimes the best thing you can do is an ad hominem attack. I wouldn't address people attempting e-drama. You've got something too glorious to give plebs an audience. Yeah. I think it was just funny. If you're part of my Discord, sometimes I post hilarious comments that get left on the channel. It's usually like 1 in 50 or so comments will be something stupid. Like with the Dishonored video, I mentioned Anita Sarkeesian influenced the development of Dishonored 2, which is fact. This is admitted fact. And that's just enough to be permanently labeled as an anti-SJW, sexist, fascist. Is there ever an explanation for why there's no Imperial Legion in Oblivion? No, the best you can do is conjecture, and it's that the Imperial Legions are in the other provinces, not in Cyrodiil. Will's video is hours long, bro. Gonna have to be segmented. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to probably do like 3 streams on Will's video. Aren't the Imperial City Guards part of the Imperial Legion? Yeah, that's basically it.
And yet, you're the only one doing anything about it, which makes the world seem small and slightly pathetic.
It's not that they're out on campaign, it's that they're occupying other countries. And honestly, war is so rare in the Septim Dynasty that, like, they don't need a giant standing military.
And so, Oblivion's story may manage to be regularly action-packed, generally exciting, and occasionally epic. But to achieve this, it often undermines the world itself through its failure to display its grandiose events with the sense of scale or the degree of authenticity that they require.
Yeah, he mentioned, and this is true, when you go to Okado, he'll mention that the legions are in other provinces. But, I mean, like, why there isn't a standing military in Cyrodiil is not addressed.
In the end, Morrowind's approach to using the main story to tell the world's backstory worked better, and when looking at these two games side by side, it's easy
What I find interesting is that he doesn't mention Skyrim. Now I know why this is. It's because he's gonna do a video on Skyrim. But I feel like it's detracting from the his Oblivion video to not mention where Skyrim improved or did not improve.
Easy to miss the greater world building and depth of Morrowind's story. But for fans of Morrowind, Bethesda had one last trick up their sleeve to try to win them over.
Oh my god. Part 7. Oh, gotta make it red. Could be something based on Rome. I mean, I'm sure there was still a standing military in Rome. I know why. Someone was too lazy to make assets for the Legion. That's why. But they have the Legion assets. They have the shit brown rust armor.
In 2006, the Xbox Live Marketplace was less than 1 year old, and downloadable content was still in its infancy. Bethesda's approach to the DLC with Oblivion saw them testing the waters of acceptability, resulting in the infamous horse armor and a number of more substantial, if forgettable, pieces of smaller content. Amidst these less impressive additions, however, were two high-quality expansions, similar to what Morrowind saw with Tribunal and Blood Moon.
He's probably just going to talk about Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles.
One of the main
Is the Shivering Isles overrated? Mildly overrated. It's the better part of Oblivion, but it's not this god-tier redemption arc of Oblivion.
main things that stands out about these two expansions is how each seems designed to try to make up for one of the areas Oblivion could be considered lacking when compared to
If we take the
Morrowind.
real world as a reference, for the military to intervene on home ground, things have to be really fucking bad, in my home country at least. Most matters are handled by the police. Well, for a long time, your standing military would be responsible for a lot of civic projects. I love Never Knows Best. I watch every day to sleep. It's kind of an ASMR. Hope you keep the tune similar with your videos. I love the one about Morrowind, but sometimes there are loud sounds. Yeah. I apologize. I would appreciate if you watch the Morrowind video again. If that happens, leave a comment, because I am trying to improve in that front. Who's the guy whose video he's watching? It's in the description. It's Never Knows Best. The dungeons in Shivering Isle do get repetitive and too long. Yeah. I think it suffers too much from the kind of fake understanding of mental illness, I think, is that problem.
Knights of the Nine is a shorter, more narrative-focused expansion which focuses on a key part of Cyrodiil's history. More specifically, it explores the story of Perennial Whitestrake, who slew the
Perennial? Hang on, where is it? F in the chat for Perennial Whitestrake. I guess I haven't saved it yet. Okay, I'll pull it up on YouTube. How do you get Perennial? Hope it's a joke. Anyways. F. Hope that's for the Perennial Whitestrake thing.
Ayleid sorcerer king Umaril to free man from Ayleid rule hundreds of years ago. The Ayleids were an ancient group of elves that previously ruled Cyrodiil, and their ruins still dot the landscape years later. Knights of the Nine also explores the role of the 8 divines that constitute Cyrodiil's main religion, and this greater
Penny Whitesnake
focus on lore is appreciated after Oblivion's main game gave this aspect so little attention. The story of this expansion also isn't bad, making this a good addition to the base game. That said, I do feel
Dawnguard or Dragonborn DLC? Dawnguard. I like Dragonborn, but yeah. Yeah, you said F in the chat for Perennial? Okay.
This expansion doesn't quite manage to remedy Oblivion's lack
Listen,
of lore
I have
problem,
Alzheimer's.
if only because a big part of what made Morrowind's lore so interesting was that it felt like a natural part of the world. By comparison, Knights of the Nine feels more deliberate, as if it's only interested in exploring this lore to use it to produce an epic questline for the player. This makes it come
What's wrong
across
with
as a
that?
little bit more tacked on as a result, even if the content is still good.
The dangling keys analogy couldn't be more appropriate for Shivering Isles dialogue. Yeah. Here's the thing, remember, we're praising Dark Brotherhood because of its quirky, quippy humor. Well, what is Shivering Isles but quirky and quippy humor? Really, Dawnguard better than Dragonborn. That's the first time I've heard that opinion. Interested in hearing more about it. I like the aesthetic of what's going on with Dawnguard, and I like the conflict, and I think there are problems with the Dragonborn DLC that kind of bring it just below Dawnguard. I actually think they're both decent DLC, all things considered. I think overall Bethesda would benefit a whole lot from having someone good at character building because their NPCs are either forgettable as fuck or just stupid, which makes the stakes artificial. I'm available for hire. No, I'm not good at writing characters.
Oblivion's next expansion, Shivering Isles, makes for an even more interesting case study. It's much longer than Knights of the Nine, and transports players to the Daedric Prince Sheogorath's personal realm.
What do you mean by dangling keys? I'm not familiar with the expression. A cheap way to entertain a child is to dangle your keychain with a bunch of keys together because it makes a bunch of noise and has a bunch of shiny reflections. So it's basically just a cheap way to entertain. And we've been using the jangling keys expression all stream to refer to various cheap tactics you can use to entertain people.
Of madness, which is depicted as...
And you are right. Dragonborn felt like a remember this, you used to love this. Yes. That was part of my problem with Dragonborn, was that it's too derivative.
An impressive sized island that the player is free to explore. Shivering Isles can almost feel like it was designed to shut up all the people.
Dawnguard fell apart in its last half, in my opinion. Fighting the Snow Elves is a drag. The Falmer part of that dungeon is a drag, but the Forgotten Vale is an amazing zone. You cannot convince me otherwise. Soulcrag's really good too. Or Soulcairn.
People who complained that Cyrodiil was too safe or generic. Particularly those who might have decried the loss of Morrowind's weirdness. Who saw...
Do you think fan hype for Sheogorath is overrated at all? I never got it beyond haha so random. That's my point, is that it's quippy humor, and that's what entertains people.
Or Oblivion's trees and wish...
He's not like how he was characterized in Morrowind, and I think it's a fine and decent direction to take the character, but I think it's really overrated.
Wished for mushrooms, and who wanted to return to a land that was alien and unexpected. The thing that really surprised me about this, however, was how many people thought it was a success. Plenty of people praised this expansion as a return to what made Morrowind so good. After all,
who the heck puts a dislike on a stream? We all know who. It was the guy who got timed out for 300 seconds.
Morrowind was weird, but the Shivering Isles are even weirder, and this is reflected in its inhabitants, its landscapes, and even its ruler. You never know what to expect on this island, as the Realm of Madness is a place where anything can happen. In fact, this randomness and unpredictability is interwoven into the world's fabric by its creator.
That's the problem with Dragonborn, is that it epitomizes the idea that how spiteful they were in the destruction of Ardenfell.
And there's nothing wrong with any of this in itself, but I don't think this is actually similar to Morrowind. In Morrowind, everything was thought out and connected. Much of the world was mundane, and what wasn't always seemed like it had an explanation. By contrast, the Shivering Isles are weird for the sake of being weird, which is almost the opposite of Morrowind's approach to world building.
Yeah.
Still, even if the Shivering Isles doesn't replicate...
I am going to mark that down because that is a fucking amazing take. I can see why people dislike this. I have been told before that there are people who aren't going to like some of the ideas I've had for streams. So it's not unreasonable.
Still, even if the Shivering Isles doesn't replicate what made Morrowind work so well, it makes up for this with understanding what made Oblivion work. In fact, Oblivion itself was often at its most entertaining when it was wacky and more detached from reality, and here's a whole expansion where that can be turned up several degrees,
Good take.
without the separation from reality ever seeming like a problem.
Where the fuck was this guy for the last hour and a half? This guy's full of great ideas.
Shivering Isles is almost like a hyper-concentrated version of Oblivion that plays to the base game's strengths in a way that an expansion probably should. And it's fun, even if Sheogorath is an overrated character.
Oh my god. Where the fuck has this guy been? How did this guy like the Dark Brotherhood quest? Talk about a fucking heel turn. Holy shit.
Still, this isn't a Morrowind-like experience.
Weird for the sake of weird. I mean, it is realistic. Rushing the video, lol. I mean, do you guys think he was hard constrained by the hour-and-a-half time limit? His Morrowind video was 2 hours.
Really, it's not even close. So, where does that leave Oblivion?
Oh man, I bet the fucking reasonable never knows best is gonna disappear. Did my message get auto-modded? I guess. It's very possible. We're on live chat, and that supposedly is as open as possible, but it's still possible.
It can be hard to view Oblivion outside of Morrowind's shadow, and
his coffee dose kicked in at that part of the script. Dude, his like fucking brain medicine kicked in for that part of the script. Where was that guy for the whole video? I'm serious.
This video hasn't made much of an attempt to do that. So far. The truth is...
I'm sorry, hang on. I need to hear that again.
It'd be hard to view Oblivion outside of Morrowind's shadow, and this video hasn't made much of an attempt to do that.
Most people view Oblivion outside of Morrowind's shadow.
So far. The truth is, for someone
I think Jiggalag should have been an established Daedric prince in Skyrim, with his own shrine.
Who enjoyed Morrowind for qualities Oblivion often lacks, Oblivion can seem like a disappointing sequel and a slightly worrying shift in focus away from what the series should be about. But it's only fair to at least try to evaluate this game independently of its predecessor, because Morrowind may not have been a good follow-up to Daggerfall, but that didn't mean it wasn't good. So, how true is the same for Oblivion?
Did we get sandbagged?
Well, this is still a game focused on creating an immersive world for players to explore.
Hey, we're not generating enough revenue to be negative.
And so it can be assessed on that basis.
Take was that Shivering Isles was built for the sake of weirdness, no explanation. Where in Morrowind the world might have been mundane, but it wasn't explained properly. You used intelligence potion exploit. I mean, yeah, what happened?
Oblivion tries to make this exploration much more accessible, with the introduction of level scaling, quest markers, fast travel, the more traditional setting, the more epic main story, and other such changes. And one thing that can be said about Oblivion is that it is successful with its main goal of making the experience more accessible. All of these features and changes do have at least some cost on the world itself though, and for some of the less successful changes, like the level scaling, the costs hardly seem worth it. That said, I think it's a testament to Bethesda's skill at creating virtual worlds that despite so many of the game's flaws, they were still able to create a world that players truly wanted to explore. This was in large part due to Oblivion's, for their time, great visuals, which when combined with the size and openness of the world, makes for an experience players can truly
What even happened with Jiggalag after Oblivion was kind of hoping that he would be followed up. My personal headcanon for what happened with Jiggalag is that he's teamed up with Mannimarco to run the Soul Cairn.
Use themselves in, and which can provide hours upon hours of enjoyment. But maybe it's because of these very qualities.
My poor fucking computer, dude. I've been like redlining it for 5.5 hours and I'm about to go play Arma, so.
But the lack of depth to this world ends up being so disappointing. Morrowind rewarded players who spent hours within it, with rich lore, incredible world building, and the more time you spent on Vardenfell, the more believable the place seemed to be.
Gross, he plays with a view distance mod.
The same can't be said about Oblivion, however. With time, its flaws become more noticeable, its world shows more evidence of being designed around the player, and there's much less to discover for anyone who really delves deeply into its lore or backstory. And so, while I don't think it's fair to criticize Oblivion for trying to be more accessible, it is fair
Whoa.
And so, while I don't think it's fair to criticize Oblivion for trying to be more accessible...
Why isn't it fair? I must have missed the core argument there. It's not fair to criticize Oblivion for being more accessible. I think it's fair game. Arma stream? No. Not tonight, anyways. I've been streaming for a long time. I think we could do an Arma stream at some point if anybody wants to figure out how to organize it. We could do an event of like all the Discord people.
It is fair to criticize its world for being more shallow, because despite how often these two things seem to be connected, increasing accessibility doesn't mean there has to be a decrease in depth. And if Oblivion had constructed its world and mechanics more carefully...
More accessibility does not mean a less depth. They're not mutually exclusive ideas.
I think more of Morrowind's better features could have been preserved. But Oblivion still deserves credit for its ambition, and for all the ways its world was such a step above almost any other created during the same time period. Features like the Radiant AI system.
Gonna watch Michael's video as well. Can you specify? Link it in chat if it doesn't fucking try to ban you for it.
Or the realism of its terrain, or just the quantity of content contained within this game are still genuinely impressive. And if Oblivion did get some parts of what it changed wrong, that didn't mean Bethesda couldn't learn from these failures to refine some of its new systems and strike a balance between accessibility and depth in a way that takes the best from both Morrowind and Oblivion to create something even better.
Skyrim.
That isn't exactly what happened, though. Thank you everyone for watching, and thank you to Core for sponsoring.
Okay, we wrapped up here. I'm going to close Premiere because it's going to burn my house down. And we're going to go back to the horse. Ah, we've got a decent chunk of people who've joined the Discord. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if you hop on over to the Discord, we do stuff like this all the time. I'm going to try to set up a role where you can opt into announcements, so I don't have to at everybody, but everybody who wants to be told when streams are happening, because YouTube notifications aren't the best. Nightcrawler versus Exile Mage. That's a tough battle. That is a tough battle. But yeah, go join the Discord. I think it's a really cool community. And awesome horse, by the way. So I was looking for something to be the cover of the for the video, and I was going through old screenshots, and I saw an Elder Scrolls folder. So I opened it, and this was one of the screenshots from one of my playthroughs. So that's where the horse comes from, and I actually like it. I might use it more often. But as far as how our streams tend to go, so there's 3 kinds of streams that we've tried in the last week, and I've kind of liked all of them. There was the just normal gameplay stream. We play a game. I chatted with the audience. We played... What did we play this week? We played Fear, we played Dark Souls, and we played Skyrim. And that was a lot of fun, chatting with the community. You're taking notes of some of his points that you liked, right? Will you give him credit on them in your Oblivion video? I have an extensive source list, and he's going to be part of it. Don't worry. And yes, I will be acknowledging some of his points, and ideally, I would like to collaborate with him if that's possible. So we've done 3 different kinds of streams this week, to some success. The Skyrim stream, which was the first stream we did, actually got a decent viewership. And that was me recording footage. There's a Michael Snow with a 45-minute Oblivion rant. I will look that up. I think the next, if we do another stream like this, and decent probability, the Skyrim stream was fun. Ranting wildly about Oblivion, Elder Scrolls Oblivion 4 for 1 hour. It has like 600 views. I don't think that's... I kind of have to draw a limit somewhere. I'll check it out, but I don't know if it's appropriate for this format. So we're probably going to do strategies video next on Oblivion because I haven't seen it. And then we will do... I don't know if we'll do Salt Factories. There's not a lot to glean from it. We will do Will's video at some point. And I guess we'll look into doing the videos that have been recommended tonight. Yeah, you can see the fucked up LODs on the screenshot. So the other types of streams we did this week, we did a normal Dark Souls stream. It was New Game Plus. We played with the Base Dad, Giant Dad character, Base Dad. And that was a decently fun stream. Didn't pull as much of a viewership. And then we did a Fear stream, which was also a call-in show, and it didn't get too much of a viewership, but it was a lot of fun to do a call-in. A lot of people agreed that it was a good show. And then we did this type of show where we took notes and responded to an Oblivion video. And we don't have to stop with Oblivion videos. We can do some Morrowind videos too. Overall, last week with streaming has been fun. It's a decent improvement to analytics, and more importantly to me, it is a 1-to-1 time to content ratio where I've basically worked for 6 hours today and produced 6 hours of content. Is it good content? No. I don't think streams will ever replace actual produced videos, but it was a lot of fun to do. As far as the schedule goes, we were talking about Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. We might skip Friday and do just weekend shows. Dime Tree did an Elder Scrolls series. Yes, there's that Elder Scrolls problem thing too. And I gotta watch Lore Runners streams on Oblivion as well. As for what days will correspond to what shows, I'm not sure. But we'll do another call-in show at some point. Hopefully it gets a decent viewership. And there might be a topic, like we might just talk about the Kvatch, or not the Kvatch, but the main quest, because that's what I'm writing currently, and I'm kind of looking for some opinions. Also, Patrician, you do not like the Far Distance mods for Morrowind. Care to elaborate, or were you doing a joke about personal taste? I think it's not appropriate to use a distance mod when reviewing Morrowind. Now that might be footage that he was just getting from a personal playthrough, just kind of a joke. Joke less so than serious. In conclusion, we're wrapping this up here. I liked this video. There were some good opinions in it. There was some stuff I can use. I disagreed with some of his opinions, but disagreement is natural, and I don't think that Never Knows Best would agree with my Morrowind video. So, do you ever use texture packs when playing old Bethesda games? No. I'm a purist. So yeah, I may stream tomorrow, I may not, it depends on how things pan out, but this was a lot of fun, and we're going to wrap things up here. So, thanks for checking it out. Let's do some shilling. Like the video. This video is, so if you're trying to catch up, if you're trying to catch up, you won't hear this, but this video is going to stay public for a couple days, and then it'll be unlisted, and it'll be on a playlist on this channel. All the other streams are going on the Patrician Extras channel that you should subscribe to. I post clips from editing there, and I post streams there. So, in other words, thanks for coming.